I filled my glass all the way up before we started, so I didn't have to do that, but I do
Oh, are we
have both.
live?
Yes.
Okay.
But I have both the wine and the water here down at the bottom. So Brett, you are correct. They're both the wine bottles are open.
Yeah, that
But
was a surprise. I don't know why I didn't realize you drank wine on your live streams. I'm like, Bob's so straight-laced. I just thought we'll just have a nice little chat and that'll be good. It's only 5 o'clock here. Okay.
I mean, some days it's, it's a lunchtime thing.
At least it's 5 o'clock early.
Happy birthday again, Second. I know it's your birthday. I'm going to say hello to Form and Amber. Hello.
Hi.
You're gonna have a glass of wine in spirit, but you're very pregnant, so we're not gonna do that.
It's so great. I'm so
I
happy for
know.
you, Amber. That's amazing.
Oh, she sent a message to like me and Josh. I don't know if she sent it to you, but someone said, she did her announcement where she had her pregnancy announcement. Which, if you guys haven't watched it, you should go watch it.
Surprise! She's pregnant.
She's pregnant.
Yeah.
But like someone was like, "Hey, you know what you should do? You should do a manifesto like Matt did, with except for women's." And it's like she
Or
announced she's
babies.
pregnant, and that's your comment. Okay.
Right. It's so funny the comments that we get. Like it's very odd when I read comments about like someone will put out a video like and someone will put something totally different or ask something and you're like, did you not like just watch the video? Or a friend of mine put a post out the other day saying, I'm overwhelmed, I'm trying to gather myself, and someone's like, hey, can you do me a favor? And I'm like, I had to comment, I'm like, I don't care. I'm like, did you not read her post? Hello, you're asking a favor of an overwhelmed human. Like, what is wrong with you? Hey, Tommy, there's
Oh, your
Matt.
ears burn, Matt? I
We
had
already
someone
talked
ship
about you
us.
earlier.
Yeah. No, I had someone ship us in a comment in my latest video. And I was
Someone
just
did
like,
what?
shipping. So it's been like, hey, you should. I was watching this video and I totally thought about Matt from Thrift to Life. You should totally like go spend some time with him. And I'm like, did you not? I'm guessing you're new here.
Right.
I'm taken. And he lives on the other side of the country.
You
So
know,
I
there's
thought that was funny.
places in life for that, okay?
And Tommy, my hope
Utah,
is that by the end of it, I won't have this over Tracy. But I don't know how many it takes to get you there. So
not
we'll see
much
how it goes.
lately, not much. So,
Okay. So if you don't know, which I have no doubt that you all do that are here, this is Tracy.
hi.
Tracy, do you want to say something to the
No.
people that are normally in everybody's chats?
Hello? Like, what? Like, I cannot introduce myself if that's what you're asking.
Okay. I was asking that, so we'll
Okay.
just ignore that. I mean, like,
I
yes, no,
resell sometimes, like,
you resell
lately.
something.
Lately, it's kinda like I list sometimes. And I'm sorry, like, I know a lot of people are having bad sales, but I am not putting effort out. I'm getting some sales, so I wanna know, how are your sales?
My sales are great.
There you go. You
But
heard it.
I'm in the still building trying to do the full-time thing. Like, my
Mhm.
sales haven't slipped, but I'm
Good.
also on 4 platforms. So, I mentioned in my last What Sold video that, taking my old eBay listings that are over 30 days old and over 100 views, I'm
Mhm.
taking those down
Yeah.
because, I've watched you and Tommy, you've talked about how the older things that don't sell hurt your
Well, I'm glad
store
you can follow
score.
through with that because I just can't for some reason. I don't know. It's a mental illness, I think. It's hard. You put work into something and you take it down because you know it's hurting your store, but
But you just
you
put it back up. You don't
Oh,
change
oh,
anything.
I do that, but
Yeah,
yeah, but I still have but still, I have so much that's really bogging down my store. I could easily I have, I don't know, 870 listings, which is dumb, when I should probably have 400 if I did this the right way.
I mean, you say that, but I hear 800, I'm like, I'm getting there. Like, my goal is
Mhm,
to be at, around 1,000. And I don't know why I have that goal. It's just like I feel like that's
mhm.
healthy
I've had
to be where
1,000.
I want
I
to be.
never want 1,000 again, never. That's just me. That meant I had very long tail items, which I'm like you, Bob. I like the vintage items. I like the things that there's special buyers for, but dang it, I can have some. but I also have to have the ones that sell fast for me. I mean,
Right.
I'm not saying the
Did we lose
lot.
Tracy?
Oh, hi.
Oh, what happened?
I don't know, it got big.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't do that at
I'm
all.
I startle easily, apparently.
I did not do that. The
Okay.
internet decided you both of us needed to be large for some reason. Well, okay, so that's why I've been trying to do TikTok and actually so anytime I've done a TikTok before I do a vintage drop, at least one of the pieces sell.
Yeah.
But that
Like,
requires energy.
before you list it,
No,
or
after they're listed.
okay, and you're 100% sure that it's from your TikTok?
Yeah, because if
Yeah,
you do the Etsy where oh, I'm sorry, when you go into Etsy, it shows like where your traffic's coming from. And whenever I post like a TikTok that says it's getting dropped, the number goes up as to where the traffic's coming from.
yeah.
And if I drop that and then within 24 hours, one of the pieces I show sells,
Mhm.
I
Okay.
feel like that can't be too much of a coincidence. But I have to have time to do that. And
Mhm.
I because Etsy is like the only place that has fees, I don't want to post anything on Etsy until I have a sale to counteract those fees, if that makes sense.
What do you mean they're the only platform that has fees?
So it costs to list.
Oh,
So
yeah,
it's just
because I
on
owe them
eBay.
I apparently owe them, like, 40 cents or 60 cents, so they shut me down.
Hmm.
Because my debit card got changed, or my card, whatever card I had associated with my account, and they're like, I listed apparently, and I owed them, or it relisted, or it did whatever it did, and I owe them, like, less than $1. So they took all my listings down, which I get. I mean, that's what I signed up for, but I was at that point, I go, "I don't really enjoy Etsy. I'm just gonna leave it to where I owe them money."
Be done.
Yeah,
That's I that's the thing with at
I
the end of the
can.
year last year when they shut my store down because they couldn't find my business.
Oh, yeah. I remember that,
And then
yeah.
I was like, okay, well, can I change it to so I did what they told me to do, and I switched it to individual, and they still couldn't with I get up first thing in the morning,
Mhm,
I sit down, I sort from ones that are going to end soon, and then I look to see which ones are naughty, and I end them, and then I list those into everywhere, and everything's the same price. I took a page out of Amber's book and just
mhm.
started cross posting everything the same price,
Yeah.
and things are moving that weren't moving before, and that's the only reason why my sales haven't taken a dive and they've
Mhm,
actually just stayed either consistent or grown a little bit is
mhm.
because I'm on all the different platforms.
Right. Yeah. I think I'm gonna stick with eBay and, Poshmark for now, because I'm not listing every night. I mean, I work at night mostly. I'll work through the day. Like, I listed a necklace today. But I don't generally list during the day. But, I haven't been listing every night since the move. I haven't gotten into my flow. I'm still stumbling over things in here. I haven't felt the rhythm yet, and I'm working slowly back into it.
Well, it's also you have to make your space your own too. And are you in an Airbnb right now still?
No, we're in a rental for 1 year,
Okay.
so it's not gonna I can't put holes in the wall, so I am, like, in command strip heaven here. Like, I have no door on this room, so I have a big curtain, which one of the command strip curtain rod holders fell down today. So it's like everything is just not permanent. So it just doesn't feel right, and I don't think it will. So I just need to get the heck over that and make it the best I can.
Well,
But
I mean, have you thought about doing something like a lot of Josh does when he was like trying to figure out what he needed to do when he went full time and he started to go to like a coffee shop once a week just to like get work done. Have you thought about doing that or is that more a
no,
distraction than a
no,
help?
I have to work at night right now. My son is like on a really good streak. He's bipolar and he'll probably like live with one of us for the rest of his life. So he's doing so well right now. He's literally by my side all the time right now. And I'm trying to build him up a business of Airbnbs on the property. So for me to help him succeed, I have to get him in the right space of mind. And it's going so well that that's my main goal. But I don't care about eBay. I mean, that's my first, you know,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Mom first, everything else
oh
second.
yeah, yeah. Like I'm not giving up on this guy. So he's too good, you know.
Aw.
He's so worth it. And so that's my main thing every day is to really get him into a workflow. I am going to teach him. He was helping me ship before the move. Because I'm like, you need to learn to ship because when I travel, you need to ship for me. So sorry, you know. Hi, Lauren. Hi, Ciro. Hi, Form. Hi, everybody. Um, so I've been lax on that part. And I told him today, I'm like, you have to come in and ship with me every morning. You just have to, or night, or whatever works for you. I'll do what you want, but you have to learn it really well. Like that is the hardest part, you know. But if I set up my listings well and my space well for him, which I feel like my shipping space is pretty good, it'll get better when I move into a permanent place, obviously. But um, yeah. Anyway, I don't know what the question was. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Well, you know,
Was there a
I have
question or
ADHD
was I
too. We
just
can just
ramble?
continue on.
I am the rambler.
That's all right.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
with you
Lauren, he
mentioned
is.
that you have property. Are you looking now to just buy another house? Or are you looking to hopefully find a builder to build on the property?
We have a Quonset hut being delivered at the end. Well, it was supposed to be at the end of this month, but it's already the 25th. So I think it's been pushed back a week or two. And we have a team of builders to put it together correctly. And actually just talked to a guy that makes YouTube videos about Quonset heads, and my husband really liked the way he did his, and he's very knowledgeable. So he paid him for an hour consult the other day, and the guy was like, "I don't have time to help you." He's an architect. He's like, "I don't have time to help you design the inside." But he emailed this morning and he said, "I love the enthusiasm. I do want to help you, and I do want to like be a part of this." So that was kind of cool, you know. He's just passionate about Quonset huts, which if you don't know what a Quonset hut is, it's like a half barrel building, you know.
I know what we use them for, which is extra garage or lumber storage.
Mhm.
I've never heard of anybody turning
Mhm.
it into a house before.
Oh,
So I saw
look
that's a
online. Look
okay.
online. They're really beautiful, and like the front and the back are usually, not always, but usually mostly windows, you know, and the doors, obviously. But there's specific things we want. And um anyway, so we're gonna put that on the property. We're gonna have my eBay space and like my I don't know. I guess I'll talk about it. My marriage isn't exactly incredible, but we are like going to live on this property together so, for my son's sake. And I'm going to travel and I'm going to have my own place to live on the property as well. So arch cabins are going up, which are small, tiny homes, and some are going to be Airbnbs. And we're just going to have, you know, what we need on the property. And I'm going to have more freedom to come and go. And
Live your life.
I wanna source on the road, like, not leave for huge, long periods of time, but leave, you know, I feel like 3 weeks at a time, 4 weeks at a time will keep me in the mental space that I need to be in because I feel like I've done my work in raising my children. I've given a lot, you know. I gave up
Yeah.
14 years of working to raise my children. I homeschooled them. I did all the, you know, I did all I could that I feel kind of like I need to find myself again, you know. And I know that sounds maybe silly to some, but
No.
yeah. So that's the plan, because I never want to leave my children, especially my youngest, feeling like he doesn't have a fit or something, so this is what we've all decided will work.
Right. Yeah.
Mhm.
No, I know that's a common issue with women that
Mhm.
when they become a mother, they lose themselves. Like it's not that they regret that. Like they love being
No.
a mother, they love having their children, they love their children, but they do
Mhm.
end up kind of the mother first, which you're
Mhm.
always going to be mother first, but like
You
then you
you
kind of
better be. You better be. I mean, I'm
then you
sorry.
sacrifice like a lot of stuff, like not just the
Yeah.
like things you used to love, things that you
Mhm.
could eventually love, your future
Mhm.
passions, like all that kind of goes to the wayside because you're doing the mom first.
Yeah.
But
Tommy, you
have
never know,
you
Tommy.
did you ever watch The College Picker, Eric the
Mhm.
College Picker?
Yeah, I've met him. He's so
Okay.
nice. Yeah.
Yeah. He seems like a really cool dude. Is that
Mhm.
something like what you want to do, where you're just gonna like build out a van and go do
Well,
some
okay, that was
sourcing and
my
shipping it around?
original thought, but I'm looking at okay, I went from I want a trailer because I want space. I want lots of space to get stuff. But as a single woman on the road, that's not very safe. Like if somebody is outside your camper, you can't drive away if you have a trailer, right?
Right.
So I went from that to okay, I want to be able to jump into the driver's seat and go.
Hmm.
Then I was like, I just want a van and I can ship stuff back so I'm just kind of going through like I don't know, but I'm looking at the prices right now going, I don't want anything. I want to focus on the property and I'll figure it out cuz something will show up in my life for me and I'll go, that's it. That's what I want. If I go searching right now, I'm just going to end up totally frustrated. And
Yeah.
cuz granted, yeah, I sold a house recently for good money, but you should see the amount of debt I got to pay off with it. It's not like I have a ton of money in the bank right now. I mean, I'm okay, but um, life is expensive, and I don't want to waste it on $120,000 rig.
No, and living in Texas is
Mm-mm.
expensive. Like
Yeah.
the boy is from
Mhm.
Texas, and
I
we went
didn't
down
know.
there for the first time.
Mhm.
Hello, Lady Luck Charms.
Sorry, my eye
Hello,
is
Super Geek.
watering. It's from the
Hi,
fan. I'm
Anfisa.
not crying, I swear. I have a
No, it's
fan
okay.
on me. Okay. What is
Uh,
Super Geek's name again? She's so nice.
Victoria.
Victoria, hi.
Yeah, she's my favorite lady.
She's
But no, like I when we went to Texas, I just
Mhm.
between Texas and California, because I've been to thrift stores in California too. Like
Mhm.
Texas and California, y'all's thrift stores
Crazy.
are absolutely insane. Like,
Yeah, but, there you just have to know where to go because I have a new honey hole, and I'm so excited, and I love it. I find good stuff. They're not open very often, but it's, like, on my weekly regimen now, and I get so excited. It's always men's clothing I find there, and I'm fine with that.
that's the best.
I prefer men's clothing. Honestly, I would prefer to not look at the women's clothing, to be honest. So, um, I just I don't know. I love that place. I have another charity shop here that's really good prices, and I'm not gonna live off of that. There's no way.
No.
But it's a you know, it's a good thing to have close by because 'cause I'm in Podunk, Texas now. Like, I'm literally Austin is nuts. I think Austin is more expensive than California for thrifting, honestly. So
I don't know. We were like first of all, he had to drive through Dallas because that was a nightmare, and I never if you guys that
I've
was
lived in Dallas.
I can't the number of overpasses
The
and
thrifting there
exits.
is good, though.
Is it really?
Mhm,
We didn't stop because I didn't
mhm.
it was too much. But like there were some places we stopped at that had thrift stores where the thrift store prices were more expensive
Mhm.
than the antique stores we were going into. And
Yeah,
I just that's wild to me.
it is. Now, and granted, like, there's always something. This place I was just talking about, my new little honey hole, I go every Friday now. But I don't look at their boots, and, I mean, we can find some good boots here, okay? Like, good boots. Their boots are anywhere from 25 to $85. So I don't even look now. I'm like, "No, like, I'm just not gonna find boots here. I'll find those somewhere else because you find them at yard sales and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But, Yeah, I mean, but I see what you're saying because I know you, I know Tommy, I know a lot of people have very, very cheap thrift shops. Like, I can't imagine paying $1.99 for a shirt. Like Tommy used to always say, "Oh, ours are $1.99." I'm like, really? Because our cheapest, like the cheapest, stupidest T-shirt would be $6.99.
Yeah, no, like here I understand after I started like thrifting outside of my own space that, oh, no, that's good here. Mississippi is insane. Like
Yeah,
there's a reason why there's so many Mississippi resellers because
really.
Victoria has it good down there. Like when I went down there to visit her and Alicia and
Hmm.
I saw their prices were like 20% off what we had here and our thrift stores are cheap. I
Hmm.
was like, no wonder you guys are doing so
Hmm.
well down here. This is crazy. And it's good stuff. It was like actual brands that I
Right.
don't really get to find anywhere else.
There's nothing better than a thrift shop that is just this price for shirts, this price for pants. I like that.
Is it not like that where you are?
Mm-mm. Most
Okay.
places, I mean, I have one thrift shop here in this little town that is like that, and it cracks me up because it's like shirts with sleeves, $4. Shirts without sleeves, $2. Like the wording is like insane. I'm going, I like, okay.
What counts as a sleeve? Because I have some shirts that like just have that little roll thing that I really like. Is that technically a sleeve, or would you
I like
call that
the whole
sleeveless?
thing too. It's like just enough to cover the fat right here, right?
Just to make sure the armpit's covered, but then
Mhm.
like you still have your arms mobility. Yeah.
Do
No,
you go
I
the bins? You don't do the bins, do you?
we talked about at the beginning my social
That's
anxiety.
right.
I've
I
been
almost said it as soon as I said that. I was like, "Oh, never mind."
it's like, I
Mhm,
do live streaming on Twitch every day, like almost every day, and like I'm very personable when I am prepared to be out.
mhm,
You guys have like I don't mind doing VODs because it's like I can be there, but a lot of times we've tried doing the bins, but the boy and I
mhm.
both have social
Yeah,
anxiety.
don't do it.
So like normally at estate sales when I am, whole body into the closet making a giant pile, he's outside waiting for me to be done. So,
Yeah.
like when I'm finding good stuff, I can do that, but the
Mhm,
bins, they're so crowded. And I've mentioned it before on my channel, but we don't have glassware or hardware or hard goods at all in my bins. It's just clothes and shoes and
mhm.
books because they had people break glass and cut people with it.
Wow.
So that's another reason. That's the
Yeah.
closest bins near me. And so I have that in the back of my mind whenever I'm going there.
Mhm,
And then it's also super crowded and there are
mhm.
kids that are just running around completely unsupervised. It's like
Yeah.
mom is got a cart of crap that she's going to send
Yeah,
back
I could see
home.
that. It's a very anxious thing to do, but I kinda dig it. Yeah. Like,
No, and if
I'm not a big bins person, but I'd like to go here and there.
right. If it was like someplace like California, like Courtney, the stuff that she finds at the bins,
Mhm,
or like when Amber went to Colorado and was finding
mhm.
great stuff, like that would be
That's where I
different.
wanna
But
go.
all I'm finding the few times I have gone to the bins here in Hampton has been, what I find at the regular thrift store, which is a
Mhm,
bunch of Ralph, Ralph Lauren, a bunch of Tommy Hilfiger, a bunch of chaps. It's not really anything interesting other than maybe a couple of few vintage pieces and or some like antique or vintage books. That would
mhm.
be about it that I found there. So
Yeah.
it's not really worth it to me, especially when I'm going to these estate sales. So
Mhm,
I'm just like you at the thrift stores. I'm about the men's all day because I
mhm.
know the estate sales got me with the women's clothes because women live longer than men typically. So that's normally all you find at
Ha!
estate sales.
There you go, guys.
What?
We're gonna live long or I'm outliving all of you men in here, okay?
It's possible. You don't
Mhm,
know.
mhm,
But like I'm finding and that's the issue that I have is whenever I go source at all, even if it's the thrift store or an estate sale, it's
mhm,
not a small amount. It's always feast or famine here.
mhm,
And it's more feast than famine, and so that's why I have a hoarded house now. So
mhm. That's difficult, isn't it? How do you have anxieties about that? I mean, I kind of feel like you do just from your videos, but I don't know if you're just working through it because you're anxious about having it all or because you know you actually have to get the work done so that you can keep it sustainable for your lifestyle.
Could you phrase that differently
Like,
for me?
no, no, I can. Like, do you have an anxiety about because you have anxieties, but your death pile, does that create that within you, or you just know that you have to get through it? Or is it an anxiety issue that is bringing you to go through it?
No, I don't have executive dysfunction with
Mhm.
my ADHD,
Okay.
which is kind of great. That's not
Mhm.
how for me, my anxiety has always been around people and socials because,
Mhm.
the autism, I don't have like an idea as to what social cues are. So for me, that's part of why I've shown it too, is because most people, most resellers, like we all have death pile or we all have a hoard room where we have a bunch of unlisted inventory or a hoard
Mhm.
closet or whatever. And that's why I showed it because it's like everybody shows the pretty and the nice background and
Mhm.
I do that too, but it's
Mhm.
like this is what my life looks like. This
Mhm.
is how easy it can get out of hand. I'm going to go through it. It's fine. I don't have necessarily an anxiety about that. I just kind of want to have that clean, nice space. And I feel that now that I'm not working 9 to 5 at a job that I absolutely hate, that's having such a big social drain on everybody,
Right.
I should be able to get to it,
Yeah.
but I'm not because now I'm trying to build this business and now I'm able to do the other things that I enjoy. Like I'm able to stream again. I'm able to put
Mhm.
time into my other channels and produce content that way. So
Right.
it's just like now I have to find that balance and also get the hoard under control.
Mhm. Yeah. You'll get there. You just can't overbuy, and we're in prime buying season. So, I
Yeah,
mean,
that's why, I went thrifting today. I had to go
mhm.
take stuff to the post office and I'm like, I'm just going to stop in
Yeah. But that's
and
when you have to, and it's hard. This is a disease we all have, okay? Like, it's so like, we should all be able to go, "I'm gonna stop in, but I'm only gonna buy some, things if they're really good and really worth it and fast seller." That's when you can be more picky and try to train yourself to be a better sourcer. Not sorcerer, but sourcer. Source I can't say
right.
that. Sourcer. Sor
No, but like this recent thrift shop, I'm gonna do
Mhm,
a haul, but like I found arborware, I found vents,
mhm,
um a vintage army t-shirt
mhm,
from like the 90s that I know is gonna sell. And I found a bunch of vintage hardcover books for my
mhm,
other channel that I'm going to read and do a haul about. So
mhm.
it's not that I picked up a bunch of crap
Right.
and it's like it's easy. I
Mhm.
I I
It's not
have been
crap. It's not crap ever until you get it home and you go, "Oh, that's my case anyway." I'm like, "Wow.
Well, it's
What did I
I've been
do?"
trying to do better. Like,
That is
honestly,
sad.
doing the collab with Matt, Amber, and
Mhm,
Josh, like actually sitting down with Matt's manifesto
mhm,
and having all those brands in my mind when I'm going to source, it's a lot easier. And like you said, I'm like you, I prefer men's.
mhm,
And it's just that I here in my area, none of the resellers do men's clothes, and very few of the resellers do glass and ceramics.
mhm,
Like there was another reseller in there. Some dude was in there with a whole bunch of like electronics and other crap. And he's sitting there in front of the men's shorts blocking my area
mhm,
and like the men's pants. And he's sitting there looking comps up and doing some other crap. And he finally moved away and that's when I found the Arborwear pants.
mhm.
And they're sitting right in front of him, but that's not what
He
they're
doesn't
interested
want
in.
it.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that's good.
But that's like what I have to source in my area. And then
Mhm.
when I go to estate sales, I'm picking up mostly clothes because one, estate sale people don't know about that and they
Right,
don't care and
right.
they just want to get rid of it. And that's where you get the best deals from. So I've learned what works in my area for sourcing. I have a limited amount of both time and energy because of my
Mhm.
disabilities.
I
So,
agree, yeah. Yeah. You just have to do it the smartest you can. I mean, you know what works for you, and we learn every day. I think everybody learns a little something about themselves every day, or I do
yes.
anyway. I'm like constantly going, "Oh, I need to do it this way." It doesn't mean I'm gonna do it that way right away, but it's in the back of my mind and I'll get there eventually, hopefully.
Can I ask you a question? I mean,
Okay.
yes, because you're on my channel, but um, you say do you have celiacs or do you have the
Mhm.
gluten intolerance?
Well,
Like,
okay, I don't know. because okay, when I was very ill. I was in bed for a year. I didn't function. I had to put the kids back in school. I was homeschooling, and I put them back in school, and I mean, trigger warning. So if you need to step away for a second, I um I didn't want to live like that anymore. It was very painful. Every day, my kids only heard me say, "Mom doesn't feel good. I'll be in bed," and I realized that they've heard that every single day for 365 days. And I wasn't getting better. I was going to doctors, and nothing was getting better. I was just getting worse and worse, and everything was inflamed, and I mean, I was like, "I have arthritis, find it." "I have bone cancer, find it." And I would just walk out of every doctor's office with a prescription, and I would just look at them, and I would just wad it up and throw it in the trash can and go, "I don't want to take a pill to make me feel better. I want to know why I feel this way and treat the problem. I don't know what you guys can't understand about this. I feel like I'm dying." And so finally, here's the trigger. I got the gun out of my closet and I decided I was done. I'm like, I can't live like this. I can't do it. And I called my husband at work. I'm like, oh my God. I don't know. I need help. I need help. I'm like, I literally have the gun in my hand. I don't like the kids are young. Like, help me. And he's like, he worked like 5 minutes from home. He's like, I'll be right there. So I can't imagine his fear and not knowing if I was even gonna like be there, when he got home. But I was just so afraid and so tired of being in that amount of pain and not having anyone help me. I'd spent tens of thousands of dollars taking tests and talking to all these doctors, and nobody. I'm like, am I just a lemon? Was I not meant to be on this earth? So he's like, we have to figure this out. So I had a couple friends that were talking about this weird thing about gluten, which I'd never heard of. I was like, why were those two women sick? So I called them and I go, what is wrong with you and what were your symptoms? And so I asked both of them, and they both had celiac disease, and one of them gave me their doctor's name because all my symptoms, there's such a vast amount of symptoms you can have. They can act like any other disease. So but I'm like, my symptoms are so in, you know, alignment with what this is. So I went to see her gastroenterologist, and I I had to wait like a month and a half to get in with him. So in the meantime, she's like, "Well, order this test online because he's going to have, you take this stool sample test anyway. So just have it done and he'll have the results." So I did that. And when you get the results, like I already knew once I got the results from the lab, I was like, "Oh, this is," yeah. So when I got to the doctor and handed him the results, he's like, "Oh, no, like, you got issues, girl. You got, your numbers are terrible. And no wonder you felt like you were dying." So anyway, he helped me. And but the problem was at that point, that month and a half, once I got the results back, I was like, I'm giving up gluten. I want my life back.
Yeah.
So he goes, to test you for celiac disease, you have to eat gluten for like 2 weeks before we test you again. I go, I am not doing, I mean, it was okay. I am not a religious person now. I was then. But 7 days after me giving up gluten, I went from being in bed, not functioning. I mean, and when I say not functioning, I am not, it's no joke. I was in bed for a year. Um, I got my life back in 7 days. Like, I am, like, feeling good. I'm out doing things. Like, I'm like, "Oh, hell no, I'm not eating that shit again. You got no, I'm not doing it." So he goes, "Okay, here's the thing. It doesn't matter if you have celiac or if you have gluten intolerance. It really doesn't matter because the results are the same. You just don't eat it. Like, there's not a pill that's gonna help you with this. It's what you're
Oh.
eating." I'm like, "I don't need to know." So he goes, "If I had to guess, you have celiac. If you need to think you have celiac so that you don't eat it, then you have celiac." He was so real with me, which most doctors are like, "Oh no, you need to test. I want more money from you." He was very cool. And his wife had celiac. So I totally trusted him. And I was like, okay, I have celiac then. I mean, that's just how I looked at it. So I really technically don't know. but I
No,
do
that's
know that gluten was gonna kill me. I do know that. And
I
don't
mean,
don't get me wrong, I still eat gluten here and there. I do it because it tastes so damn good. But I don't eat it daily. It's a very rare thing, and I always feel terrible when I eat it, and I shouldn't. Hi, Paul. Hi, Mary.
hi, Mary. Hi, Paul. Um, the reason I ask is, have you ever done a 23andMe before?
Which one is what is that? I don't know.
It's 20. So the reason why initially I did 23andMe, it's one where you like spit in a cup and they give you your
Oh, well, that
the ancestry and the
cortisol?
huh?
Is that for cortisol testing?
No,
Oh.
23andMe is like for okay.
Oh,
The
genetic.
reason it's genetic
Okay,
testing, and the reason why I did it was because
okay.
I wanted to find out, it was prior to me getting diagnosed with POTS and
Mhm,
all the other crap that I have.
mhm.
I was just trying to figure out more medical information. And then the FDA got involved because all of the big genetic testing companies, all big pharma was upset that you were able to get all this genetic
Mhm.
information about all these diseases and stuff and like
Yeah,
your chromosomes and all that stuff without having to pay $1,000 to them.
yeah,
You only had to pay $100 for this spit in a tube test versus
yeah.
all the invasive crap. And so the FDA got involved, and so they couldn't release that information. So all I got was the ancestry information. I was like, you
Okay.
don't need to tell me that. I already know I'm this
Mhm.
much Japanese, and I'm this much all the white people.
All
Uh,
the white peo all of them. All of them.
yes. So for what then they finally got FDA approval, and then they
Mhm.
started being able to release the genetic information out of that. But I carried, and my brother both carry the issue with gluten intolerance,
Okay.
celiac
I
carrier.
think
So they do
a
test for
lot of
that.
people do that will never be aware. I mean
So for me personally, like if I eat a lot of gluten, like if I drink a lot of
Mhm,
beer or if I eat a lot of like regular bread,
mhm.
I get chicken skin, and it's not just
My
here,
daughter
it's
gets that.
all the way down
Mhm,
here on the backs of my legs,
mhm.
and then it, gets to the point where I'm itching all the time. My brother, he just gets full on open sore hives,
Yep.
like anywhere where there's joints. So like we
Wow.
both know we're gluten intolerant.
Mhm,
My brother basically just only saves his gluten for beer with the boys,
mhm.
but he still has those issues. Like he'll come home and you'll
Yeah.
see like long scabs, and I'm like, is that from rock climbing or is that
Mhm.
from beer? It's always from
I don't
beer.
know why it's so hard to give it. I mean, there's a
'Cause
lot
it's
of op
delicious.
I know, there's a lot of options though, but, I mean, and it's so weird also that so many people have different, symptoms, you know? It's like, I'll get bloated instantly. I'll look pregnant sometimes, like, up high. It's like, okay, like, that's my first sign. I'm like, "Oh god," "My pants are tight now," And it's not that I overate, it's what I ate is just inflamed, And it's I'm gonna die one day. I'm gonna enjoy my life, here and there, because I love food. I love food so much. It's terrible.
I'm big same.
Mhm,
I think for me, like, I was where you were with
mhm.
before I found out I had POTS. Like
Yeah.
when you say that, I totally understand where
I
you're
used to
coming
never
from.
say that because it's embarrassing, I mean, it's truly
Why is it
embarrassing that you
embarrassing?
ever felt that your life wasn't, worth being here. But now I'm like, "You know
When you have
what?"
that quality of life, no, it's not
Right.
embarrassing.
Yeah,
Like, well, if you
yeah.
felt embarrassed, I'm not trying to invalidate your feelings. I'm just trying to say, like,
I'm not
I
embarrassed anymore. I mean, not at all. I feel like more people need to know, but I didn't tell people at the time. That's what I'm saying. Like
okay.
I couldn't. Yeah.
No, like, I mean, I've been there before as
Mhm.
well. Like, before I got my POTS diagnosis, like, what would happen, like clockwork, every 3 months, my body would just shut off and I would be violently throwing up,
Yeah.
like sh- whiter than I already am. I already am the beacons of Gondor when I go outside in the summer, but whiter than I normally am, and I'm shaking violently. And because of the fact, like, I was exceptionally thin because
Mhm.
my disability makes it so I have a hard time gaining weight.
Yeah.
The first thing they would do would be like, is she on something?
Mhm.
Because I was reacting like I was going through either a drug overdose or a withdrawal.
Yeah.
And they're like, No, she can't even take regular prescription
Mhm,
drugs. She's not doing that. They'd still do a full blood work because they wouldn't
mhm,
believe me, and they do that against my parents' wishes or against my
mhm,
wishes. And they're like, we can't find anything wrong with her. I was basically just severely dehydrated and my
mhm.
body was shutting down because I had POTS. And my
Yeah.
body works like 4 to 5 times harder than everybody else's to do basic
Mhm.
function. But they would say it's just in her head.
Okay, this is the thing that can really destroy people because my doctor had me one of the idiots had me feeling that way at one point. It was all in my head. You can't do that to people. You cannot like nobody goes and spends thousands and thousands of dollars begging for help if it's all in their head, okay? Like it just that no, not right.
Yes, I
And that
totally want this $5,000 hospital bill.
yeah, no, if your doctor ever says that, you just walk right out. Yeah, no thanks. No thanks.
Yeah. So it wasn't until I found like my primary care doctor
Mhm.
who happened to have multiple POTS patients and
Mhm.
was like, your quality of life sucks.
Yeah.
You can't keep coming in here with all these hospital like visits in your
Mhm.
chart. Like we got to figure out what's wrong with you. It's like it's either this thing or it's this thing.
Mhm.
Just letting you know, it's going to be 6 months out to find out if it's either of them. And I was on a wait list for 6 months to go get the POTS testing, and I was on a wait list for a year to go get sleep tested.
Mhm.
And it turned out to be POTS, and like
Mhm.
it took 2 years of like figuring stuff out, but now my quality of life is so much better. I haven't been to the hospital since a year after I got my
Mhm.
diagnosis because I figured out what I needed to do.
See,
But
that's the thing, if you can figure out how to curb all this from happening or at least extend, the amount of times or how often you have to go and do these little repair retreats in the
right,
hospital, it changes everything. And Infusa's right, wheat is not my grandfather was a wheat farmer, and I feel like my grandmother was probably celiac like, extreme because she was in a wheelchair at age 32 from extreme deformative arthritis, which
wow,
arthritis is a part of celiac, because I would go in and go, "My joints are so inflamed," and they were just I mean, it was like they were on fire, and I'm like, "Why? Why?" And they just couldn't tell me, and it was so frustrating, like, to just think you're dying and falling apart and no one's helping you, but, so I remember my grandfather was so angry one summer. I was very young, and he was so angry because all of a sudden he wasn't going to be able to save his seeds. Every farmer relies on saving their seeds. That
right.
right? But all of a sudden Monsanto is in the and I just wish he was still alive cuz as an adult when I kind of found out all of my issues and how our food is being controlled, by these big corporations, I would love to have talked to him about what I didn't know when I was a child watching him so angry about this, because at the time I'm
Mhm.
just like, oh, I mean, grandpa don't get mad, but he's mad today, But I, it's just crazy. Whatever they've done to our food supply is making them richer and us sicker.
Yeah. No, so my mom's side of the family, they're Appalachia farmers.
Hmm.
And my mom used to talk about them growing sugar cane and tobacco and her like
Hmm.
going in the fields and doing harvests and stuff. And when I was very small, like they still had tobacco growing in the tobacco barns. And I love the smell
Hmm.
of drying tobacco, but cigarettes are terrible. It's like, how can something smell so good in the plant form, but
Uh-huh.
so terrible in the use form? I don't understand that.
I
But
don't know.
now they've transitioned away from growing crops to doing cattle because that's the only way that they can survive on that land because it's
Mhm.
not profitable anymore. They can't do the same thing they were doing
Yeah.
40, 50
That's
years ago.
right. Well, yeah, I don't know how much sugar is even grown in the United States anymore. It seems like not a whole lot.
It's not profitable anymore. It's
Yeah.
not worth the time and energy and effort to do it.
Mhm.
Like it's so much cheaper and it grows like year round in the tropics or of
Mhm.
over in Indonesia or India.
Mhm.
So it's just not worth it anymore for them.
Hmm.
And that's why I find it very interesting that because of the pandemic, so many more people are discovering how to grow their own food in the
Mhm,
small spaces. And maybe it's just my TikTok, but my TikTok is almost all foraging TikTok,
mhm.
or
That's
like
cool.
how to garden in like an
Yeah,
apartment, or how to
yeah,
garden in like a small plot of land, or how to
right.
change your front yard into a garden versus
Grass is
grass.
useless. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's nice for your dog to poop in or whatever. I don't know. Like, that's another part that I'm excited about to be out on the property. We're gonna have chickens, and, my son is actually excited to grow food in a garden where I've always gardened because I come from that,
Yeah.
farmer mentality. We grew our food, and we canned our food, and I haven't had a garden in quite a lot of years. I guess when I started my crappy job with the terrible boss is when my garden was shut down. It was like, okay, no more time for that. But I'm excited to teach him how to garden. It's not difficult. It just, you have to know what you're doing, and you have to be diligent with the weeds and the insects, and the
Yeah.
animals and the critters and all of that. But it's so important to know.
Yeah, I agree too. I feel like
Hey,
so many
Shay.
people are far removed from
Doyle.
their food. Yeah, Shay's here,
Mhm.
Doyle's here, Mary's here, Brett's here, Jen's here. I'm sorry, Jen, I don't think I've ever said hello to you. Hello, Jen. But, you know, my family, my parents were always very much about like, you need to know where your food comes from, because
Mhm.
they saw too many kids that were, my age growing up, going to McDonald's, like the rise of fast food.
Mhm.
They didn't know where their food came from, and my parents were like, "That's not gonna be yours.
Mhm.
That's not gonna be your experience." So my parents had like a quarter acre of a garden. So it's not a small garden, it's a
Right.
large
That's
garden.
great.
And I spent every summer helping my mom snap beans. My mom still does
I
that.
love I love doing that, and
I do
peas.
too.
I mean, it's like
Yes,
most people, don't like doing the peas because you get very little for the amount of work, but you have never had peas that taste so dang good. You just haven't.
agreed. And like
Yeah.
tomatoes versus like what
Mhm.
you buy in the store, hands down, just
Ah, I know. It's so different. And, like, okay, so I know I'm older than a lot of people here, but in my day, like, I remember the canned foods becoming such a big thing. I guess it was a little bit before my time, when canned foods really came into full motion, and TV dinners. Like, it was so in and hip,
Mhm.
because it was something, just, I guess, I don't
It
know. I
was
mean,
convenient.
yeah. And women were starting to go more into the workspace than they were before that. And so they had to have convenience in their food as
It's
well.
just a switch for capitalism, that's all it is. So
Yeah.
when you had, like, the 50s and the
Mhm.
60s, okay, more like, after the war, they were trying to restart
Mhm.
industry here in the United States. So you were talking about, so you had the men going back to work, doing the full-time job, supporting the women, but most of the marketing started to be geared towards women, where they were buying, like, all the fancy new housing
Mhm.
contraptions, like
Yeah.
having a modern kitchen. You had the Anchor hocking, you had the Pyrex, where like things could be beautiful but also functional.
Mhm.
And like we were also trying to do reparations for the war, so there was a lot of Japanese made stuff that was brought in. So there
Mhm.
was a big Asian boom as well as to decorating styles. And then like a lot of those women were doing a ridiculous amount of drugs,
Oh,
because it was in the like
really?
cocaine, meth, yes, diet pills, like
Oh, yeah, I
keeping
guess
skinny and
so.
stuff. And then when you got to the late 70s and the 80s,
Mhm.
when all of those methamphetamines had to come out of regular everyday products, that's when you had the
Mhm.
exercise boom, like the 80s with the
Mhm.
jazzercise and the aerobics and the
Yeah.
buns of steel and stuff. And those women at the same time were going into the workforce, because now women could buy a house on their own. They could have credit cards on their own. Credit scores became a thing in the late
Mhm.
70s. If you did not know that, the credit score that governs everything in your life did not exist before the 70s.
Wow, I did not know that. When did sodas come around?
Sodas have been around, but they were
Since the
actually
50s?
Vitatomics.
Right.
No,
Well, I mean, because I
sodas
know that some had cocaine in them, and so like
sodas have been
Dr.
around
Pepper
since the
was
Victorian
supposed to
era.
be like a medicine
Mhm.
in the beginning is why it was designed.
Sodas have been around since
Mm,
the 1860s. Like
okay.
they've been around since the Victorian era, and
Okay.
then they've just became like they went from snake oil, like vitamin tonic elixirs to like get some pep in your step the
Mhm.
workday. Like then they became like soda bars in like the teens and the 20s.
Like
And then they didn't bec
fountain shops or whatever they
and
call
then
them.
the fountain shops became big after the war
Mhm.
because they were trying to socialize everyone again
Mhm.
without any therapy, which is probably terrible. Which is
Yeah, so
why,
okay, so here's the thing. The world's always been a mess. Okay.
yes,
So
it's
we
just a
just
different type of mess.
right. So just find your own happy mess and live in it.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to do. I figure I'm halfway or more than halfway done with my life. I'm gonna find my happy spot now.
But going back to the point, because it's something I'm really interested in, so I've
Mhm,
hyper fixated on this. So like in the 80s, when we had the big, dietary craze and women going back to like going to work, and we started having to deal with sexual harassment and all that
mhm.
stuff, that's when it's like, oh, well, you can be a mother and have a full-time career.
Yeah,
That's when the capitalistic convenience
yeah,
came into play. And it's like, here's a TV dinner. You can do the Mrs. Stouffer's or
yeah.
Mrs. Smith's with the pies. Like, you can still do the same things your mom did
Mhm.
when that was all she did, but now you can just get it from the freezer section.
Right, and you have to do, so much more now. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember my mom, she owned an upholstery and drapery shop,
Oh, that's
and
so cool.
my dad and her both ran it until, I don't they weren't great at business, and, it's a long story. Anyway, my dad went back to work, but my mom kept working in the shop, and, um, she was so good, had so much talent. She just let, like, designers take it I don't know. She just believed what people said. So that's why I'm a skeptic because I've
Yeah, too
watched my
much
mother.
faith in
Mhm.
humanity.
Yeah. And I mean, she was, and I don't fault her for that because that's what made her amazing was her love of everyone, But anyway, so she would take Vivarin all night long because she'd have
Can you tell me
deadlines.
what Vibrant is?
Vivarin is like caffeine pills.
Okay.
Like, but she would go days without sleeping because she had a deadline. And I'm like, "Mom, you gotta sleep." She's like, "I have to meet this deadline." I'm like, the way she worked was so intense, um, and respectable because not everybody has work ethic, but she was I mean, I still to this day think, did her cancer come from those pills she took back in the day? You just never know. It's crazy.
It might have come from her. It might have been a combination of that and just
Mhm.
not sleeping because your body needs
Mhm.
sleep.
Yeah. Yeah. Best thing she ever did was shut down the business and go work for someone else. I mean, but she just it worked. The business was good for like 12 years, but it just I'm
Okay,
sorry,
Tommy,
Patty. I'm
how
sorry.
are we depressing you? This is life.
Reality. Reality hurts.
Like, so if you want to, when you
Mhm.
want to have a not depressing
Mhm.
conversation, you need to go live with Tracy again.
Ah,
So you can all just do dick and fart jokes the whole time.
exactly. If not for us, for Krillin.
Oh my God, that was such a joy seeing you go live with Krillin. I didn't get to see it until like I saw you go live and I'm just like, I need to be unconscious. I'll watch this tomorrow. But it was so nice to see you because
Yeah.
amphetamines are bad. Who
Wait,
knew?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But I
No,
mean,
but this,
we get prescribed all this stuff all the time, and it's okay if it's from a doctor. But it's, I don't know,
I
whatever.
don't get prescribed crap.
Yeah.
So for me, if it has an adverse reaction to it, I have it. If it has like a 0.5% chance of this thing happening, I get it. So I have 2 approved medications. Okay, so if you have an allergic reaction to something, what do they normally prescribe you?
Some sort of an antihistamine, right?
or a steroid.
Oh God, steroids.
I'm allergic to those.
Oh, nice.
And I'm allergic to half of the antihistamines that they prescribe to you at the hospital.
Mhm.
So, yeah, no, I don't do
Oh,
drugs. I don't do
yeah,
drugs. Drugs are bad, okay?
yeah.
Like, for real.
Just grow your own food and drink a lot of water.
Or wine.
Or wine. That
You
fixes
know what? That's one
everything.
of the things that bothers me the most.
Mhm.
If I had known that I could have gone to Virginia Tech and gotten a degree in making wine, that would have been literally my first choice.
You can still do that, right?
No, I don't want to pay another institution like
Okay.
$100,000 to
True.
get a degree in something. Or if I want to, no, I still want to be a sommelier. Like my bucket list
Mhm.
item to do before I die is to become a sommelier.
Mhm.
That's something that I absolutely want to do. Oh,
I
thank you, Mary.
Hey, Joni. Yeah, speed was prescribed so nonstop. My husband's mother was a nurse, and she they told her to put my husband on Ritalin, and
Hmm.
she knew better. She's such a smart lady, about so many things, and that's why I was so lucky to have her during all of my celiac stuff and so many things that she really made me aware of because she looked at things differently. And, she said, "I'm not giving him speed," so she told me, she goes, to wear him down, she would to go outside and let him run around the 2 back doors of the car would be open, and he would run around in circles around the car and through the car and out and around and through the car, and she's like, he would just do it for hours, and then, like, who needs Ritalin when you have, like, that kind of I don't know. She could put up with so much, but she also had a kid that had polio, which you didn't survive from once you're in an iron lung, and sh she saved her kid, like, she knew so much, like, she was really a blessing to me. Uh,
Okay. So
mhm.
I try to say not political or anything on this channel. Try not to do with too strong opinions. When I'm live, I don't give a shit about that anymore.
Oh.
So we're gonna. So this is something I was talking about my partner about this. The reason why the COVID vaccine is so, I think, the reason why it's has an ability to be polarizing is because it's not disfiguring or disabling.
But it's not a
Polio?
vaccine.
No, okay. So polio, you go in the iron lung, you
Yeah,
can't walk.
right, 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 right.
Measles,
Okay.
smallpox.
Mhm.
Measles and smallpox, visibly disfiguring,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
COVID has none of that.
Hmm.
So because it's not physically debilitating, it's been able to become polarizing.
Wow. I never thought of it that way. Yeah.
Yeah. Like any of the things that are currently in schools that you have to get vaccinated for, like measles, mumps, and rubella,
Mhm.
polio vaccination, smallpox vaccination, all of those are horribly disfiguring or horribly disabling.
Yeah.
Nobody seems to have very much of a problem with those.
Well, right. I mean, not with those. I was that mom that had a problem with those.
Okay. That
And I
I
had to go to the government and ask for my paperwork so that I could my children were vaccinated, but I didn't like the government's vaccination plan.
I don't like the government's vaccination plan when it comes to small children. That's too
Yeah, I'm like,
many.
"You just pumped my daughter full of 12 freaking vaccines day
Yeah,
1."
no,
I
no.
was like I threw a fit. She was born blue, not breathing. I was just grateful to have her revived and in my arms. I'm like, "Are you kidding me? This will never happen again." So after that, um, I just because I did a lot of research and I found out you don't have to get it the way that they give
No.
it. You can have them split. Is that a Starbucks matte mug?
Yes, it's a Starbucks black matte mug.
Okay, so is that's not the smooth one is like the $80 one, right? Or
I
is it
don't
different?
know. I know Victoria got this on
Okay,
eBay. I
okay.
got this for free from Starbucks because I just happened to be in Texas when they were released and I had enough points on my thing and I
I
was
have
just
the
like, this
pink
is
one I bought from Josh. But the black matte, I think it's a smooth one that goes really high. Anyway, sorry, I got
I I
squirrel.
literally was sitting there considering, do I want to buy a bunch of these because I know
Yeah.
these are going to be super popular with the goth and
Mhm,
the Lolita community, but I was just like, no, I just want one for
mhm.
myself.
Yeah. So anyway,
But flu
I
and
was looked
pneumonia
down.
are not mandatory vaccinations. So Tommy, those are
True. True.
that's what we're talking
Flu,
about.
flu, I I I did that once. I never went back. And my mother-in-law would get so ill every year, and every time I'm like, "Did you just have the flu shot?" She's like, "Yes." I'm like,
Yep.
"You are a nurse." That's the one thing she didn't understand. She's like, "I'm older. I need the flu shot." I'm like, "You don't. You're so healthy. You're so good to yourself." Hi, Taylor, Dentiel, and Brenda. Um, but anyway, so I demanded that I give my kids the vaccinations the way I chose to.
No,
And
and
to put them in
I
public school, you have to have paperwork and you have
mhm,
to turn it in. I believe it was every 3 years, and you're only allowed to get 4 of these papers on each child. It was just so, like, really? I'm the mother. I'm not doing anything, like, they're getting everything they need. I'm just doing it my way, and I should have the right, but I had to, like, really fight for that, and it was fine in the end, but you do get looked down upon by other people.
okay. I'm sorry if you took it that way. I wasn't trying to
No.
do that. When it
No.
comes to the small baby, when a newborn baby
Mhm.
is and their vaccination schedule, I also feel like that's way too much
Yeah.
for their little tiny bodies,
Yeah.
especially if they've been a preemie at any point or if
Mhm.
they've had any kind of serious health issues.
Right.
Like, I feel like it should be more spaced out,
Yeah. Like, I don't
just
know
in
what
general.
makes you think that you should give, like, so many at one time. It's intense, and I don't know if autism can come from that. I just know a lot of mothers with autistic children that do believe it can so I just feel like there's no reason we shouldn't spread it out, you know?
Yeah. No,
As I did
I,
it with
I,
my dog because my dog had a bad reaction once. I'm like, "Nope, we're splitting his out too," and they will do it, okay?
no, they will do it. And that's the
Mhm,
thing. Like, I don't, so for me, like I haven't gotten my booster shot yet. And it's only because I know I'm going to be unfunctioning
mhm,
for 3 days to a week because I am immunocompromised. Like
mhm,
I am in that protected group. And I've said that in my videos. Like, hey, masks aren't really a thing anymore in my area. I'm still wearing it
mhm.
because I don't have
Yeah.
normal white blood cell response. So
Mhm,
I have to do that
mhm.
for my own benefit. But I also know I should get the booster shot. Like I was one of the first people to get vaccinated when I could for COVID, and
I'm still not. I'll just say it. I don't care. Hate
that
me.
that
Come at me, people. Come
that,
at me.
that I have
I've
plenty of
also
people
had
that I
COVID
know.
twice, so
You
but
you
all my
you
friends that are
ran that
vaccinated
roulette.
all my friends that are vaccinated have had it too, so I don't know. Like, I
I've
don't care.
managed not to get it, but that's
Mhm.
because I've done all the things that I'm
My son
supposed to
just
do.
I made him take a COVID test today. He's sick, and I'm like, here." He's fine.
No, like no, I've known plenty of people that are just as careful as I've been,
Mhm.
have had the shots and gotten boosters and still gotten
Yeah.
it. I like that's the thing. Like TwitchCon is supposed to happen again in October, and I really want to go because I miss doing conventions.
Mhm.
Like that was one of my favorite things about being a streamer and doing conventions and getting to do industry stuff in the gaming space. But like PAX just happened, and so many people I know have been super careful.
Mhm.
They come back from PAX with PAX. If you don't know what PAX is, it's a big gaming convention that used to have different conventions in different areas.
Mhm.
It started by a comic strip, Penny Arcade. It was started by Penny Arcade, and it's like one of the biggest industry conventions. And
Mhm.
like a bunch of my streamer friends have come back with COVID,
Yeah.
and they're like, I
And
tested
they'll
every.
always say, though, they'll always be like, "But it's lesser than it would have been." But you don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know. I think it's just such a choice. I think
it is.
I know me, and when I get shots like that, it usually causes problems with me. And it's due I mean, I have more than celiac. I've got Hashimoto's. I've got like I've survived COVID twice. I may be the stupidest human for being this way, but it's my prerogative, if I
It is your
die, I
life, and it
die.
is your choice.
Right?
So
Mhm,
I understand that, and I really do.
mhm,
I but the thing is for my reaction to the vaccine, I know that if I got it before getting vaccinated, I don't think I would have survived it.
Mhm.
Like, so my pain scale's really messed up, and I've like, so I can't feel half of my hands, and I can't feel below my calf
Yeah.
99% of the time. So I can break my foot. It's a 0 on the pain scale. I had no idea it happened. But
Wow.
I also, whenever I get surgery, I can't, nerve blocks don't work on me because I have
Mhm.
POTS and I'm also ginger. So if you didn't know, if you're ginger naturally, normally that means you have a mutated gene and nerve
Are
blocks
you
don't work
really
on you.
though?
Mhm. It's just the lighting.
Okay, we were talking about lighting earlier. We love the lighting. It smooths out the wrinkles a little.
Right. So normally what you're going to see is like you're going to see me have strawberry blonde hair,
Okay.
like a reddish blonde hair.
Mhm.
I haven't seen the sun or been outside much the last like 3 years because of the job I hated that tried to kill me and because of just
Mhm.
trying to stay away from people because
Yeah.
I didn't want to die.
Yeah.
So
I
I'm
honestly feel like having it though I feel like that will boost my immunity to it, honestly. And that's just me feeling for me. I just feel like
that's
hopefully, I don't know, crossing my fingers. Isn't
I
there an
mean
actor named Robert Duvall?
I don't know, but Robert's been lovely to
Hi,
me.
Robert. Is he the one that sends you clothes?
Yes, his
Oh,
wife
they're so neat.
simply isn't like I cannot thank you and your wife Danielle enough. The clothes are so comfortable.
I bet
Like
they look good.
that's one of the things that so Lou and Gray
Mhm.
has no resale value, but
Right.
anytime I find it in my size, I pick it up because I have severe sensory issues because of my sensory neuropathy. Like my small nerves have died and they're
Mhm.
not coming back. Her brand and Lou and Gray have been some of the most sensory
I'm sorry,
friendly
it's
things.
Robert Duvall. I feel like I'm more
That's probably it. Hi, Denise.
I am so sorry.
That's okay. He knew exactly what you were talking about, though.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. But and I talked to my friend Donna about the clothes as well
Mhm.
because I said she has sensory issues too because she has her own medical stuff going on,
Mhm.
and I was like, this is because of the fact that Danielle has gone with organic fabrics and natural fabrics. Like that
Nice.
makes such a big difference.
That's expensive. So that's a brand putting total faith in their design also when they
Yeah.
will go the extra mile. That's really great.
Yeah, and that's why like, I've gotten those emails where like pick out blah 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 amount of
Mhm.
whatever and we'll send it to you to try out. No, I have no interest in doing that. But like
Mhm.
Robert's been a part of the channel for a while.
Mhm.
It's like, you want to send me clothes? Absolutely.
Sweet. That's
Do
so
that
nice.
thing.
Yeah. Hi, Michelle.
Do you have a brand that you love that you pick up for yourself that you don't resell? Let's actually talk about reselling.
Okay. I know
Let's do a crazy thing and do that.
we really did go down a dark you know what it is I'm not real people-y at the moment, so it felt really good to talk about personal life, so thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry if people don't wanna watch that because I know that live streams are not the best thing for your channel anyway, but I know also that you are just gonna do what makes you happy, and that's good.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's like,
So
I've had actually the algorithm pick up a couple of my videos and then
mhm,
it just drops them. They hit to about 20, like 2,000 views,
mhm,
and then they're just done.
yeah,
And it's just like, I've always been that way. I don't mind being on the internet. I'm
mhm.
never going to go viral because I'm too real.
Yeah,
And I'm okay with that. Like,
yeah.
it matters
Well,
more
and you're
to me.
very honest, like, you aren't like, you know you could probably grow a lot faster if you were being fake or something, but you're just an honest person, so it's good.
I don't have the energy to
Yeah.
not be myself. And
Mhm,
like, I, what, okay, so Matt did probably the only April Fool's video I've ever enjoyed, just
Wait,
because it was
can you refresh me? Because I know I watched it, and for some reason it's
he
slipping my
did
mind.
this like dude bros like, hey,
Oh, oh,
check me out
the
in the
hat,
comments
the
with the
hat.
hat.
It was so freaking classic. Matt, if he were still here, I'm sure he's not. He's probably like, whoa, gotta go. But that was so good. If you're still here,
I
oh my
know.
God, so good.
No, okay, so Paul, okay.
No, that I'm not saying that's the
Paul,
only way you
you are
grow.
feeding the algorithm
Yeah,
because you're still doing your job
right.
and you're doing it slightly differently by doing the green screen, which I'm so glad you decided to do the green screen. Did you get an Elgato green screen like I asked you to? Because I love mine. Mine's the
Yeah.
best.
Well, and he's that's what's interesting about Paul to me is that he there she goes, is that he actually works and
No,
but he
yeah.
also doesn't have family and I get all that. Like it's but he does the job and he I don't know how he does his live streams because I can't talk to others and list at the same time. That's why I don't like to do listing hangouts anymore. That's really long. Oh, sorry. I forgot. I saw that up there. Danica, I gave Danica COVID at the Canton flea market. Sorry. I don't know why I'm laughing about that, but I am. She looked at me. We're at the hotel and I'm like, I gotta go to take a nap. And so she comes back and I'm like, she has a video of this, but I won't let her show it to anyone because I look awful and feel awful. I mean, it was just like no one needs to see it. But she goes, "You're sick," and I'm like, "No, I'm just flushed." And she's like, "You're sick."
No, that's the thing. Like, Paul, I don't want to come across that way at all. You are doing
Mhm,
you're doing everything right. Like, you're
mhm.
doing what is growing people's channels right now, which is like
Yeah.
doing the thumbnail where it's like, I found this thing, you're
Mhm,
talking about what you found, and you find a bunch of really amazing stuff, but you're
mhm.
out there sourcing all of the time.
But he's
You're
listing it
working.
too. He's not just
Yes,
sourcing.
you have
It's not fake.
you list it, you have employees that list it, you do your listing hour where you're like talking and super interactive with people.
Yeah.
And I've told you that, like, Paul, you're like incredibly kind. You're incredibly genuine.
And full of yourself. Like, don't get. I mean, come on. You're feeding the
I
ego
mean, he
right
has a
now.
lot of himself to be
No.
full of. He's a big
Okay.
man.
I do have
But yeah,
infinite points on his channel.
yeah,
I don't
I
even know
heard
how I
that.
got him. I don't even know. I'm like, okay.
But you see how, okay, so I put the green screen up and I looked like the coloring's different.
Mhm. But it's not bad.
No, it's not bad, but that's what I'm saying. Like, the lighting and color changes how everything looks, and I don't feel like white balancing this out. See, now I look different because I'm used to having the green screen up, so the coloring
Mhm.
looks better when I have it up.
Yeah.
And this thing's amazing, by
I
the
was
way.
just wondering where the, like, thrift shop behind you was because
Oh, I could change it to that if you want to.
I don't care.
I don't know how to. I forgot how to do it. It's
Mhm.
been such a long time.
Mhm.
But that's so so Matt with his April Fool's joke. Like,
Mhm.
Matt is unapologetically himself, I think, all of the time.
Mhm.
And that vibes with a lot of people. Like, I love that dry humor. Matt, I've meant to ask you who your favorite comic is. Because for me, it's Dimitri Martin.
Oh my god,
And
Dimitri Martin's so good. So
I know
good.
when he had his show,
Uh-huh.
I
What was the
ate
name of
that.
it? I can't remember.
I can't remember it
Oh
either.
my
When we
god.
had that on MTV, I was like, this is
Mhm.
the best thing that has
Mhm.
ever happened because it's dry. It's
Yep.
so dry. Delivery's dry, and it just you have to understand all of the references in order
Mhm.
to get what he's talking about,
Yeah,
and it's so good.
he is.
Or a license plate wall.
You look more ginger with the green screen up, Doyle
Yeah.
says. Mhm.
And that's the thing. Like, I could change the lighting. That's why people are like, you look different in person.
Oh,
It's like
Patrice O'Neill. There you go.
Patrice O'Neill. Okay, I have to look that up. Thank you. Hold on, I'm gonna write that down. I always have a pen and paper ready.
Mhm.
So, like, when Matt was on my channel to do a chat, he mentioned Media Death Cult, and I followed Moid then, and I didn't watch any of his videos until like 6 months later when I started actually doing book stuff again.
Mhm.
But now I watch all of his videos. So Is there a YouTuber that you watch that is not in the reselling space that you love?
Ooh, but who is Matt's favorite YouTuber that is in the reselling space? Because that's also interesting.
I feel
Or
like
do you care? Or do you even care?
no, I have a high esteem for what
Mhm,
Matt
mhm.
likes,
Yeah.
both in books
Yeah,
and
yeah.
reselling and all that stuff. But like, Matt, can I have you on my channel again?
He's so
I feel
good.
like
And he's got that Chris Cornell thing going for him.
I
Just
don't
saying.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What? Okay, Chris Cornell was supposed to be my next husband.
I know you've talked about him and you absolutely adore him.
Well, it's hard to when he's gone, okay? But he's got, like, those Chris Cornell eyes. It's fun you have to look up Soundgarden Chris Cornell and look at probably multiple pictures because it won't show in each one, but he's got those eyes, and when he's got that beanie on, I don't know, he's got that whole Seattle look.
I compared him to somebody and now I've lost it. And he
Hmm,
was like, "Thank you for comparing me to them instead of somebody else," but I don't remember it is.
hmm. I mean, I am a mess, like, I know nothing. Obviously, Robert Duval is not an actor. I mean
Have as a friend in the mid 80s. I was a baby. I was a bubba.
Robert, there's really nothing to watch from me because I don't make videos anymore. I gave it
It's
a
because
whirl for a little
Celia's a
while.
douchebag.
I just don't really like making videos about reselling, so and you probably would hate the live stream I do with Tommy, so
No, I don't think so. So I don't think so. Like,
Really? Okay.
okay, so I've recommended you and Tommy's
I know you
channel
have.
multiple
I
times,
always
and
feel guilty when you do that.
excuse me. So I burped. I don't know if you could hear it or not. But so like the thing is that if you have really great information, I don't care about the delivery as much.
Mhm.
So you and Tommy, both as individuals, play off of each other very well. It's incredibly entertainment. You two also in your lives are very interesting. Like part of the reason why I wanted to talk to you is because you've led this modeling life. You've been a personal chef. You do reselling now. Like,
But do I? I mean, I'm barely listing. Come on.
I mean, you have a store.
Okay,
Stuff is
true.
leaving your
I am
house.
shipping
People have
daily.
purchased
Okay.
them.
Okay, you're right. I did have a few
But
nice sales recently.
but the amount of
Don't.
information that I have gleaned from you all just shooting the shit on your channel has been incredibly valuable to me
Yeah.
as a reseller. That's how come people recommend you.
I think Tommy has this real value
But
though.
Tommy
Real
doesn't go on very often unless
I
you're
know.
there.
I know.
Or, Art Vandelay will be on there just staring at the
So
guest.
cute though. I love that.
But that's the thing. Like, the
Oh, thanks,
dynamic is
Brenda.
there for you two to talk and chat with each other, even if it's just Tommy ADHD, info dumping about something he's passionate and interested about.
Mhm.
Like you're
I love
providing
that.
that.
Yeah.
I do too,
Mhm.
because nothing is more interesting to me than listening to someone talk about something they were very passionate
Mhm.
about and something
And
that
they
they
know what they're
love
talking about. Like, they're
and
not just blowing
knowledgeable.
smoke up your butt because they
Yeah,
have nothing to gain from that.
no.
When you find people that have something to gain from that, that's when you have to go, "Okay, now I gotta vet them." I literally vet everyone. If I'm watching your channel, I'm looking at your store, so don't you fucking lie to me. Oh my god, I said the F word, I'm so sorry.
I have literally cussed multiple times. Just
Sorry.
do it. It's
Damn, I
okay.
tried not to. I swear.
Hi, Kayla.
Hi,
Kayla,
Kayla.
I've honestly never watched a single one of your videos, but
Her videos are getting so freaking good, you should watch them. They're getting
I understand that. But I just watch her anytime she's on anybody's lives because she's on
so
so many
cute.
people's lives that I do follow. So
Mhm.
her accent makes me feel like home
Yeah.
because I would have that accent if I allowed myself to do
Mhm.
that. But I have had it trained out of me by my dad not to do that.
Aw.
So,
That's so you can just enjoy hers and be okay with
yes.
it, yeah.
No.
No,
I
she's a
think you're
doll.
so lovely.
Well, and that's another thing I really respect her. It's hard to be a woman in the space, I think I mean, you can say that, and maybe it's not, I don't know. But to
It's hard
gain
not to be in the Poshmark space with the
right, to
Poshmark
gain the
vibes.
respect and not be in the clothing space. Yeah, like, to gain the respect, it's not an easy task, okay? And she's done it, and she's done it, being very humble. She finds great stuff. She just she knows quality,
Yep.
and she works. She does the work, and she makes great sales, and she delivers the videos in a very entertaining way, and they're only getting better and better and better. And I mean, it's hard to find a female that you have full respect for in the space like that. So I appreciate my friendship with her completely, 100%.
Yeah. And that's pretty much what everybody, when
Mhm.
like Paul called her out of the blue to get
Mhm.
some information on some stuff because he was at some kind of flea market or estate
Yeah,
sale or something, and she's like, "Hey, what's up?" And
yeah.
like those are real people, and that's
Mhm.
awesome. And I wish that more people could have success in this space being themselves. I
Yeah.
totally understand why it's not that way. I've always been that way.
Mhm.
Like I've been on Twitch for 7 years. Like I'm a partnered streamer on Twitch.
Mhm.
I have tons of industry people that I hang with out with cons. None of them are streamers
Hmm.
at all. It's always like people in the development space or people in the marketing space. Like I'm that kind of a person. Like
Yeah.
that interests me more. Like the behind the scenes interests me more than the
Mhm.
I have a full line in front of me waiting for people to sign an autograph. Like I'm not interested in that. That's stupid.
Yeah, me neither. No, I mean, because I've met a lot of, like, famous people and been in situations where I had to do business with famous people or I was put in many, many, many different situations. I never had that feeling. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess Eddie Murphy was, like, the one that I kind of, like, maybe had I was like, "What?" But other than that, I don't remember having that feeling of, "Oh, I must meet you," or "I must get your" like, I never got anyone's autograph. I don't know. I don't know. I just have a different outlook on that because no matter what, you're just a person. Like, you're not special. Like, nobody we're all really quite equal if you think about it.
Yeah.
We all have
Yeah.
different talents. Some people make a buttload of money from their talent. That doesn't make them like somebody I need to like gawk over or be weird around.
So there are two people that I would absolutely lose my mind over if I got to meet them in person. And that would
Mhm.
be Jenna Marbles,
Mhm.
which I miss her every Wednesday/Thursday, and Felicia Day. Felicia Day
Who's
is
that?
funny.
Wait, who is
She
that? I'm
Felicia Day, she was in Eureka. She was Charlie in Supernatural. She was in The Guild, which is the web series. She originally started Geek and Sundry. If you're not a
Mhm.
super nerd, Tracy, you're not going to know who I'm talking about. But she was in Buffy. She was
Mhm.
so you had Allison as the original redhead who was played Willow in Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Mhm.
She played another redhead in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but I can't remember her character's name off the top of my head.
Hmm.
But Felicia Day, I actually met in person and got her autograph for one of my friends before I knew who she was. So I have a picture of
Mhm.
her with me at BlizzCon in
Oh, wow.
2009,
Yeah.
and I had no idea who she
Yeah.
was.
Well, like, I
But
met Chris Cornell before I fell in love with him, so it wasn't special
okay,
because I'd
high
never
five.
heard him play when I met him, so I get it.
No, I thought Allison played Willow.
Mm.
Yeah, okay. Vi. There you go. Thank you. Puffies. Is it Puffles or Puffies?
Hi, Puffles.
Okay, it's
Ease.
Puffles. Okay,
Puffles.
you
I
said
see.
Puffles, so it's gonna be Puffles. So Vi.
I would
Yeah,
add an
so
F, but that's just me, but maybe it's Puffless.
puff less, do more.
I don't know. Mm. I'm
No,
not
it's
laughing at your name, I just wanna know.
yeah. No, so like those are two women who, I didn't once I because my friend, my one of my best friends from high school asked me to get their autograph when they found out that me and our other best friend were going to WizCon. And I was like, sure, whatever. And so I picked up the Guild, which is what they were selling at BlizzCon back when like DVDs were still a thing
Mhm.
people like to have.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And so I picked it up and I was like, well, I might as well watch this since I bought it. And then I understood. So, do you know who Will Wheaton is?
I've heard the name, but I don't know.
Okay.
I
All right.
know. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I understand. I am a giant nerd, and y'all don't get to see very much of my giant nerdiness
I
in this
literally
reselling
watch
space.
nothing anymore. Like, I don't know. The other day I was like, I need to find something to get into so I can like
You really like cooking, though, right? You tried to do a
I
cooking
have
channel.
yeah, well, yeah, it won't work here either. I do love like I'm really enjoying cooking right now. I'm cooking daily and I'm loving it here. Yeah.
I also like cooking.
Mhm. Oh,
So,
that's another thing. I liked what I know it's terrible for your channel also is your little what do you call it?
the
You cook
thrifted treats.
yeah, that's really cool though that you take like these little recipes that are on ceramics and make them and then review them. I almost bought you a mug the other day, but I was like, I cannot buy things that I don't need, and I'm sure she don't care. But
No, I do care.
it was turtle soup.
I couldn't
I'm
do
like,
that.
she is
No,
not
I
gonna
couldn't
buy
do that.
turtles and cook turtles.
No. If I have to kill something, it is not happening. If it is already dead at the store, I can do it. But I have had to pluck a
Mhm.
chicken before. Somebody else killed it. I cannot do that. I do not have it in me. Like, so my partner has a cat named Switch,
Mhm.
and she has all like she last 2 weeks she hasn't done it, but for like a month straight, she was bringing in a baby bunny, and she would wake us up in the wee hours in the morning, or I should say,
Mhm.
wake me up, because all I hear was this screaming in the house.
Mhm.
And she is smart enough to put it in the bathtub so it can't get out until she's ready to eat it.
Ooh.
So, like, I can't do that. Will I eat rabbit? Yes. Could I possibly murder a baby bunny? Absolutely not.
Okay, I raised rabbits when we were little. I did 4-H, and one of the things I did was raise rabbits. And my dad decided he was gonna butcher some. And my dad was a real asshole at the time, really. But he turned into a nicer guy later. But so I didn't think anything of it. He's a hunter. But he went out there, and these were our pets. And man, he came in with tears, and he was just like, "I'm not doing this again." And I'm like, "Good, because I'm not eating my rabbits." Like, who does that? Like, they have
No.
names. They have names, but they
Yeah.
procreate so dang fast,
Yeah. No. Thank you for not buying me turtle soup. I purposely buy things that I don't have to
I don't
murder
know.
in
I
order
don't.
to make it happen.
What do you buy for then if you don't buy a turtle for soup? Like, what? What is supposed to be? Turtle soup is turtle, isn't it? I didn't
Yeah,
even look at it. I
I've
was just like, "I
I've
cannot."
I've not had turtle before. I've had squid when I was
I like squid.
yeah. Okay, that was before my allergies got really
Mhm.
bad. I remember, okay, I have killed squid before with my own bare hands. Um, it
Like
was like
how? Like that?
I don't remember. It was
I
in elementary school. So this is okay. So I was in the Gifted and Talented program. I
Mhm,
had a differential education plan. And one of the enrichment field trips that we had as gifted kids is they took us to VIMS, which is Virginia's Institute for Marine Science.
mhm,
And they had us go out on a boat and catch squid, and then they taught us about how their ecosystems work, like this is where they
mhm.
live, this is the ecosystem they thrive in, this is the kind of stuff they eat. They had us catch them, we dissected them,
Yeah.
and then we fried them into calamari and ate them with
Yum.
ketchup.
That's awesome. Ketchup's not good for that.
Okay, it was a bunch of elementary school kids. They were trying to make it attainable after they just made a bunch of elementary school kids kill these squids and
Okay.
dissect them. They were
Yeah.
trying to make it
They
so we'd
still
wanna
do
eat
that. My
them.
son had dissected squid too. I was like, "Really? We had to dissect frogs," and I skipped that day, and I got a D. Okay, I'm like, "I'm not doing it." I
So
get what you're saying now, Form. Thank you, because you don't buy it, you go find it. I got you.
so, like
Okay.
okay, so you talked about frogs. I also
Mhm.
had to dissect a frog because I went from,
Mm-mm.
uh, dual enrollment biology. I had a disagreement with the teacher about some moral crap that I'm not gonna go into,
Mhm.
and so I went into regular biology, and the regular biology teacher paired me up with the biggest and only stoner kid that we had
Nice.
in our Gloucester
He
school
needed you.
system.
He needed you, Bob.
No, apparently he needed to stab the frog in the skull
Oh,
with the scalpel.
wow.
He instead of dissecting it, because he's like, I wonder what the brain looks like, and he stabbed it and he broke the staple off
Oh my god.
in the skull of the frog, and
No.
that was the end of the dissection.
Right.
So at that point, he wasn't allowed to participate anymore, and I had to do the rest of it by myself. And he got a F, and I got a passing grade because the teacher was like, "That's not your fault." I'm like, "This is
Yeah.
why I don't
I
do
just
group
didn't feel
projects."
like I wanted to. It's not I wasn't I could have handled it, I'm sure. But I was just like, "No." I mean, once the teacher said, "If you skip that day, you get a D," I go, "Well, that's passing." And I'm like, "I'll do that." I was not a great student. I didn't have, like, that my parents didn't, like, check on my grades or anything. I was always surprised if I was gonna pass or not, they didn't ask if I did my homework, like, there was just I didn't have the background to become a good student, really,
Well,
and I didn't.
so we were watching something. I think we were watching King of the Hill last night, and like it was an Adult Swim, and like, hey kids, for all you middle schoolers that are still watching and you're not supposed to, because you're supposed to be asleep by now, like middle school grades don't count.
Oh,
If you can get a C,
yeah.
nothing counts till high school. Just make it happen. And I was just like, that's true.
Yeah. I think if I could go back and, like, if I could look back and tell myself, what I need to do, I think I would have pushed myself to try a little harder. I just didn't know. I think you're really, your environment is everything. If you're not if your parents don't really care, then why would you it's just bizarre to me. I think my
Did your
parents
parents not care?
no. I mean,
Really?
kind of, but not enough to, like, check on homework or anything. I think they struggled hard enough just to raise my older brothers. I I quit high school, and my parents supported that. So
That's amazing. Mine would have never.
well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. I got my diploma later, a few years later by what would be online now, but we didn't have the internets. It was
But you grew up in Kansas though,
I
so that kind of makes a little bit of sense because
Yeah. Well, I went through some traumatic stuff as a young child, like 8 to 9 years old, and it all came out like it was just my little secret until I was like 16. And when it all came out, like my parents just knew I had to get the hell out of that town. Like I wasn't going to live normally there. I wasn't going to be happy there, and I had an opportunity to go model, and they supported me leaving at age 17 and going to New York City. I mean, I had to work. I quit high school. I worked flipping burgers for 6 months so I could afford to get there, and,
mhm.
um, and then left, and, I mean, I wouldn't suggest that for anyone, but for my situation, I just couldn't be there anymore, so it was fine for me. But, I mean, then I went and just made a ton of terrible decisions, so,
Okay.
I mean,
Tracy, I
yeah.
have to pee very badly.
Go pee.
Okay, so
Okay.
please entertain everyone.
Okay,
You
someone
can
asked me a question.
yes, okay.
Okay.
I want to talk about that
Well,
though.
I really knew we weren't gonna talk about reselling stuff, so I think she needs to retitle this, not reseller repertoire. I don't even what is a repertoire anyway? Like, what's the technical definition? Like I said, I didn't finish high school. Which that's terrible. I used to not tell people that either, but I don't care. I mean, this is just what my life was. It's all fine. What's your favorite? I like well, I like Burden in My Hand. There's so many. I like them all really, but I like when Chris Cornell does the covers like Nothing Compares. Like I come to tears. It's so freaking beautiful. He sung it on Howard Stern also. It's just so beautiful. I like when he does the cover of Led Zeppelin Thank You because I like how he describes why that's his favorite Zeppelin song because it is so underrated and it's so beautiful. But I like all of his music. But nowadays, I really like the covers, which is weird because I don't like covers. But with him, he's just special. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, hi.
I have no idea who Chris Cornell is, by the way.
Do you know
I every time you talk about
Soundgarden? Do you know
I do know who
Soundgarden?
Soundgarden is.
He's the singer or was the singer. He
Is
is one of them.
it?
Uh-huh.
Wait, hold on. I
I
think I
fell
have
in love with him at this club in Trees, named I'm sorry, the wine's kicking in, called Trees in Deep Ellum in Dallas. And my roommate booked the band and managed this bar. So he goes, "You don't want to miss this band. They're up and coming. They're going to be so great." And so I always got to go in early and I shook his hand. Like I always met the bands when I did go in. And my roommate was like, "You're going to want to like say that you met him." But I didn't talk to them or anything. But then when they started playing later on in the evening, I was in the sound booth, which, just was like the perfect place to be. And his hair was so long. And me and my friend, she and I just stood there going, "Oh my God, I am so in love." Like I fell madly in love with him and just was obsessed. Hi, Dana. Hi, Gary.
okay. So I have Savage Garden. I don't have Soundgarden. I was
It's
trying to see if I had a CD.
Well, he's really known for having quite the vocals. I don't know, it may not be your style, but he's definitely one to know. And he was in other bands too, but I don't know. There's controversy on how he died. Did he get killed? Did he commit suicide? Did he die?
Mm.
Like it's one of those like weird things. We can move
Yes, I
on.
know I pee very quickly. Okay.
I know.
I
I was
wash
like
my hands. Okay.
I was
I
like,
have
I was
to, okay.
expecting to be here a long time
No,
without you.
no.
I take
Okay.
way longer.
But when mine does, I have to drink 2 gallons of water a
Mhm.
day. Imagine how much you have
Yeah.
to pee if you drink 2 gallons a day plus other stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Audio Slave's great. I mean, all of it. Oh my God. My brain's not working. What's the dog? It's something dog. Oh, wait, I can't think of it even right now. I don't know. I don't drink
okay,
at 5 o'clock usually.
okay.
Okay, back to what?
Yeah, I wanted, okay. I find it fascinating that you modeled. You took a deep inhale, like, I don't
I
necessarily
don't
think that's
think it
great.
well, I don't find it anything special
Right.
or interesting.
I think it's because most people don't understand just how much of a job it really is. It's just like regular contract work.
Yeah, but it's really sleazy.
It's sleazy, especially if you're a
I
female,
didn't
even if you're a
expect that
male.
really. Yeah, oh, the male side's sleazier, I guarantee you.
Yeah. Uh,
Mhm. Everybody that
especially
has contacted me, and a lot have contacted me, that wanna get their children into modeling. I'm still very, very good friends with my mother agent, like, the first agent that kinda always got a percentage of everything. Temple the dog, thank you, Doja. I don't know why I couldn't think of that. But, every one of them, I give the same advice, and they don't like it, so they move on, but I can't say anything different. Like, don't. Just don't. Like, what is that gonna do for the small percentage that actually make it or can even pay their bill? Like, it just don't. And they become prey to predators, and you have to be one smart cookie,
well, the
you know?
thing is that modeling agencies now want more of an Instagram, like they're more about social
Yeah,
media
it's
and Instagram
different now.
followings.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's
okay,
like,
so my agent that I just saw her a couple weekends ago. I don't want this to come off wrong or anything, but she's like, agents bring models to other agents because they want them to travel around and get work all over the world, right? So they
Yeah.
all are like shuffling the models around, and she's been told for a couple of years now, like, don't send me any more blue-eyed blonde haired, like we don't want it. You know, it's different. When I was modeling, it was like blue eyes and blonde hair was that was you're
It.
set. Um they're like, "We don't want it." And then you have to be kind of exotic. And she told me, she's like, "What I liked about you was your squinty eyes. You weren't like that classic beauty. You were just weird looking, you know." They want weird stuff. Like some of the most successful models I knew were not even attractive in person, really. They were just very
They were striking.
Yes, like very large eyes or very big lip, and that's what they tend to want. And now she's like, my most popular models are just transvestites. Like that's what's getting booked the most in her agency right now. Like
You mean transgendered or
transgender,
androgynous?
sorry, sorry, transgender. But what they're twins. Her biggest models right now are twins, and they are female now. They were male, and they get booked the most. Like, so it's ever changing always. But what I tell parents all the time is just don't. Like, what just let your kid get smart and be in school and find a career that can make them money, because I just don't see the point for a large percentage of people to get into that. Unless for me, it was more about travel. Like, I just wanted to get out of where I came from and see the world and, you know, but it didn't do anything for me. But I didn't try very hard either.
Yeah, I mean,
I partied a
for
lot.
yeah, and that's the thing. Like, the reason why I wanted to ask is because like you were signed, you did travel. Did you do runway or were you just
Runway. That was my
commercial?
favorite. I did it.
Runway,
I
yeah.
did all of it. I did print work, um video commercials. I never did like movies or anything like that. I can't act. And but runway was always like so good if I got booked for a runway show. So good. Because that's where I shined. I could get on a runway and know it was a quick I'm in the limelight, but it's quick. It's like you don't stay there, you know?
Yeah, no, I
Does that
mean
make
no,
sense?
because like you go in, you sit down, you figure out what your set is, like okay, which outfits you're supposed to be responsible for, and then you get makeup, and then you get your
Mhm,
first outfit on. You walk, you come back, you do your quick change. You walk, you come back,
mhm.
you do your quick change. You walk, come back.
Usually
If
do
you're
3 outfits, yeah.
yeah, you walk, come back, and do your outfit, and then you do the finale, and that's it,
Mhm.
and you're done.
And you got your bank account filled
Yeah.
and maybe a nice jacket out of the deal.
Tracy did big time modeling. I did little time modeling when I realized that was not what it was going to be for me.
It's not, is it? Like, I don't know. It sounds better than it is, that's all I know. Where did I live? I started in New York. Um, that was quick and fast because
Did you live in model housing in New York?
yeah,
Yeah.
with the wrong
Way
agency,
too many people.
the biggest agency in the world, the scummiest owner. He pulled me into his office. He goes, "We don't need you anymore. You come to the parties and you leave." I'm like, "Well, now looking back, all the weirdness going on in the world with underage girls and older men and who he
Yeah.
was, and he was hanging with Trump, and you just think about that. So, I was released and went back to Kansas feeling defeated for 1 week until Paige found me. Paige was in Dallas, and
Yeah, the
she
Texas market was
she
starting to grow then.
she came and watched me in a runway show, and, like, it was a weird show, like, I don't know what it was like a modeling school, but anyway, I won it, and I always won it. It was so dumb, though, it didn't make sense to me
The
what it
competitions were
yeah,
always
I just found
stupid.
a trophy the other day, I'm like, "I don't even want this, but what if my kids want this one day? So I threw it in a
They don't.
box. I know, they don't even want their own trophies. So anyway, so she found me and she told me later on, she goes, "I had to save you. I had to save you from where you like you were in the middle of nowhere and I could just see you needed." And she protected me. She was That's how I met my husband. They're best friends still. And he
Looking
drove.
for something.
He drove for the agency, so I just got to know him as a friend and then, but I don't know.
Yeah, Amber, I'm going to show you this just because you asked. So this is the best shot of me. I'm not going to show you my card because that has my real name on it. That was me.
Oh, wow, that's beautiful. That's so neat. How old were you there?
20.
Nice. I had the same haircut almost, but dorkier. Yours is way cooler.
Now, I had anime hair for a long time. The boy
So
already
cute.
told me the sex would be less if I cut my hair like that again. So
Okay. That's really nice.
yeah.
No, I mean, I loved taking photographs. I thought that was always so fun doing photo shoots.
The thing is now
I
though,
liked
if
a
you
lot
can,
about it actually, but just not the people.
you can be higher paid now as a model and not actually go into the traditional modeling space just by doing social media.
Mhm.
Like you can
Yeah,
make
it's
so much more
different.
money now.
You
Yeah,
don't
it's
you don't need
completely
an
different
agent.
now.
You don't need an agent.
No.
Yeah, but you had to have an agent back then to really make it work. But then, Amber, after New York, went back to Kansas for a week or 2, Dallas, Miami, um, Paris, Greece, and then I got very ill and had my kidney removed, and I just
You have
decided to
one
stop.
kidney?
Mhm. I was born with a well, I didn't know it until I was an adult, but when I was in Paris, I got very ill. I couldn't even walk, and so I went to the doctor, and they did a sonogram, and they're like, "One of your kidneys is half the size of the other." And
Wow.
so I went back to the States. They gave me medicine so I could feel okay and get back home, but they're like, "We suggest you go back and see a neurologist." So I did that, and they said that I didn't have to have it out right away, but I was born with, a muscle defect where it was just allowing toxins back into the kidney and kinda killing it
Mm.
off, and once your kidney doesn't function over a certain percent, it's toxic to you. So they gave me medicine for about 8 months because I was like, "I'm not ready." And they're like, "Well, you can live on this medicine for a while and be fine." And then finally, some things happened that made me change my mind, and I was like, "I gotta have this kidney out, like, pronto." So I did it. And I've been fine ever since with that.
So, okay, so you quit school,
Mhm,
decided to do modeling.
mhm,
You did modeling and made some poor choices and lived
mhm.
fast and didn't die young,
I don't
thankfully.
regret it. Like,
No.
don't think I regret it because I don't. I just don't suggest it, you know?
What made you decide to stop modeling?
My kidney, like, I
Really?
the scar is not really very attractive.
See, that's interesting. So, like, you have Padma, who
Mhm,
has the arm scar, right? The giant
mhm,
arm scar, and she's made an excellent career, but
mhm.
that's like a 1 in a million shot. Like most
Right, and she's stunning, like,
she
stunning. I
true,
mean, come
she
on.
is
I mean,
stunning.
like, I'm not blind. I know where I fall in the scale. Right? Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But I mean, so you had the kidney. So what did you do after modeling?
I carried a few mediocre jobs and I was trying to figure it out, and I
Why didn't
we
you transition to like commercial work or because I mean, you
because,
can do clothes and
well, I got married and I got pregnant,
okay.
and then I wanted nothing more than to be a stay-at-home mom.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, that was kind of always my when I have kids, I want to be there. for that was what I wanted. Not that everyone has to do that, but that's was always how I envisioned my life. So, yeah. And the
Yeah, no.
reason yeah, like, the reason I had the kidney out when I did, because I could go on a couple years with just the medication, but I got pregnant and they're like, "Well, it's gonna kill you if you have this baby." I'm like, "Oh." So I had to take care of that, and they're like, "You won't survive and the baby's not gonna survive." So I never wanted to go through that again. I was like, "It's time to have the kidney out now." Now. Like, I never wanna make that choice again. Not that it was a choice, but, I didn't wanna have to go through that. So, um it was a no-brainer, and that's a rough surgery, let me tell you. Holy hell. They're like, "We You have 2 options." And at the time, I didn't know if I was gonna model afterwards or not. I was like, I had a really good surgeon. He's like, I will take extra care on your scar and make it quite nice." And he did, but it's still
It's
y
still there.
yeah. So
So it's no more like bikini shoots, bathing
right, and
suit
at the
shots.
time, I was doing a lot of pantyhose. JCPenney's was, like, who I love to
It's
work for.
big money,
I know
yeah.
it sounds
Regular commercial work.
stupid, but they pay so well, and they were based in Dallas, so I could be in Dallas when I worked. I knew when I came home to Dallas 'cause, that was my home base. I would come back to Dallas and go
Yeah, if you
trap
wanted prestige, you did runways and
yeah.
covers. If you wanted regular good paying work, you did commercial.
Yeah, you had a $1,000 to a $1,200 workday when you worked for JCPenney's, and it was so and it was good people.
Yeah.
Like, especially in Dallas. In New York, a little different with that kind of work, but in Dallas, you were working with really nice people that weren't there to, be creepy so much? Um, but anyway, so they gave me the option, "Do you want your scar to go from your belly button to the middle of your back? Because they bend you sideways on a table, and, or we can
Well,
give
then
you"
anyway, they don't necessarily do
Right.
as
I don't
invasive now.
Yeah, I don't know what they do now. They probably just, like, zap it with a laser or something. I don't know. But
They still
back
take
then
it out, but
yeah.
it's like a scar that's about this big instead of like the whole side.
Yeah, like, it was gonna go halfway around my whole body, right at the middle, like, it was gonna be very obvious, which I think if I were given the choice now, I'd just be like, "I don't care, fine." But at the time, yeah, whatever. So they're like, "Or you can have the bikini scar," and then I have a scar back here that's, I don't know, maybe 5 inches, and it's kind of in that crease of your well, I have a crease there. I mean, I don't know about y'all, but I got, um, so it doesn't bother me, but at the time, I was like, I don't wanna do this anymore. And, I just worked a couple like, I waitressed for a little bit, worked in a bar, and then I got pregnant and bought a house and did that. I don't know. It's really a boring life I've led, honestly. It cracked me up that you said I had an interesting life in your video. I was like, "No."
Why?
I was like, I mean
Nobody thinks their own life is interesting. Nobody. I don't think my life is interesting. Other people think it's interesting.
Yeah, I
I
get
think
it.
your life is very interesting.
It's
Like I know
weird
you're like
it's weird to talk about yourself too. Like,
if you're not
I
a
don't talk
narcissist,
I don't
yes.
I well, I've had plenty of experience with narcissists, but
Same.
yeah, I know, yeah. But I don't know. It's just funny because I don't go around I mean, I don't sit and talk to people about my life, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. So we have a similar experience where like I recently just quit my job
Mhm.
to do reselling full time and I came from a not healthy environment.
Yeah.
And I watched some of your videos and I saw that you also decided to quit your not healthy environment job to do reselling full time.
Well, no, that's not exactly. I didn't quit. I was very much fired, but I was fired like 20 times and
That
always
doesn't count.
and
That
always
does not
given a
count.
bone. Okay, but the last firing, like, cops were called and it was hideously ugly, and I mean, I was fired, but it was really a bad, bad job. If you're watching Johnny Depp's trial right now, my boss is a mixture of Johnny Depp and Amber, a man, Amber
Amber
Heard,
Heard.
and drug addicted, alcoholic, very wealthy. Um, something ain't right up there, and has like too much power. I had things thrown at me. I was in danger all the time. But every time I quit, he would offer huge
More money.
bonuses. And it's so hard when you come from nothing. I mean, I come from very poor family, like a lot of us do. Like this doesn't make me special. Okay. Well, most of us, a lot of us come from very little money, and so to have, and I shopped all the I shopped on Rodeo Drive. Who in their right mind, like, when do you have the opportunity? It sounds so much better than it was, though. But at the time, it was so fun. But it was so hard when you're getting offered $8,000 bonuses to come back.
It's a
Like,
gilded cage.
and I wanted to save him. I actually cared, and I know he cared about me too. I know he did. But he was so mentally ill and so drug addicted and alcohol addicted, and ended up having fantasies about it got really, really horrible, where I feel like he thought I was his wife when he was friends with my husband also. I mean, only because of my job, my husband would come hang out because 'cause I'd have to work more hours because I was working 80 hours a week, it was insane. But it was a really bad job, and I didn't quit or get fired and go, "Oh, I'm gonna resell." I got fired, and he made it a production at the Beverly Hills Hotel where the cops were. I mean, he had to make it a scene, and uh like a movie scene for him. And it had to be in the room where Michael Jackson stayed when he was in town. It was just very methodical for him. And I knew before I got on the plane to go to Beverly Hills that day. I go, this. I even told my husband, I go, This is all for me to get fired. I'm going to allow it to follow through because I need this to end. And I kept going back for the money. I go, I need it to end. I go, but when I call you and I say it's done, you get on a plane and you come get me because I don't know how mentally stable I'm going to be. And he did that. I mean, I know this sounds really disgusting and sick, but I can't even explain the situation that I was
No,
in.
I do
Yeah.
understand. At some point, it's like when you're in it so
Mhm.
deep and been in it so
Mhm.
long and it keeps yo-yoing back and forth,
Mhm.
it's like you see it coming
Mhm.
and you see it's like, this is when the closure is going to happen. This is when I can
Yeah.
finally say no. This is
Yeah.
when I can
Yeah.
finally
Yeah.
not come back.
Yeah. Because
This is it.
I'd never seen a narcissist like this until very, very good. Just so very good. And in his mind, he thought he was going to end up with me. And I mean, there couldn't have been anything further from the truth, like I never felt that way. I just wanted to help him. I wanted him to be okay. I wanted him to find love. I constantly was trying to get him to find a woman and settle down. It was just the weirdest situation. And I don't regret any of it, weirdly, because I feel like it kind of was my final piece of life that let me go, I'm just going to be who I want to be. I don't care. I really could honestly not care if I offend people. If like, I am living for me now. If you don't fit in, I'm sorry. You don't fit in. It's not that big a deal. There's plenty of people in the world. If you do fit in, awesome. I hope you can handle me. Because I get weird, and sometimes I retreat, and sometimes I don't know. Like, I don't know. I'm not claiming to be normal. I'm just claiming that I want to live my life. So here's how anyway, I turned into reselling because, girl, it took me 6 months to heal from this. Like, I was like, I don't even know what I'm gonna do. I didn't leave the house for months. I was so afraid. there were death threats. This is, I had a bullet come through this was serious stuff. Like, I'm not kidding when I tell you this was a very horrible situation. And I was afraid to go anywhere. And I was certainly afraid to go anywhere with my kids because I didn't want to put them in that situation. So I just sat at home for months and tried to figure out what I was going to do. But I had all this stuff, all this designer stuff. I mean, a buttload of it. And I had some of his stuff because I helped move the mansion that we were in Austin because he sold it. I helped move all that stuff, but a bunch of his stuff ended up at my house because there wasn't room in the moving trucks for the movers. And I was like, we'll just take it to my house. We'll figure it out from there. And then all this went down, and I'm like, I got Prada shirts and Prada shoes and Prada sunglasses and Tumi bags. And I'm like, I'm not contacting him and I'm not contacting my old coworkers because I need to cut ties and I cut it now and he owes me. Like, this is F you, you know?
This
So,
is emotional damage at this point. We're just
yes.
gonna
And I have all these designer clothes that I don't want to wear. I never want to associate with this stuff ever again. Right. So I, I did, my poor kids watched me go through this deep, dark depression because it was severe. But I finally one day go, nope, no more. That he got a couple months of me, but now I'm ready to live and I'm gonna do something. And I will never work for another human ever in my entire life. I don't care how great it sounds, and I don't care how much money, because money doesn't make me happy ever. Never. It might be fun at the time, but I don't need it to be happy. As long as I can pay my bills, I'll be fine. So I just started Googling, like, how to make money from home, how to not have a boss. I'm like, I don't even have a clue what I want to do at this point. I shut down my personal chef business to work for this man. He talked me into that. And I did cook for him and I did personal assistant stuff and all of that. But I just finally I came across one of the most idiotic YouTubers in the whole world, but I didn't know that at the time. But that's how I
we
learned
all
about.
ca
Okay.
they were the only ones there. Dear, they're the only ones out there at that time.
It's like, what? So I just oh, I would never suggest anyone follow this person, but that's how I found out about reselling. I didn't know this was a thing. I really didn't. So that's how I just started listing his stuff first. I'm like, I'm gonna sell my stuff first. I'm gonna sell his stuff first. So I did. And then I've slowly, you know, sold my stuff. And I remember my husband going, "You're doing really well." I go, "Well, yeah, look at the stuff I'm selling, of course." And he goes, You can do this." I go, "Well, we'll see." I go, "I haven't sourced. Like, you have to go buy stuff and resell it. Like, anyone can end up with a
This is
bunch of
just my
design."
own crap I'm doing right now.
So, I just I remember my first sourcing trip was in Galveston, Texas. Like, we went on a little trip. It was my first trip, like, out the house, like, for a little vacation after all this, and I'm like, "I wanna go thrifting." And I did okay, I thought, but looking back, I'm sure I did terribly.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, I've actually always done I've done reselling or buying and selling stuff. I've been on eBay since I was a child when it first came out because I was doing Beanie Babies as a
Yeah.
child.
Oh, they're big money, aren't they? I'm kidding. Hi, Holly.
Thousands of dollars, amazing.
Yeah.
No, I when eBay first started, like, and Beanie Babies were big, like, I was a child then, so I wanted Beanie Babies, and my
Mhm,
mom, bless her, would, like, write checks out for me for the Beanie Babies, and I would
mhm.
mail it, and then I would get the Beanie Baby.
Wow.
So, there was that, but, before I got diagnosed, like, I had hospital bills to pay for, and
Mhm,
we live in America. It's not cheap.
mhm,
And so I would do retail arbitrage before I knew what retail arbitrage
mhm.
was a thing. So I would buy stuff from like Ollie's, or I'd buy stuff from the outlets and
I've
then
never
resell
been
it
to an
online.
Ollie's, and I wanna go.
I worked for Ollie's for 6
Really?
months until the black mold like made me quit.
Oh. Well, I have a friend that does really good shopping at like, RA for Ollie's still.
No, RA if you don't do Ollie's for RA and you have an Ollie's near
Mhm.
you, their electronics section, their book section, and their toy section, excellent
Mhm.
for doing that. Because so I worked for Ollie's, like I quit Barnes& and Noble to work for Ollie's, and they wanted me to build their book section, and I had
Mhm.
the highest grossing book section out of all of the Ollie's ever,
Mhm.
which is dumb. And the only reason I did that is because I actually knew what the books were. Like they would come in and I knew it was a fantasy book or a children's book.
Mhm.
Like that's all it took. But yeah, you can still make good money doing Ollie's. But I did RA, I did it when I worked in the outlets. I would go to like all the other outlets and buy stuff and sell it on eBay.
Mhm.
But I didn't know that that was reselling. I didn't understand that. I was just like, I know this is worth more money if more people could see it. So I would sell it online where more people could see it.
Mhm.
And it wasn't until I found a Rally Roots video
Mhm.
that I realized, oh no, I could go to the thrift store.
So they were your first? That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean,
They
really,
were,
that's pretty good to find them first.
well, I found a channel that did RA, and then I realized like that it did RA first, and that's how come I discovered that what I
Mhm.
was doing had a name.
Okay, yeah, right.
And I
Yeah.
don't remember what their channel was. I immediately unfollowed them when I realized that they were just doing it for YouTube and like not actually anything else.
I
And
think
then I
they
found
do the
Rally.
work. Honestly, I think they do I mean, they run a business, no doubt.
Right. But I realized it took me a while to realize that they were doing it and then it would get flooded and then they had
Oh, yeah,
already
you
made their
can't
money on
do
it.
what they did. Yeah, you can't follow that. See, me too. Me too, Anthony. That's who I found first. Oh my god.
Yeah,
But
I
see,
found Rally Roots
I've
first.
spent time with Ryan and Allie several
No,
times, and they are totally genuine people, I
they're
believe,
lovely
personally.
people
Yeah.
in person. Yes.
Yeah.
They came actually up to Williamsburg and did like a random impromptu meetup, and I got to
Mhm.
meet both of them. They're just
Mhm.
absolutely lovely
I
people
know. I know.
and also short.
Nicole State. Oh, I know. I was like, "What?" Dude.
So I think it's like, you're 5'9".
But
No.
that's our perception. That's our fault, not theirs. No.
I'm 5'9". No.
Well, okay, so Nicole State was one of the first probably 5. I mean, look, that's a hefty pour right there. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I had never heard of Nicole State before
I learned a
she
lot
was
from
with
her, actually.
Josh Harry Tornado. And I'm friends with
Were they friends?
No, but he had her on his live.
Oh.
He would do lives with other random people and I would be like, "Okay, I'll check this person out."
Mhm.
And I watched one of her videos and I was immediately no.
Yeah. Well, see, I got
But
suckered in the beginning because of her story. Like, I was like, "Oh, she comes from nothing and she has made it," so I fall for that sometimes. Not anymore. I used to. Like, I didn't know. When I came into YouTube, I thought everyone was genuine and just trying to help. I didn't know it was just like a bunch of D-bags.
that's not true. So
Kidding.
I've done internet stuff for a while and it it's pretty easy to tell when
Yeah.
when it's people and when it's for the thing. And it's, I know people have some thoughts about
Mhm.
Josh from Harry Tornado, but I like him as a person and he does have great YouTube content.
No, he makes great videos. He has from the
Does.
get-go. But
Yeah.
I I wouldn't do anything in the reselling space that he does. Like, maybe the opposite might work better. but he
Yeah, well,
does
and I
make
do
good
the opposite
videos.
too. Like, I would have no desire to do golf clubs. I don't really like shoes that much. Like, all the stuff he picks up, like the plank that he found from Ed, Ed and Eddie, I would totally buy that. But that's just because that's
I don't know.
personal feels.
Yeah, I like the niche lady too. She did help.
I've watched a, I think I've watched one or two of the Niche Lady, but
You know, if we ever meet, you might feel short.
no, I would be grateful to feel short. When I was okay, so I did roller derby for a
Mhm,
while. I can't because of COVID, and I had to quit
mhm.
derby to get my testing to figure out what was wrong with me,
Yeah,
or
that's
I
not
should
gonna
say,
do you any favors to do derby with, the issues you have.
what do you, no, I would do derby now. I just can't
Really?
because of COVID. I don't want to
Mm.
get COVID. That's
Oh,
literally the only reason why.
okay, okay.
I was lucky that I had a team that was very understanding. So when my heart would go into AFib,
Okay.
if you don't know what AFib is, that's when your heartbeat is well over 100 beats per
Mhm,
minute. So when my heart would go into AFib, I knew the weight of every single one of my teammates. And the reason why that was important is because what they would do is I would be like, I need you on my chest. And they would sit on me when I was laying on the ground. And what that would do is, so when you have a defibrillator, it shocks your heart back into rhythm.
mhm,
Versus if you have enough pressure and weight on your chest, that's another way to do defibrillation if you don't have one of the electronic ones, is the weight would compress my rib cage enough to where my heart couldn't beat. So it would slow my heart rate down forcibly.
mhm.
So I knew how much pressure I needed based on the heart rate that I was at to slow my heart rate
Wow.
down to continue to do derby.
Mhm,
But that was an exception. I know not every derby team would do that, but um where were we at? I'm sorry. We're doing but I would go back to roller derby if I felt that I could do it and
mhm.
not get COVID.
I understand
So
the passion of it. I have a lot of friends that did roller derby. They were joining roller derby when when I got pregnant, so I wasn't otherwise I would have joined. I would have been like, "Hell yeah,
you
girls,
would have
keep
made an
going." Oh,
amazing derby
I
girl.
know,
Oh
but
my God.
I would go watch them. I would carry my little babies and go watch them and support them, but I get it. I get the passion, and like you just said, you would do it, but that doesn't mean you should do
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
true.
I get
But
it. But when you're passionate about something and you love it, it's just that's all you think about. You have to live your life. You have to enjoy what you're doing.
we were on a topic before that, but I can't remember what it was.
Hmm.
Does anybody remember? Normally,
I don't know. I'm in my second glass and I haven't peed yet. I have a tiny bladder. I have one kidney.
normally my Twitch group is really good about reminding me what I forgot to say, but it's like I'm normally on a traffic
I
or
know.
on a
I don't remember what we were talking about.
I don't either.
Mm.
So, Victoria, yeah, I know because you said you were tall, and then I realized I was taller than you when we took pictures, and I was like, oh, oh, so like there's only one girl, other woman with me on our derby team, and her name was 50 Shades of Pain, and she's in South Carolina now. And so, like, we would have huddles, and I would be 6 inches above the huddle, and I was the one. So my derby stance was always lower than everybody's else, just so that way I could be on the same level as everyone. How I started. Oh, is it Danica? Is Danica her real name?
Uh-huh.
For Lady Luck Junk?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's my
You talk
girl.
about her all the time.
That's my girl.
Um,
My girl.
so I found rally routes and then I realized that, oh, I could go thrifting and do the same thing. I love thrifting because I used to go thrifting all the time in high
Mhm,
school and college because I was poor. I
mhm.
was like, you're telling me I could have been doing this the whole time?
Right.
And that's the thing, I think most resellers have that feeling. It's like, especially if you already love thrifting, you're like,
It wasn't
I
meant
could
to
have
be,
done this the whole
but
time.
it wasn't but you wouldn't have no. Like, everything is presented when it's supposed to be, don't you think? Maybe
Mm,
not. I don't know.
I'm like
I don't
you.
ever really think like that. Yeah, you could have been, but there's a reason you weren't. That's how I look at it. I don't know. That's just my weird mind working.
No, it's not weird. It makes things easier if you think that
I
way.
don't regret anything that way. I'm just like, whatever.
True. But,
Ah.
if I was already thrifting and I also think about when I was in high school thrifting,
Mm,
because at that time there would have been a lot more like antique and vintage pieces coming
mhm,
into the thrift stores that I passed up. And now I'm really into antique and vintage clothing.
mhm.
Like, how many pieces could I have saved? How many
Or
pieces could
how
have been in
much
my
of a
collection?
hoarder would you have become?
Yeah, you know what? I should just think that way. That would probably be much better of a way to think.
Yeah. I
But
don't
then,
know. I don't know. I think everything just works out the way it's like, I don't regret all the things I've mentioned tonight, some of them horrific, some of them fine, some of them lovely. I don't regret any of it. Like, I just look at it like that's what was supposed to be to make me who I am, you know?
i-
So
is it
y
because you like yourself?
I do, and I didn't used to. I really did. As a child, I did not like me at
Mhm.
all. Like, I really and I still struggle sometimes with accepting, especially aging. That is hard. Okay, you start getting wrinkles, and I can't drop weight right now. Like, your hormone, everything kind of makes you go, God. But then I just go, I don't care. Who do I have to impress? I am literally not trying to impress a single human on this planet other than myself. And if I can live with the cellulite, I'm good. If I can now, the Botox is coming though, because I ain't having this
I've
anymore.
made peace with my Bermuda Triangle.
I'm
I've
like
made peace with this.
I might get a little laser on my but, that's for me, not
Have
for
you
you.
tried frownies? Is it frownies?
Mhm.
Brownies.
They work, but I don't like
Mhm.
wearing them. They
Hell
feel
yeah.
weird. I get all constricted and I don't know. I feel like I'm being choked.
See, I only do it like here
I'm
when I
not into that.
remember,
Yeah.
and then like I like the hydrocolloid here because it has more movement than the frownies because the frownies are too hard.
Mm.
But you only get these wrinkles when you sleep on your side. Are you a side
I'm
sleeper?
a side sleeper and my boobs got
Yeah.
big. My nickname in high school was Tracy Tiny Tits. But I had babies and they grew. Like these are mine. But now they're not tiny and so I'm a side sleeper so you get the wrinkles. It's terrible, terrible. And I try to sleep on my back. It's really hard. Are you a side
Yeah, I
sleeper?
can't
Yeah.
do that. I'm also a side sleeper. And I started noticing as I get older, I'm like, oh, I'm having the thing I used to make fun of when I was in high school, but
Mhm.
that's kind of how that happens, and I
But
understand it.
I mean, at some point, I'll just go, okay, this is how it is. Take the gray, but for now, I'm gonna fight it for a little bit longer.
So that's the thing, like
I turned 50 last month. 50. That's a big number. And I feel like I held out long enough. I'm gonna do some things.
and I've said it, and I know you say it's lighting, but you do not look 50. And I
Thank you.
know that you look amazing
Thank you.
all the time.
Think with
And
Botox, but just think. No, just kidding.
how good can I look with Botox?
You can't see the wrinkles here. I have more than you can see. These lights really do drown it out. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm not here to be a fake person, but I do like the way the lights kind of gentle glow or
Well, no,
harshness.
you and Tommy were talking about filters on your camera. I don't have any filters on my camera. I have the same camera that
Yeah.
Matt does.
Mhm.
And when I don't feel good or I'm tired,
Mhm.
I'm filming, you see me
Mhm.
triple packed under my eyes.
Yeah,
Like
like,
I
I
am,
mean, the dark circles are a real thing, but you know what? That's what we're supposed to look like. I mean, that's it happens.
there was
And
a
I'm
trend.
sorry, I'm not gonna say anything about filters anymore. I don't give 2 flying Fs if you use a filter anymore. You do you. I'm just gonna do my own little thing over here, and if I don't watch your stuff because I'm more into the real I'm over that. I'm just not gonna worry about others anymore.
No,
There, because
okay.
I know I've given filters a rough g I
No,
know.
and you should
Because you know
because
why? Because I want to use them, but I'm like, you know? So I'm just done, like, worrying about other people. I'm gonna worry about me. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. And
Mhm.
the thing is that I appreciated your talk about filters is because people don't really talk about them. I definitely have seen people who only post on in the Instagram stories or
Mhm.
on TikTok using one of the filters. And it's just like that's not what you really look like. And if you look at the big influencers and you
It's
see
catfishing, but that's the last I'm gonna say about this.
they are like if you like they'll have like this big Instagram or this big YouTube following or like a big TikTok following and
Mhm.
then they do meet and greets and they don't look like the person that you followed.
Mhm.
And I've
Oh, oh,
seen that.
oh, can I play okay, so I put, an Instagram story out today, and I'm like put our little the thumbnail for this, right?
Mhm.
And I'm like, "Oh my god, this is" okay, there's different ways to look at filters. There's filters that make you look beautiful, and then there's just filters that give a glittery effect or a rainbow. That's different than what I'm talking about, right? Does that make sense to you? Like, there's facial changes that you can do
I
on
thought you were
filters.
using some kind of like
Okay.
photo filter,
So
not
then on the Instagram story, the filter did this electric thing through her hair and then made it glitter. And I was like, that is so cute. So I was like, yes. And then once it uploaded, it didn't even do it. It made my whole face green, but it
I
gave
saw that. I was
I
like, I
know.
thought you were
No,
doing
no,
some kind of
no,
like
no. Listen, I have
indie
to explain.
filter.
No, I have to explain this because I just was. This is who I am. But it made your hair all cute and pink and sparkly. I'm like, I'm leaving me green because I really don't care what you think of me. That's how I'm going to go with it. But I tried. I mean, it wasn't like I was changing our face or anything. But I thought, oh, that was really cool because in the preview, it was like this lightning through our hair and then it glittered. It didn't do it. It just turned me into a munchkin looking thing. But I was like, okay, no one has seen it yet. I could totally delete this and start over, but I don't have time for this stuff. Like, I don't put enough I don't know. It's just not on my priority list to be an Instagram influencer or anything, right? So I was just like, I'm leaving. And I was waiting for you to go, what is wrong with you? But I thought, well, I'll just explain to her later why I'm green in her
I was
thumbnail.
like, I honestly thought, okay, so I
Yeah.
remember old school Instagram where it
Mhm.
had those cool camera filters that made things look like Polaroids, that made
Yeah.
things look like sepia tones, where it was
Uh-huh.
like old photograph
Mhm. Yeah.
filters,
Yeah.
not I want to get rid of all of the wrinkles and
Right.
make myself look like I'm 10 or
Well,
that
and
kind
I
of
feel
stuff.
like it's one thing, like if you do a filter here and there, I get it. You wake up in the morning, you want to put, okay, whatever. But you have to at some point show yourself. It have to. But see, here I am going off on it again. And I really just, I had decided last month that I'm just going to not give a, I don't care. I don't care. You do you, boo. I am going to live my little life over here and whatever I do, I don't care what you think of it either. I can be green in a Instagram story. um,
That's so
um,
that kind of circles back to what I was talking about earlier. Like
hi,
I
Victory.
could like I have consistent content
Mhm.
and that's
You have been very consistent, like not just consistent. You are super consistent. I'm so impressed. Let me say. So I am. I
that's
am.
kind of you. It's like I try, sometimes my health makes it so I can't
Mhm.
be as consistent as I want to, but I think you guys have talked about it before, like by a certain number of posts or you should be have this many follower count by a certain number of posts you average have
Mhm.
this many follower count. When I did the okay, when I did the collab with Amber and Matt and
Mhm.
Josh, and it's like, first of all, that was amazing
Yeah.
that all three of y'all, I know some of you were in the chat, wanted to do that with me. But then I was also like, that's why I went super hard on mine. Like I did all the little
Mhm.
graphics and crap because I was just trying not to, if anybody came over to my channel,
Mhm.
feel like I didn't belong because I'm at a tenth of what they are for their following. And I
You and
didn't,
I both have that feeling of we don't belong, I think. Right? Like it but it's a real issue. But you know what? Why? you belong. Your crowd hasn't found you yet to blow up your channel. You're doing the right things. I mean, you're doing some things that kind of throw off your channel, like these live streams with a weirdo like me, or your cooking things don't really fit in, but I think they're cool, so I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like those things.
Right. And I just was trying to say, it's like, I just, the thing for me wasn't that I didn't feel like I belonged. It's
Mhm.
that I didn't want to diminish their brand or their value by being a part of something that they were also a part of. That's what I was more concerned about.
But that's
Like,
how I felt coming on here.
but you have more subscribers than me, Traci.
I don't know why. But they haven't grown in like 6 months. Like they don't grow, but they don't
Traci,
go
you
away. It's like
haven't uploaded. You do
I
not.
put a video out. YouTube told me it's been 3 years since I've been on YouTube. So I decided to put like a 2.5-minute video out. Hello. It's expect one
It,
next year too, okay?
it, okay, look, the circle child pageant dress thing was totally helpful and really interesting and
I didn't even
very
think
Texas.
about it. I was just like, "Oh, I'm gonna do this really quick."
No, but it was helpful. Like, I have been looking, that the thing is that the circle skirt
Mhm. I found
pageant
another one the
dress,
next week. I'm like, "Yes. Yes.
damn. So
Yeah."
that's the thing. Like, I've glanced over to the child section. It's like, does anything stand out? No. Okay, goodbye.
Every time, because one day you're gonna go, "Is it?" And it is gonna be, and you're gonna make $175 in 20 minutes, I swear, every
And
time.
see, Danica, the thing is that it's not really imposter syndrome for me.
Is it not?
It's more, it's not that I don't belong. It's that I don't want to embarrass others. Like, for me growing up, I was always raised that my actions and what I did was a reflection upon my parents.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that's still something that has lasted into adulthood.
Mhm.
And for me, it's like, I've been on Twitch for 7 years. I've been doing YouTube on random channels for 5. Like, I've been on the internet for a very long time,
Mhm.
like either in forums or in chats. I was in one of the top rating guilds on my server when I played WoW. Like, I've been on the internet for a really long time. Like, it's not really imposter syndrome. It's just that I don't want to be a part of something and reflect poorly on another person who I have a lot of respect for. And
Well,
anybody who
maybe you shouldn't respect Matt so much. I mean,
well, it's
kidding, Matt.
it's people who I have built relationships and friendships with and have in this community or in any community that I'm in, I value those deeply because I don't form friendships or relationships very easily.
Mhm.
So I
I'm the
just want to
same.
make sure that I'm doing whatever I can to maintain those and reflect on those positively.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's you that matters. Not in a narcissistic way. It's you gotta live with you. They wouldn't ask you if they didn't have respect for you. Okay, Matt, thanks.
I know, and I know, and it's very appreciative. That's what I said
Mhm,
when you coming on here. Like,
mhm.
I know you and Tommy make jokes all the time about like don't recommend our stuff because we're lewd and rude, but I have learned a
We
lot.
literally go, oh my gosh, someone suggested us." Like, I don't want I'm not here to try to offend people. People that come to that live stream, podcast, whatever you wanna call it, they know what they're getting into, and if they don't, they will either leave or they'll stay. Like, it's like I have had from the get-go, I've had people message, "I wish you no harm." That's how they start. I'm like, "Huh?
And then
Okay."
it's a bunch of
Like, that
bullshit,
scares
right?
me right now. But your show with the and then they go on and tell me how terrible well, guess what? There's the door. Like, "Don't come back." And then they come back just to say it again. And you're like, "You have issues, not me. Like, leave. I cuss. I talk
Hate watching is a
real."
thing. Yes, I've learned
Yes.
that hate watching is a
From
thing.
the very first week, I swear. And when you start a sentence with "I wish you no harm," guess what you do? You liar. You do. And when you come back, you really do. YouTube's weird. It's weird. But you're doing it right. And I know that Matt and Amber, they care. I've heard, well, I've heard Amber. I don't know about Matt. I think he's using you for subs. But no, I'm kidding. But Amber has said you're one of her favorite channels to watch. She respects you already. Like, you don't have to prove anything to people.
That means a lot to, and that's, you
Mhm.
know, good who's here. He's the boy, by the way, if you don't know. He tries to let me know that, you know, while I have the hang up where I don't want to be embarrassed and where
Mhm.
I sometimes think, you know, I put out consistent content. I feel like it's good content. I try to make sure my editing's good, my lighting's good, like what I'm putting out there is good,
Mhm.
and I'm just not growing like most people would be with the amount of consistency in the
Mhm.
content I have. And the fact that people in this space that I have a lot of care and regard for
Mhm.
view me as a peer
Mhm.
is enough for me.
But
Like,
see, sometimes this is the best kind of, because you are growing. You're not shrinking, right? And
currently I'm not shrinking. I have done that
okay,
before.
well, everybody, shrinkage is real, okay? Okay.
Dip it in cold water, it'll be
Everybody
fine.
loses like, everybody. Um, it doesn't mean that your channel's not going to grow, right? YouTube literally has to figure out where your audience truly is. And right now there's a lot of BS on YouTube that YouTube has to cipher through, okay? So you're real. It's harder for the real ones to, I'm just going to say it like it is. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes that's not catchy enough or whatever. Just you keep doing it. I'm sure it's all going to work out. That's what I think. I don't know. Am I wrong? I don't know. I have a full bladder. I don't know anything.
Do you have to pee now? I can keep
Can I?
people entertained.
Will it bother you if I leave
No,
you? I pee.
I'm,
I can't pee as fast as you. I
no,
swear.
it's okay. I will do my best to keep people entertained.
Okay, I won't hear a word, so you can talk about me because I have to unplug. So go for
Okay.
it.
I'm not going to talk about you.
Okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I feel like I have not really. Okay, so these reseller repartees are literally just selfish on my part. One, I don't have to put out a video because this is the video. And two, I get to talk to somebody who I haven't had an opportunity to get to know better. So Traci is lovely in letting me indulge in this, and I'm so grateful she's decided to say yes. Everyone, thank you for being here. Shay, I feel like you're someone who I also need to talk to at some point, so I will probably be DMing you on Instagram, just so you know that's going forward. Danica, I also feel like you're friends with her, and she talks about you all the time, and you seem like a cool lady, so I'll probably also be DMing you, just so you know. Do you all have any questions for me since you have me now in live? Or do you have any questions that you think I should ask Traci? And thank you all very much for being here. I know this is a grand departure from my normal content, as she said, and I'm okay with that. These are very selfish videos for me. Also, I really like my thrifted treats that she mentioned multiple times, and I have one that I just haven't edited yet. And second, if you're still here, you bought the pecan pie plate before I could make anything with it. And then I have an apple plate that I got to do. What am I reading? Well, it's funny that you should ask, Matt, because you have mentioned Vonda McIntyre literally twice on your channel. And I have been in the middle of reading Dream Snake while you've been mentioning that, which I thought was hilarious.
Dream
So
stink?
Dream Snake?
Oh, steak.
It's a book.
Dream steak?
Snake,
Snake. Okay.
as in.
Okay. Gotcha.
So I just finished that. So I have to. So I released a video today of the book before that, which was, well, technically. So A Childhood's End I actually read after Elvin Bane, which is the video that just released today on my book channel. I just finished Dream Snake. I have to make a video about that, and I also have to film a haul showing that I got that book. I think the next book I'm going to read is The Last Witch by Andrea something. It's a Witcher book from the series. I meant to do that earlier, but yeah.
Yes, Lauren, I did. That's
Doyle, I haven't found any more of my house. I've been thrifting, so I did the embargo in March, and then April I immediately like I did such a good job. I'm gonna go thrifting, and now I have not stopped thrifting. So I'm putting a kibosh on that now, listing what I have, and then we'll go back into the banker's boxes. So
I'm jealous.
what?
I I just I can't read a book.
Oh, at the
It's been a
Tracy.
struggle my whole life. Like, the first time I read a book, I'm not kidding, okay, was I don't even remember the name of it now. Oprah Winfrey had it on her book. I'm like, "I'm gonna read a book for me," like, not one from school that they told me I'm supposed to read, and I went and got the cheat notes for. Like, 'cause I wasn't taught, like I wasn't taught to sit down and read. I mean, my parents taught me to read, but not to read, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I'm
Well, there's a
jealous.
thing. So when you do read, do you see the pictures?
Oh.
Okay, so
No,
that's
I
the thing.
daydream. I start thinking of all the things I wanna do in life. Every
Okay,
time,
okay.
every time.
No, that's okay. So for me, I've always been an avid reader,
Mhm.
to the point where when I was in elementary school, we would do like if I don't know how your elementary school was, but you always had to stand in line and walk from place to place when you were in elementary school,
Yeah,
like to the lunchroom and stuff.
right.
I'd be reading a book and walking. I could walk and read better than I could walk without the book in front of me.
Oh, wow.
So,
Hmm.
but the thing is that if I'm super burned out or if I'm very depressed, I can't read. And I spent the last year in survival mode with my
Mhm.
previous 9 to 5 job. And so like for a while I was okay, and then like I hit the burnout recovery where my brain just didn't want to latch on to anything, and I
Mhm.
just now got to the point where I can read again. I can read a 200-page book in like 3 to 4 hours.
God, I buy a book and I'll read 2 chapters and never open it again, and not even remember what I read. Like Joni in the chat, we bought a book, we were gonna discuss it. I read 2 chapters and I was done, and I don't know what it said to do. It was supposed to be a helpful book for, like, figuring myself out.
Matt, ooh, you're here and you are finishing Neuromancer. Is there any way we could do some kind of collaborative discussion live about the Neuromancer? Because I want to talk to somebody about that book so bad that also enjoyed it as much as I did. And I
I will
sent you a
not be
message
there
on.
for that. Okay.
No, it's okay. I just,
Sorry.
it was such a good book. And I am also have the cyberpunk need now. So yeah, I also listen to book gravity because that's something else. Like when I'm
Thank you.
driving or if I'm doing a work and Courtney hasn't done one of her work with me things, Courtney
She
come
those
and
are so
tags.
good. Are those not the best?
They are the actual best.
Yes.
Listening to her talk for like an hour about just stuff that
And
I
I
want
like
to
the
hear her talk
rambling. I
about.
like when she gets off track. I'm like, "Okay, she's normal." Like,
Yeah,
she's the best. I love her so
I
much.
I agree. And the fact that like
I'm
what she's
gonna
going.
marry her one day. If she doesn't find a husband one day, I'm gonna like, I'm just gonna flip her.
She just needs to pass on her hair genes to somebody else because there's.
Jealous of that. I mean, not really. I don't I try not to really get jealous, but, I mean, it's some good hair. Man.
No,
I'm
but
sorry.
yeah, but I was
This is,
trying to
like,
say like
not what Bob intended at all. Like, I get it when it gets
no,
taken down later.
while you were gone, I said that is like these are purely selfish for me. Like I just wanted to talk to you and get to know you
Yeah.
because I think you're interesting and I have a lot of respect for you and I think you're amazing.
Thank you.
So
Ditto.
I just want to say thank you again.
But it's just like everyone else, like, I I didn't understand your channel in the beginning. I was like, "What?" Like, it took me time to get to know you, and, like, not
Can
that
you
I'm
say that again, but differently?
okay, I'm
What do you
trying.
mean you didn't understand my
I
channel?
didn't I just was trying to see where it was coming from. I didn't know what your intentions were. I didn't know I have a hard time really seeing people that are just being people. Like, I'm like, "Well, what's her initiative or what's her goal here?" But once I got to understand you, it all made sense, to me. Like, so I think that's with your channel, I think it just takes a little time for it to find its true audience because it's a journey. You're showing your journey, right? I mean, YouTube is going to figure this one out just like it does if you keep going. It will. Don't quit. I quit.
I'm not gonna quit, but
I
that's just
quit. I was just like, I'm done. I don't want to do this, you
I
know?
I'm not gonna quit because, again, from a purely sorry,
Mhm.
selfish perspective
Yeah.
is that, like with the dehoarding videos,
Mhm.
if I film myself doing the dehoarding, I have to do it.
Mhm.
If I
Accountability.
it is this is very much accountability for me. It's one because I want to show people that, if they have any kind of disability,
Mhm.
you can still do something.
Mhm.
Two, it's okay to be perfectly yourself. Three, this is what real life looks like.
Well,
This
okay,
is
that might have been a turnoff for me too. I'm just trying to be very honest with you.
no,
Is that
absolutely.
talking about disabilities or that it's a touchy subject with me. Like, I don't always like I talked about a lot here tonight that I don't typically enjoy talking about or like to talk about, but I know it's important to talk about it. So I think that was a stumbling block for me too. Is like it hurts. Like, it hurts. I don't want to know that you have a disability because it makes me sad, but that's just life. We all have issues. Like, I had to come to that term and go, "Oh my god, we should be talking about our issues like that because it's the best therapy, But I don't in the beginning I was like, I don't want to hear it, but it's important. Like, I have a problem of blocking the unpleasant things out, you know? And this
Same.
is right. When sometimes you just have to full on face it and go, "Hey, I don't know." So I think that's why I say I think your channel just has to find its audience. It's just a time yours is a little trickier than some because of these things, and that's okay. It makes it more special anyway.
That's very kind of you. And,
You couldn't be
you
more
know,
genuine. You couldn't be more genuine and honest. Like, that speaks miles.
right. And, I the thing is that I understand as someone who has been online for a very long time. I know what I could do and what formula
Mhm.
I could follow to be viral. I understand what I could do, like the video format I could make with the editing and the pretty graphics, but it's so
Put your butt in
distasteful
the
to me.
thumbnail. Just put your butt in the thumbnail. Like, it works every time. I'm kidding.
You say that, but
It works.
I my first thread up box is a denim
Gross.
box. The
Yeah.
only pair of pants, shorts, denim in there that did not sell was the one I modeled with my ass.
Mhm. Oh,
But
I
it has the most
remembered.
likes. It
I
has
know.
the most
Right.
likes, both on Instagram and on
Mhm.
Poshmark.
Yep.
Nobody's bought it.
Somebody needs to buy these. I can't fit in 'em. My butt is big nowadays. It's
My butt
big.
is big
I
too.
can't.
That was all angles to get
Okay.
into those. But, like, I understand what to do, but it's so distasteful. Like, that's why I found
No, I
Matt's
know.
April Fool's video
Because if you
because
can do it without it, that's even more special. I'm sorry.
yeah,
It just is. Like, you don't have to show anything. You don't have to show skin. I mean, you can, it's fine, but you do
Not
not.
skin, but just being that upbeat, vivacious, everything's roses and stuff, because I understand that this is entertainment and
Mhm.
escapism.
Yeah.
When I started doing my reselling channel, like even now, so what was the what sold video I did where I have my eyes rolling back in my head, I'm literally just screen grabbing
I know.
randomly in the video and I'm like,
Mhm.
that made me laugh or this looks interesting.
Mhm.
I'm not doing a
You're not
separate
testing it
I'm
against
not doing a
another.
separate thing.
Yeah.
I'm just screen grabbing. But gosh darn it, I gotta hit this again.
Hit it.
So in the beginning, I didn't even do thumbnails. I just let YouTube pick my thumbnail because I was like,
Mhm.
this works for Jenna Marbles. She can do it. I can do it too. And
But
I
you're
didn't get any
Bob.
views
You're
because I'm not
Bob.
Jenna Marbles.
Yeah.
But I mean, Carl, it works for some people, but those
You
aren't
can
the
put
people I want to
anyone's
attract.
butt. Girl, it doesn't even have to be your butt. Just put a butt in there. A
Yeah.
peach. Put a peach.
Put
I don't know.
put a butt in there with you holding some money out. Someone's gonna click that
Right?
video. That's the thing. Like I realized very early on that the people that are going to be attracted to those type of videos aren't the people who I
Mhm.
want to have in my community.
Right.
And that's the point. It's like is I you are a reflection of your audience.
Mhm.
So what you're putting out is what you're going to get back, and what I want to get back is real people and like,
I want
you know,
hose. I just want hose.
it's
Kidding. I don't.
and I found some absolutely amazing people here in this
Mhm.
community.
Yeah.
Like, going and meeting Jesse and Alicia and Victoria, where it was like they put a date down, and I was like, okay, I bought the ticket, and they're like, oh, we didn't think you were serious.
Mhm.
No, I'm
Yeah.
that kind of person. If I say I'm going to do something, we're
Yeah.
going to do it. So I hope
Yeah.
you're ready for me to come hang out with you.
Right. Right. And you're having fun. You're having fun making your videos, it seems anyway. So,
I I know Good has said that, but and I know you said you were coming out of a really dark depression and when you decided to do reselling. Like
yeah, it's
I
pretty.
have even though I'm still not at the point where I'm self-sustaining, it's
Mhm.
still growing, which is where I need to be. And like
Yeah.
I've said before, like I planned with my current savings to not be self-sustaining until the end of the year. And the point is to be at that point by the time the end of the year happens.
Mhm.
But I don't think I've ever been happier as an adult. Like
That's something.
it's made a huge difference in my health because
Mhm.
stress is a big trigger for my dysautonomia. And being able to sleep when I need to sleep, wake up when I need to wake up, go to sleep, like
Mhm.
being able to do the things I love again and being able to still pay my bills. I don't need more than that. And that's really just understanding like this is all I need. I just need to be myself and
Yeah.
have the grace to be able to.
Well, paying the bills is like that's my only goal as well. Although I'm not like I realize I'm not paying all the bills, but there's some point gonna come the time that
That will
I'll
be a thing.
yeah. It's the having the backup money that scares me more than paying the bills, honestly. Like I don't I mean, I say I just want to pay the bills too, but actually I'm a really bad saver. And you got to like with this job, if you get sick, you're kind of when I got COVID, I shut my store down because I didn't want to ship things out that might spread, like
Right.
that was a month. Uh, If I were paying the bills, wow. Like, what am I going to do? So I have to think like that. I don't know. And then all the other things that come along with it, like insurance is so crazy. Maybe not
Right.
if you're a single person, as the kids drop off the insurance, it changes a little and gets better. But at one point, I think I was paying 1,800 a month just for insurance, for health
Yeah.
insurance. you know?
No,
Yeah.
like I said, I've built myself grace until the end of the year for both savings and insurance because of
Mhm.
when I left my job, my past employer was going to continue my insurance until for a year,
Mhm.
which they didn't have to do because I quit. But and I'm holding them to that. Hopefully they'll keep to that. But I'm trying not to think about that. Like
Yeah.
I'm very happy. I understand what you're saying.
Mhm.
Like I have a nest egg. It has been slowly dwindling because of the fact that I've haven't been having to eat into it because I'm not making enough.
Mhm.
But I knew that was going to be an issue. Like I went from working less than 10 hours at this to doing this as my job. And as someone who has a disability and as someone who has other things that they've always been putting off, like I'm just trying to enjoy my time. If I need to go get another 9 to 5 job at the end of the year, I can. Do I want
Mhm.
to? No, I never want to work for anybody else again. So I just
Yeah.
have to make this work.
Mhm. And that's why it's always important to just keep striving for increasing your ROI and finding the things that do sell fast. You can always still get the stuff that you and I really like that's so slow. But you gotta make it work with other stuff too. It's like you have to know. Like it's such a comforting thing when you list something and you know it's gonna sell in a day or two. That is like my best feeling. I'm like, I already know that's gonna be gone. Like something I listed the other day, I'm like, I'm already getting offers. I'm like turning them down because I'm gonna hold out because I know I can and it'll sell in a week. Where not every listing feels that great, you know?
Okay. Well, I know everybody talks about Starbucks mugs and stuff, and I had that big lot.
Mhm.
If you want know another type of mug that sells well, quickly and for decent money, the Far Side mugs that I
Oh,
posted
yeah.
also do as well. That sold within like 2 or 3 days after I listed it for $25.
Mhm.
So I know it's not big, but if you're going from 50
Yeah.
cents to $25, that's still pretty nice.
Yeah, $25 for a mug is beautiful. I'm tired of selling the 12 and $15 mugs, so I'm trying to not do that anymore. I'm a mug person. It
I,
sucks.
I
I
am
don't
too.
like it. I know. Hi, Leroy. Hi, Boldly Grow.
Leroy Jenkins.
In 5 years. Paul, I know. I used to be like, I don't care. I care. I don't have space for this, and I don't wanna make space for this to sit around for 5 years. Oy.
That's the thing, like when I do my what solds and it's like all $30 or under stuff, and I'm
Mhm.
like, the stuff we've been selling lately has been selling pretty quickly, but it's low dollar. And I know Matt in his video that he put out today was like, how are you making money
Mhm.
on this stuff for $13 with free shipping? And it's like, I paid 50 cents for this. It's sold within a month. I'm making $5. $5 times 20 is 100. Math. Like
Yeah.
I'm okay with realizing that. And then Courtney said that on her work with me. She's like, when she was talking about the this isn't worth my time saying. And I think I've said that too,
That
and
was
I
a good
thought about it.
discussion.
It,
Yeah.
it was very good. And it's like I've said that before, but it's not. And she's right. It wasn't that it's not worth my time because I'll buy a mug for a quarter and sell it for 10 and be super happy about that. But if I get something in a thread up box
Yeah.
that's,
I
a
know.
pair of jeans, I don't
But
want
it's
to do that.
yeah, this is my struggle, though. I struggle with that all the time because I have stuff here. I can list a million things right now for $15. But you know what? I keep taking it to the Goodwill. And there's certain things that I like better than others. So I'm like, I'll list this. But it's I'm smarter for me to go and just buy better stuff, but it's here, and haven't had time to really put a shit ton of time into thrifting yet. I just got like the living quarters of this house today. I woke up and I go, it feels like a home. Today was the first time
Oh,
because I hadn't seen completely my kitchen counter. I had boxes still in the living room. I still have boxes in the hallway right here, but there's only 3 and I'm getting there, and I've been waiting for the day that I can go, I moved in because I'm still not there, and I realize it feels like forever, and I'm just like, I'm gonna have to move before I even feel moved in here, and I'm dying with that thought. I'm like, I don't know. So, like, sometimes I just I list at night. So I'm like, well, I need to list something because I'm not stupid. I know I need to list. So I'll list some, but then am I bogging down my store? There's so many ways to look at this. I just have to do something sometimes. And whether it's the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do, I don't care. I'm just going to do something. Does that make sense? It's so dumb, but
no, it's not dumb. It's like you know what you're supposed to be doing for your store, and you feel like you need to
yeah.
do that for your store.
Yeah. Well, I'm certainly not gonna go 4 days, 3 days without listing. I'm gonna do something, that's how I look at it.
So for me, the thing is that the sourcing, despite as much as I love it, because of my social anxiety and
Mhm.
because of how physically taxing it is for me, is actually the worst part out of all
Okay.
of the reselling stuff.
Can I send
Like,
you my junk, possibly? No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
well, okay, so I mentioned today that I went to the post office, dropped off my packages that were passengers
Mhm.
off to the post office, and then I went to the Goodwill that's across the street. My neck hurts. I took my medication before
Mhm.
going on here in addition to the wine because
Yeah.
I also have neck and shoulder and back pain like Matt does. Like,
Mhm.
I can't be in a
That's
thrift
real.
store more than 2 hours.
Mhm.
I
I
can't do
stopped
that.
looking at dresses when I don't have a lot like you, but if my back hurts, I'm not looking at dresses that day, I can tell you that because it's higher.
See, that would be better for me. See,
Okay.
the problem is that my thrift stores, like, we're tall ladies.
Mhm.
My thrift stores are all this height. They're
Oh,
all boob
okay.
height.
Okay.
And so I'm looking like this. And
Yeah.
so and I have a scoliosis between my shoulder
Mhm.
blades. So if I'm doing this, everything
Yeah.
hurts.
Oh.
Nothing is, I want everything to be here.
Mhm.
That would be great. But it's
That's
not.
why it's, like, clothing I do love clothing, but, man, small hard goods are so much easier to list. Like, listing mugs, that's easy.
It is.
Like,
And that's why I like them. It's because it's easy, it's fast. You do
mhm.
3 to 4 shops, you're done.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with like media and books. Like
Mhm.
James, A Boring Reseller Life. He does a lot of
Mhm.
media,
Yeah.
and it's just front, back, barcode, you're done.
Yeah, but that man, he's a beast. He
I would agree. He's putting out 2 videos a day, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's also listing a crap ton. Like, he
I don't know
works
how.
hard. Like, I don't
Yeah,
wanna work as hard as I wanna work hard, but I don't wanna work that hard, okay? I don't. I know my
that's
limits.
that's amazing though what he's able to do.
Mhm. It is. It is.
Jack, I'm just gonna say hello because I like your name,
Hi, Jack.
but I'm not gonna say your whole name out loud
I
because
am.
I'll just start giggling and it's not gonna be helpful.
Ah.
And that's what I try to say. It's like when I was
Funny.
doing whenever I do a what's old video or a showing what I'm selling video, I'm like, this works for my business model. If it doesn't work for you, that's fine. I've tried to come away from saying it's not worth my time,
Mhm.
which is also why I stopped doing the thread up shoe boxes because I know there are tons of people that make a living just selling shoes,
Mhm.
reselling shoes. I have, the Amazon rack that everybody has for shoes, where it's like 6 to 7 tiers. It's made up. Okay, you don't know what I'm talking about, do you? No.
Mhm.
Okay.
No, I have a no. Like, right now, my shoe game is lame, but I did just have, the illegal way of putting them in USPS boxes I wasn't gonna ship them in and build a wall. No, I did ship sometimes. I shipped something in them at some
How
point.
is
Come on.
that illegal? You're going to use it to ship shoes
Well,
eventually in.
eventually, okay? Like, I'm not going to jail for this, I don't feel.
No, okay. They say it's for shipping. As long as you're eventually going to ship something in them,
Mhm.
priority mail, you're fine.
Yep.
Okay. But I have half as many shoes on this rack unlisted that are listed. Like I have sold through almost all of my shoes that I've listed, and I just don't want to clean them. I, they're when I get in it and I do them all at one time, it's fine. Okay, maybe I should say that. That's where my executive dysfunction comes in. I cannot physically do something that I don't want to do until I want to do it.
Mhm.
And then I'm going to do it all at that time and then not do it ever again for like another 6 months or so.
Yeah. I know. But sometimes you have to.
Is my okay?
I
I
don't
have
understand. I went and looked. I don't see photos being taken.
no. It's probably my internet
Okay.
because I have Cox. That's the name of the company. It's COX.
Multiple? Okay. No, I know who you're talking
And while I pay for their
about.
business grade internet, it's still crap at this time of
Yeah, but
day
do you have
because
your
everybody's
Wi-Fi
on it.
turned on? Like, that happened to me once
No, I
where
this is
okay.
hardlined in. I stream.
But
Everything's hardlined in.
okay. But if I'm hardlined in, but I have Wi-Fi turned on, sometimes it'll jump back and forth. It just does it. I don't know.
Okay, I don't know how to fix that. So, like,
No.
I've been on the internet for forever. I do
Yeah.
live streaming on Twitch.
Mhm.
I can't do technology. If I
I
get
get it.
frustrated,
Girl, it's my biggest pain. Like, well, not my biggest. I have so many issues that I don't know how to deal with, but it, tech is one. Tech is hard.
it is. It's just not how my brain is smart. My brain is smart as yes, exactly that, Brett.
Hardline Oh, you weren't gonna say it out loud. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Again, I stream on Twitch where you have gaming nerds. So there's a lot of stuff in chat that I'm not going to say out loud because I know better. They're just looking for that one clip that they can share onto Reddit. Not going to give that to
I
them.
never go to Reddit anymore. Like, it's been a long, long time. Is it still as entertaining as it used to be?
I don't really go into Reddit very much anymore either. I go in there if I have a question that I can't find an answer to,
Mhm.
chances are it's on Reddit. Other than that, I don't really go there very often. Nice, Jens. Very nice.
Oh my.
No, good. I know it's not the computer. The computer is amazing. It's always the internet, but we've had this conversation all
It
the
has
time.
held up pretty well for 3 hours, definitely.
Is that how long we've been on?
Mhm.
I'm sorry. Do you need to leave?
No.
I know you've been on with Tommy for a really long time into like the wee hours of the morning, which is why I wanted you earlier, is
Mhm.
because I
I
figured if I actually got to talk to you, it would be a long time.
I know. I feel like we barely even, like, scratched the surface.
I don't think you understand how much I've wanted to talk to you.
I kinda blew you off because I didn't wanna, like I was like, she has respectable people." And I didn't wanna do that, and then I got busy, like, then I'm like, I am, like, it was, like, crazy for me for a while, and then once life settled down, it was the first thing I wanted to do. I'm like, "I'm gonna
Oh.
I'm gonna make her have me on now, whether she wants me or not."
Well, Tommy offered for me to
Mhm.
be on y'all's channel, and
You
then he doesn't use
we don't have
Instagram
one
anymore.
anymore.
So,
No, I would love that.
well, I'm
Yeah.
sorry it's pausing for y'all. I hope it's entertaining. You guys are basically getting what I get when I edit a video, where I don't realize how much I talk with my hands or how expressive my face is until I'm trying to get a screenshot.
Yeah. Well,
And then it's
I think you're pausing on really pleasant looks. Like, whenever it pauses on me when I have issues, it looks like I'm pooping or something. It's really bizarre.
okay. Tracy,
Mhm.
that's the biggest favor of you.
Oh.
I just spilled red wine on my dress.
Yes, go. Can you
So
put something really
be
cute on?
entertained and let me go change real quick.
Okay. What do you think she's gonna come back in? I literally, like, I didn't blow her off for any other reason than I thought she doesn't need this on her channel. When people are trying to grow a channel, I try to steer clear so they can grow. If, if I, but how funny that here we are. I don't know. The pausing. Is it okay? Is it pausing on both or just hers? Like, I don't even know. T-shirt and blue jeans. I think she's coming back in a dress. But you got a good guess, Doyle. You and Tommy gonna keep doing shows? We will eventually. Honestly, I'm ready. So it's up to him. He's got a lot. He's he's got goals, more goals than I do, and I feel like I got too many goals. So we'll see. I have a feeling it'll be, let's just say within the month. No, not April. That's silly. But within a month. And if not, I'll just find a new co-host, I guess. That's a threat. I don't think he's here anymore. He usually bathes his daughter about this time. Something green. Oh, yes. Oh, I meant to wear green all for Bob. That's another thing. When I used the stupid filter on Instagram and it turned my face green, I was like, it's green. It's fine. It's for Bob. She loves green. Within the month, not this one. I know. I'm sorry. I do love going live though, so I don't know. I might go live again on my channel, but a lot of people that are subbed to that one aren't subbed to my channel, so they have no idea.
What is happening?
Harry and Tracy. Oh.
You mean you've never seen me in a dress? You've seen me in dress sometimes. Just don't know it's a dress. It's just a
Yeah.
giant piece of fabric.
You've seen her in that dress because I have. Okay. I love
Yeah.
those style of the tent dresses. I love
Just the
them.
tent dress. Yes.
Here I'm.
I'm not back at this. Okay. Okay. I'm one of those people where if I find something I love, I will buy it in every color.
That was my mama.
So I found this one
You
dress. It's a giant tent
should.
that I can't wear on a windy day. I did that once when I was in Japan. I wore this dress in Japan in the middle of a typhoon, which if you don't know, that's what they call hurricanes in the Pacific. Come on,
Right. But you can
Cameron
eat
says
like
no.
5 corn dogs and you'll never know because it like covers it. I love those.
There we go. Yeah. Yeah. So I wore it in the typhoon and I went out to play Pokemon Go in the middle of the typhoon while everybody was still sleeping. And I was wearing this dress and I flashed a poor Japanese man because the wind caught my dress and put it up, did like the Marilyn Monroe thing.
Is that
And I was,
offensive? Like, I always heard the bottom of the feet in Japan is offensive. So if you flash with your dress, is that offensive or is that like a thank you? Gracias. Have a nice day.
I mean, I was 6 inches taller than this poor man, and he was just trying to get where he was going, and I was just like, I'm still wearing underoos, but they're thongs, so my whole butt is out.
Underoos? Like Wonder Woman?
No,
Okay.
I would call them small. I'm still wearing a thong, okay? And then I just basically ran back to my Airbnb. I realized I'm not wearing the right clothes to be out here in a typhoon.
I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. So, okay. What was I going to say? Shoot.
I don't know. What were you talking about while I was gone?
I don't know. Oh, they asked if Tommy and I are coming back on, but I don't think he's here. He never wants to answer the question, but I promised them within the month, and then I lied because I didn't mean this month. I meant next month. You know what's not happening tonight? Again, listing. No, it will. I'll do some drunk listing later. Okay, so I bid on an auction for the first time, and I knew it was going to be like a learning curve. I learned a lot. Like, And everything I learned, I knew was gonna happen, but I still did it anyway. Like, I'm gonna bid on this lot because I want that item and that item, but I know these are all gonna go to Goodwill, and maybe I'll get lucky and there's something that I don't see, because they're but then you just end up with all this stuff. And I learned though, I've gotta take it now, and I'm right next like, I can walk to a Goodwill right now, which is very convenient. And I'm, like, constantly like, every day, they're like, "Oh, hey, Tracy." Like, they already know my name because 'cause I'm dropping off I'm like, "I got a chair for you now, I don't want it anymore." Like, I'm not selling stuff on Facebook, I'm like, I'm just donating, I want it out." Is getting silly, but I'm looking at this little lot of stupid things I bought in an auction going, I need to weed it out and clear it out a little bit more because it's a learning thing. That's how you become a hoarder.
Yeah, you're talking to the choir there.
Yeah.
Like I've mentioned multiple times that you should tell people what you do, and it hurts sometimes when you do that because they're like, "Hey, do you want this?" It's like,
I know.
"It's free. I should definitely take this. This is
I
worth so much money, but
Bob,
I don't want this
listen.
now."
Listen to this one. Okay, so the whole time I lived at this house, I've lived at that house, the old house, since 1990. No, 99. No, 2000. I don't know, somewhere around 2000, 2001. My neighbor, my very next door neighbor, never gave me a thing. I'm moving stuff into moving trucks, and all of a sudden, he's like, "Hey, I got about 20 Harley shirts. You want them?" I'm like, "Okay." "I have a leather jacket. You okay?" I have like 300 vintage hats. Okay. Like, I have all this stuff. Not many are that great. It's like they're disintegrating, most of them. But I'm like, I want to look through them because what if there's
Yeah.
some rare patch on it? I don't care if the phone, because that's the stupidity in me. Yes, let me add more stuff to my packed garage or 2 storage units that I'm moving into but I can't say you can't how do you say no? You gotta
You can't. I have been able to say no to some things. My partner has a neighbor that's very well off, and
Mhm,
he's very kind. And he was going to throw some stuff away, like all that Limoges, like the Haviland
mhm.
Limoges pieces. And it's like, I am not going to say no to free
No.
Haviland Limoges pieces. It's not
Some of it's
happening.
not great, and some of it's
It's
fantastic.
really
Yeah.
good.
I'm
Yeah.
like,
It's
I gotta
like,
research that.
I've made like $100 off of that, and
Mhm.
it's all free. And
Yeah.
it's I can't
Well,
say no to that.
I sold yesterday $70 for some, I don't know, Ranger Rick or whatever the heck it was, Boy Scout type of thing, little lot, $70. I'm like, I'm glad I took it. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just got to. But then you gotta get rid of it if it's not worth it, right? That's the hard part.
Mm, Um, yeah, I don't have a problem getting rid of stuff. It's the getting around to the stuff that is worth it that I have a problem with.
Oh.
And the thing is that yes, whatnot is great with moving stuff. It is. But unfortunately, their demographic is the same as Twitch. It's like 85% male, 15%
Mhm,
female. It's a whole bunch of people like 40 and under.
mhm,
So if you're not catering specifically to that demographic and what they're hyping at, they're not going to be interested. And a
mhm.
lot of the stuff that I have is
Yeah,
vintage women's glass and ceramic, like clothing or glass and
yeah.
ceramic. And that's not the demographic that's on that
Those
app.
are it doesn't matter what platform you're on, that's a long tail item, period. Yeah. Most of it. It is, but I love it. I
Yeah.
love it.
And, and yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's the thing, Doyle. Like, when I did Whatnot and I did my men's runs, most of that sold, and I don't have it anymore. So all of my
How do you feel like the prices went on those? I didn't I have a hard time getting on to Whatnot because I can't type.
w- well, you
'Cause
also had that issue with it not working and trying to get your account back.
but no, I don't wanna I'm like, "I'm be okay." Imma be okay. But did you do well? I mean, did it sell
I
for
I
okay
I
money?
So for me, because everything's so cheap, everything
Mhm.
that I put on there, I didn't start the auction at a price I wouldn't be okay with. So
Mhm.
yes, I did great. Brett, who's here, bought some stuff for me and he sold it for a bunch of money. And I'm grateful for that he
Where
bought
did
it
your audience come from?
whatnot.
So just by your title?
Yeah, it
Like,
was
you
just
didn't know them?
like pretty much Brett showed up to say hi and bought some stuff for me, but
Mhm.
everybody else was just random people. I had no idea who they were.
Interesting. Huh.
But I'm also a conventionally attractive female
Yeah.
on a predominantly male app.
Yeah.
So that helps.
Is there like a I don't even know. Is there a thumbnail or is it just the logo? I can't even tell you. I'm
For
so
me, I
silly.
did the video. Like I did
Mhm.
everything that Whatnot suggested to me.
Okay.
So if you're don't know what Whatnot is, I have no idea how you don't because they're paying people some
Mhm.
really good money to promote their app right now
Mhm.
that have followings. But there I was I signed up for it because I heard about it from Tim when he was talking with you and
Mhm.
Tommy about it. And
Yeah.
I was like, okay, cool. I'll try a new app. I haven't been on any app that's at the ground floor in a long time. Let me see what this is like. And I got on the app to see what it was about because Tim talks so highly of it. But
Yeah.
Tim has a personality.
Yeah.
Tim is outgoing as all get out.
Yeah.
He is fun, he's entertaining. It doesn't matter what he's doing or
He's
where he's at.
he's
He
crazy.
is the
Okay.
life. He
He's
is the
crazy.
life of the party.
I know.
So I can
Love it.
see how he could excel
Mhm.
on the app. So I got on it and I
Just
was like,
like
okay,
Chernock, I don't know if you know him, but same there. He's just hyped up and animated, and he knows how to get the audience in the mood to buy. Like, that's a talent. Not everyone has that. That's like an
no,
auctioneer. There's good auctioneers and there's people that you can't get any good prices. It's
right,
all in the personality.
right. And I don't have I can have that personality. Do I want to? Absolutely not. It feels disgusting
It's a lot of
to me.
energy.
It
Okay.
is. So, I tried it. I applied to be a seller, and
Mhm.
so I got approved. I was the only female in the group. I don't if you've ever applied to be and the thing is like now it's blowing up on reseller
Mhm.
YouTube to do Whatnot. And I meant to make I have recordings of how to start on Whatnot, and I
Do
just
it.
never made the video.
Oh, okay.
I thought I was going to, and then it's just like, do I really need to anymore? No, not really. I don't think it
Well,
matters.
yeah, I mean, they're paying for people to do it now, so what
Yeah.
but I don't know. I mean, I guess if you need content, I don't know. That's why I don't wanna make reselling videos. I don't wanna have to go, "Oh, I need content, so I have to do it." It's just not me. I get why people do it. I'm not judging it. I'm just I don't wanna have to sit and think about it. That's
That's
hard.
that's kind of you, Brett. Well, no, I wanted to be helpful. That's the only reason why I have that information is because I wanted to be helpful because I was trying to
Well,
look like,
good.
okay, how do you be a seller? How do you make a listing? How does this work? Because
Mhm.
there wasn't a lot of content out about that, and the content that was out there was
Yeah.
not good. And so I got onto Whatnot and I did the seller. They do a 1 hour like this this is what you need to do as a seller.
Mhm.
And this is one of the feedback. They're never going to see this video because they give two craps about me. But they are literally encouraging people to use copyrighted music on their app. And I'm like, you're going to be hit with DMCA claims just like Twitch did when they didn't regulate that.
Really? Yeah.
It's like you're encouraging people to make an environment, an experience, and you're asking them to use other people's copyrighted material in order to do that. That feels
Mhm.
icky.
Mhm.
That's not how you build a sustainable or a quality
Yeah, but
business
they'll
doing that.
figure that out and they'll stop. Like, that's not gonna really hurt them. They're just gonna have to stop, right?
Right, but they're gonna do the same thing like Twitch did with the
It
DMCA
got
claims, and
bad.
then
It
all
got
of their
really ugly, didn't it, on
it,
Twitch?
it did. It
Did.
got very ugly, and it's like I've never done that.
Yeah.
Because I knew what that was like. I got a Monstercat license super early. All the music you guys have heard on my channel has been from Monstercat and it's licenses that I own,
Mhm.
so or I can use. But I've always and that's another reason like another thing on YouTube, or not YouTube, on Twitch, is people on Twitch just reacting to stuff they're watching on YouTube. I've never done that either because that's icky. Like, why would I'm using fair use by reacting
Mhm.
to it? That still feels gross.
Yeah. Well, just like the people putting out the Johnny Depp trial, like, you're just, like, taking content that someone else like, it just doesn't make sense.
Okay, the fan edits, they are changing it and
That's
do
funny
it.
though.
It is technically under that thing is fair
Mhm.
use. But like, I don't know how much on TikTok you are, but people that are just sitting there
I'm not.
staring at the screen
I'm not.
with another video playing on the background, that's not fair use. That's you sitting there and getting views off of someone else's content.
Okay.
I don't like that. Like, fair use to me isn't a gray area. There is a very clear line when it's fair use and not fair use anymore
Mhm.
to me. And I wish Whatnot could be successful with a female audience.
It will. I really think it will.
I don't. It's too
Really?
toxic.
Hmm.
Are you in the Pokemon break areas?
No, listen, I haven't been in there in
I
a
okay,
couple months.
Tracy,
In the
you
beginning, I went in every day. I ever since my account issue, I just haven't really gone in, honestly, so I don't know. I
Jens,
think
I tried that though, and I had nobody. All the people that were in my
well, I
category.
think she's saying you should still put out the content on YouTube because how many women have put out whatnot content
But that's
on
the thing.
YouTube?
I I'm gonna say this here. I actually applied to be in the marketing department at Whatnot just so I could put in this giant paragraph, like couple of paragraphs long thing in my application about you are you're not going to get a female demographic on your app. Period. They're not.
Hmm.
What they're doing is they're paying these. You've seen the Thrift with Me's, right? The Thrift with Me influencers that are not resellers. Have you seen that content pop up on your feed?
Well, I've seen on YouTube.
Right. Where it's like Thrift with Me.
Yeah, because
This is
they
the
do have
stuff I
dress
got.
style and
Lifestyle,
yeah.
cute girls,
Yeah,
whatever.
I like some of it actually.
Right. No, it's great
Mhm,
content, but
mhm.
that's who they're paying to go onto Whatnot
Oh,
to
oh.
do
Because
things.
I would think that even be easier to get an audience than from a YouTube reseller is from some doing style based, no?
That's the thing. That's what they're doing. And the thing is that these Thrift with Me lifestyle young influencer female individuals
Mhm.
are going to do it for the sponsorship. Their audience is going to buy from them, and then both are not going to stay on the platform.
Oh, well, they're just gonna make their own website,
Right?
honestly. Yeah.
They're going to make their
Right.
bag and then they're going to leave. But Whatnot is wasting their marketing dollars on these people to try
Yeah.
to grow their female audience because they're not going to stay because the overall app culture is too toxic.
But I don't understand what makes it toxic.
The dude bro energy is not female friendly, and that is the majority
So
of.
are they actually are there things being said in the chats or things that the people selling are saying? I don't know.
I don't know how to explain this. So, do you know who Logan and what's the other dude's name? Logan Paul and his brother Jake
Yeah.
Paul?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the energy that is in the hype streams on
Mm,
Whatnot.
okay.
As
I
a
haven't been in a single hype stream. Like, I really know nothing. I haven't looked. I don't put my time there because I don't plan on selling there. That's what it is, and I don't plan on sourcing there. I've gotta find my own way to source,
no,
and yeah.
that's what I'm saying, but there's nothing about that app that is currently enticing you because
No.
to you,
No.
there's nothing that seems like you're missing out on an opportunity or
When
that there's
I can
something there that
find
you want.
something somewhere else because I know people go, "Oh, I'm sourcing great stuff." But see, to me, it would be me watching my phone constantly, or my laptop or whatever, and, "Oh, do I want that?" And then I get, like, oh, I gotta win it. And now I gotta win it. And I don't need that in my life. That's me. So I know if I go to a Goodwill bins, yard sales, thrift shops, I can fill up my car. I don't know if I can do that on Whatnot and feel happy. Like I don't know.
Right. So Doyle's saying like guys shop in a store that's not
But you
true.
can do that from the toilet. So that is the good part. Like you can literally be sitting on a toilet and doing your sourcing. I
Yeah.
get that.
So the thing is that Whatnot is very much like the hype beast culture. So when I first saw the YouTube reselling section, you had people like explaining what they were doing. This is what's selling for me. This is not what's selling. This is what I'm buying. This is what I'm not buying. And then you had hype beast reselling YouTube where it's like, I just scored like 20 of this new Nike drop and I'm going to resell it on StockX for blah, blah, blah. It's very much like Tucker Upper vibes.
Mhm.
Like hype beast, this is what I'm buying. It's slobby Robbie. It's giving me like
Yeah.
be there or you're gonna miss out on this dope
Yeah,
ass
but that
deal.
I feel like that's just part of it, don't you? Like then there's
No.
this other side, like the
Whatnot I have
Tims
not
and the
Tim Tim is different because that's genuinely who he is.
okay.
There is hype beast, which is what is successful and whatnot. That's the
Okay.
type of buyer and seller that they are attracting currently that stay and continue on the YouTube that is not currently being paid to continue to be on
Okay.
whatnot. Versus like people that are genuinely just selling stuff and have a passion for the item.
Mhm.
Like the amount of gambling and shady crap that's going on in the Pokemon break scene on whatnot is disgusting.
Okay.
You have no idea what I'm talking about
I
because
don't.
I'm sure you have no idea what
I
Pokemon.
don't.
I'm sure you know what Pokemon is, but not
Yeah, I've never seen one like I just yeah. I like I said, I just maybe if my account were functioning, I might pop in to support a friend. That's all it would be for me. For me. But Tank, like Chernock is killing it. He's killing
right.
he's building a whole brand over there. And that's his personality. I get what you're saying with that.
Right.
Totally.
It's his
Yeah.
personality
Yeah.
and it's the type of stuff he's bringing
And
to
he's
the
able to
table.
get so much. He's able to fill up his car every single day for $5. Like
Right. It's like Sir
that.
Buys a Lot too. Sir Buys a Lot whatnot is
Yeah.
like a godsend to
Yeah.
him.
You can't go thrifting. I mean, most people anyway. You cannot go thrifting and buy stuff to sell and whatnot. You have to have another way to get. You have to do this really smart because Tank don't care what he gets because no matter what he wins. Period. End of story. Like that's how cheap his stuff is.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But I've been in several whatnots where like the person is sitting there, it's like putting up this ratty t-shirt from like the 2000s saying like it's only at $5. Are you really only gonna bid $5 for
Oh no,
those?
I'd be out. I'd be out. I
Right.
literally
But
would walk
but
out.
that's what I'm saying. As a female user,
Mhm.
if that is 50% of the auctions I'm going to and it has that vibe, I'm gonna be like goodbye.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
that's just me. Like
Well, what's
I
gonna
had a
happen
lot of
when they start selling like pot brownies in the baking category? That's what I want to know.
do they have a baking
They
category?
do, or cooking, or food and edibles, or something, food and drink.
Do they do? I haven't seen that. Do they
And
really have that now?
I mean, like I do love to bake
Apparently, I
and
need to
I
go
do
on the
love to
app.
cook, but I don't want to cook. Like I wouldn't personally. I'm not buying from a stranger from their kitchen. I know how some people live, and if I don't know you, I don't know how you live. Do you have rats? Do you have cockroaches? Do you have mice droppings? Like, I am not gonna I like it because it's not so regulated. I know this because I had a cake decorating company and I had a personal chef business. I know when the laws changed and you know what? I'm good. I'll cook for myself. I'll bake for myself. But I kind of think it's cool, but I kind of don't.
See, that's the thing. Like, I sometimes I get these things on my FYP for TikTok,
Mm-hmm.
and it's this is why you can't eat at some people's house. I don't know how I got into this section, but it was like some video of like, hey, so you know that you take the toilet seat and you unscrew these screws here and you take the toilet seat off and you could just put it in your dishwasher.
Oh, hell no.
And then the Stitch was like, and this is why some people's house you just do not eat
Do
at.
not eat.
And I was
And
like,
do you have rats, Lauren? I don't know. I mean, I've seen too many people's homes. Like, I'm not saying I'm the cleanest person either, but your kitchen, if I'm going to eat there, it better be clean. Done.
I mean, and that's the thing, like, I've learned a lot about Etsy too. So did you know on Etsy? Okay, so Etsy implemented this thing like 2 or 3 years ago about offsite ads. So if you have, they started doing offsite ads. So that's like Google ads or like
Is that the
whenever,
advertising fee thing that they added that you can like do a promotion or kind of like that?
like, yeah, they
Yeah,
promote off Etsy.
it confused
But
me.
this, if you get a sale, you have to pay that advertising fee and you can opt out of it.
Mhm.
What I didn't realize is that while I have opted out of it, if you sell more than $10,000 worth of stuff, they automatically opt you into that and you cannot opt back out.
I heard there was some stuff going on with Etsy, but I didn't know what it was because I left that. Like, I just can't.
There's that, and they've raised their fee from 5% to 6.5%, and that's why they did that whole
Well, I mean, that's still
Etsy
pretty
blackout.
good. But that's still pretty good.
No, I
6.5%.
agree. It's still pretty good because it's a 1.5% fee
Mhm.
increase. Inflation's at 3%, so I can totally understand a
Right.
1.5% increase.
Yeah. Well, I know
But
that Joni and Michelle both sell on Etsy. What are your thoughts on that too? Like, I don't
I
know.
I personally like Etsy,
Mhm.
which is why I was so upset if I was going to have to not sell on Etsy anymore when they shut my store down because they couldn't find me as a person
I know
or
that
as a
was weird.
business.
That was really weird.
It was like a month and a half. I spent like it was over a dozen emails to their security and trust team, and
Mhm.
they finally got everything sorted out, and I'm fine now. But it took a really long time to get that sorted out. And I think,
Michelle, she says if I make that much money on Etsy, I will pretend to be upset.
but that's what I'm saying. Like, so somebody had, like, they told me, I was like, you can just opt out of that. And I was like,
Mhm. Hmm.
that's what I said. And then someone sent me the person who's TikTok. Can you please focus on me? I know I'm not that cute,
Are you
but
talking
like,
to me?
no, I'm talking about the camera. It's the 4K. So my parents, okay, so my heating and air, after living in this home for a year, my heating and air system went out. So I had no air con, I had no heat,
Mhm.
and my parents had to replace it. Well, they didn't have to. They did it because they had a unit that just magically fit my house sitting in their storage unit for like the last 10 years, and they
Mhm.
replaced it. But when they did that, they did it when I was at work, and they yeeted my webcam off of my desk when they tried to bring the new door in.
Oh.
So they just knocked it off. It flew across. So it's a 4K Brio Logitech camera
Mhm.
that didn't work on my own computer, my old computer after that happened. But it works on this one, but now it has trust issues with the focus.
Trust issues. It needs a therapist or the rapist. No.
I don't know. But so I have to, or maybe it's just got, it liked the taste of the beating and the yeeting. So now I just got to smack it to make it happy again. I don't understand.
I'm not even gonna say anything there. Like you can't do that to me.
I can. I know you're going to react to it. But yeah, but that's the thing. Like these are handcrafters
Mhm.
and makers that are selling on Etsy and are upset about the increase in fees to one and a
Mhm.
half percent. And all I can think of is could you be as successful on your own site? If you couldn't be as successful in your business on your own site, hosted by your own web services, doing all the stuff yourself, you don't think that that cost is worth it to be on Etsy for 1.5%. Like,
No, I think Etsy's totally worth it. I think Etsy is its best in fourth quarter by far, like every other platform, I'm sure. But that's when I liked Etsy. That's when people, I didn't do great there, but I didn't put a lot into it.
but that's
And
why I was pissed that my store got shut down
Mhm.
before Christmas. And
Right.
like, that's the best quarter for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's the same thing too. So when the pandemic hit and they were doing the EIDL and the PPP,
Mhm.
right? The COVID bailout programs. And I'm going onto Reddit to try to figure out how to do some stuff for the 9 to 5 job that I have.
Mhm.
And a lot of businesses were on there, like small businesses that were complaining. It's like, I was promised $10,000 and I didn't get it with this EIDL grant. And I'm like, they didn't say you were automatically going to get it. You had to be approved for it. But because you didn't get it, you're mad. It's like, do you have the same energy when you apply for a loan for the bank with your business plan and don't get it? But you're like, I was promised it because I had this business plan. That's not how life
Hmm.
works.
No.
And I don't know. A lot of small businesses failed, and some of them were definitely shouldn't have still been in business. But
Yeah, it's been kind of sad to see the ones that have gone away though.
yeah,
But
that's true.
it really is just the way it goes. I mean, nothing lasts forever, y'all. We're all gonna die. Just saying.
It's true.
Like, that's why I say just have some fun. Like, no regrets, okay? Do whatever you feel you need to do and no regrets.
No regrets.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Carl, with the suspension with the grunt style thing, it's like, okay, well,
Mhm.
I made sales, so this is the first month where I haven't had a 0 sale day so far, knock on wood. And that is only because of the fact that I was cross posting onto Facebook and Poshmark and Etsy.
Yeah.
But that's what they say. Tracy, I feel like I've asked you all the questions. Do you have any questions for
I'm
me?
tired and hungry
Okay.
and tipsy.
Tracy's saying she wants to leave now.
They're cooking something in there and it smells so good.
I can let you go eat.
It's okay.
No,
Shit, Tracy, come on. Look at that. No, look.
you're gonna eat a banana. A banana of all things.
No.
You're like, I'm gonna be good. Like, oh no, she posted the wine bottle. We all
It's
hold
all
bar off now.
done. Done. Yes.
Tracy, do you want to go? It's
No,
okay.
I don't want to like I it's
Now they're all
coming.
excited. You pulled out a banana, and everybody's like, "Oh, we're getting a show
It's coming.
now."
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any questions for me? I've asked you tons of questions.
When am I coming back?
I don't know. It depends on Tommy. If Tommy kicks you out,
There's
I can
a
totally do this as a thing.
there's a slight chance he's kicking me out. I don't know.
You guys are very
You know
kind.
what though? It's been really actually as much as I miss going live, it has been so nice. Because here's the thing to me, not to, this is just me. Do not take this as me saying this about you or anyone else. YouTube can be a huge waste of my time. Like, I don't know. I, I can make money doing other things. I don't want to rely on YouTube as money, because
Right.
it can be taken. I don't I don't strive for fame. If I strived for fame, I would have done it already. Okay, when
Yeah.
I was skinny. Okay, without less wrinkles. I don't strive to be a millionaire. I really don't. And I know that sounds stupid because, most
No.
people want to have a ton of money. I just want to be comfortable. I don't strive for any of that. I don't want to be Instagram famous. I don't want to, I could care the hell less. I really could. I just want to have fun and I will do what's fun to me. And streaming with Tommy is fun to me. Period.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. That's it. The day it's not fun, I won't be there. Like I just won't. I'll just disappear. That's how I roll. Like I just go away. But I don't know. I just think people should put more thought into just do what's fun, and maybe not everything has to pay you. There's my 2 cents.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, and YouTube is fun for me. Like
Mhm.
I'm very grateful, especially now that I quit my job, being monetized. It's
Mhm.
nice, but
Oh
it's
yeah.
like cool. I'm making $1 every video
Mhm.
I put out.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like this is not me projecting onto anyone that's doing YouTube
No,
because I know people that are making good money. They're good friends of mine, and I say power to if you hit that, you keep
it's
it
good.
going because it's not going to be there when you're 80, like
No,
most likely. So hit it, get there, keep it as long as you can, and when it's dwindling, find something else because there will always be something else. For me, if I want to make money on YouTube, for me, it's not going to be reselling. It will bore me to death and I will hate myself and probably want to like end it. Like I'm like for me, I can't imagine how y'all do it thinking of new content like on reselling. Like I would want to do the cooking again. Like that was fun for me. Where
right.
someone else would hate that. But or traveling or this or that, like the reselling YouTube is just for fun. So if you see a video from me, it doesn't mean there's gonna be another one. It just means I got a wild hair at my butt that day.
That's why I was so surprised when I was like, "Oh
Yeah,
wow, she put a VOD out. What is this?
I
What
know.
is happening? Has hell frozen over? It must have."
It was just very funny because I was finally feeling somewhat comfortable in my office. I just got my desk. I'm all set up, and I'm like, "Well, YouTube left me a little remark saying it's been 3 years." And I'm like, "Well, let's just surprise YouTube with a video." Yeah.
Yeah, no, and that's fine. Like for me, I'm consistent because it's like I have to be or it's not going to happen.
Mhm,
And it also helps hold me accountable. It's like, look, I can share with you guys what's selling.
mhm,
And most people that do what sold videos just do their highlights. They don't show that they
mhm,
sell something for
mhm,
$2 or $3. And it's like everybody does that and it's
mhm.
okay.
Yep.
Like those small sales. Not everybody could be bona fide hustler and only making like $100+ per
Is he
sale.
still around? I don't even
I
know.
don't think so. I think
Okay.
something happened in his personal life that
I
made
think
him
he got a
stop.
divorce or something.
Yeah.
He was always nice to me. I ran into him all
Yep.
the time in Austin.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't, for me, this is fun. And
Mhm.
it also makes me a little bit of money.
Yep.
I have no, I have no illusions that it'll be any more than this. And I'm perfectly happy with the slow
Mhm.
growth. I have no idea what I would do if I was like Matt and just
Mhm.
suddenly woke up with thousands of people
I
demanding my
know.
attention,
Yeah.
or like with Amber
Yeah.
when on her second channel where she put one COVID video out and got thousands of people.
Yeah, but
It's
that's
like,
more damaging than anything.
yeah, it's like, what do I do with this channel now? What are all
Like,
you
it's
people here
done.
for?
Like, I had plans for you, but now I'm screwed, right?
Well, now she's doing it again. She's
Mhm.
waited it out, and
Mhm.
she's gonna do lifestyle stuff there. And she
Yeah.
finally uploaded another video
Yeah.
talking
But
about
for
pregnancy
me,
stuff.
I always think, well, if I wouldn't like for for me, I could list 20 more items or edit a video. Like that's how I could probably make more sustainable money on eBay. I don't know.
But it boils down to what makes you happier.
Mhm.
So if getting the money from the
Yeah.
listings will make you happier
Yeah.
than having the video come out, that's kind of who puffles.
Mhm.
So And that's what it is for me. Could I be doing something more productive than
Mhm.
playing video games and live streaming it? Yeah. Could I do something more productive?
No, but you enjoy it too
I
much.
do, and that's the
Yeah.
thing. Like, I spent a year not streaming
Mhm.
because of the job I hated, where I was making plenty of money and I was so depressed, so absolutely miserable. And
Mhm.
at that point, it was just like, the money's not worth it.
Mhm.
I have enough faith in myself that I think I can make this work. I'm pretty sure I can make this work. I just have to make this work.
Mhm.
And I was just done.
Yeah. You're so close to 2,000. Oh my goodness. That's awesome.
It, it's there.
Well,
I
I
try
mean,
not to think
it's a
about it.
milestone. Milestones are cool. I don't care if you celebrate them or you don't. They're still cool. Like,
I agree, but I'm one of those where it's like, for me, it's more important that more people are watching my videos than that I have more subscribers.
yeah,
So,
no, I get you. Yeah.
when I started going full time, my
There's
average was
30.
100 to like 130, like 30 people watching my
Mhm.
videos, and now I'm getting over 200. So like, as long as I'm getting that 10% engagement, where at least 10% of you guys want to watch my stuff all the time, that's what I care about.
I don't know if you have strategic maneuvers towards when you drop a video
No,
because
at all.
I don't watch a ton of pre I just don't. I love lives. I love them.
Right.
But you drop yours, like, at the right time where I'm like, "Oh, Bob dropped a video." It's perfect timing every time, I swear.
No,
Like, for the past 3 weeks probably, I'm like, I've probably seen every single video.
no, I have no timing. There's no
Mhm.
scheduling. It's, oh shit.
It's late at night too. It's, like, probably the worst time. It's literally, what, 10:30,
Yeah,
11? I
it's
don't even
almost
know.
midnight my
Yeah,
time, and it's
yeah.
like, I have to get this up. It is an odd day. I haven't done this video yet, and I'm sitting there for two and
Mhm.
a half hours, like
Yeah.
trying to edit this thing and get it up
Oof.
in time. And that's why it gets loaded at like the middle of the night, is because
Mhm.
that's when I've finally finished editing and uploading it. So if I'm at the boys' house, it takes longer to render, but less time to upload. And if I'm at my house, it takes less time to render, but more time to upload.
Mhm.
So,
I
you
like
know,
the cat. I like the cat butt. Why do cats have to show their butts all the time? I don't walk around prancing with mine in the screen.
well, you don't have pheromone glands in your ass.
That we know of.
I don't know, some people like booty, so in that way. I'm surprised she's not here. I'm guessing I'm too loud, but
Mhm. It's
yeah,
me, I'm obnoxious. Oh, no, I'm in your
no.
ears, she can't even hear me.
No, she can't hear you at all. And that's the thing, like, I I I don't have a regular. My only regular schedule is if it's an odd day, something is happening on my channel. That's it. That's all my schedule is.
'Cause
If
Bob
it
is odd.
That's actually the thought process. Like, I'm a weirdo. We're just gonna do odd days,
Mhm.
and that's worked for me.
You're not weird. You're just unique. Do you remember when my channel was called Uniquely Me? Probably
Yeah,
not.
I remember you did that questionnaire, the tag
Mhm,
that you did, and
mhm.
you made this long thing where you were so adamant about your name, and then you
Mhm.
decided to change it. Why did you
That's
decide to just like, I'm done?
'cause everybody's unique, and that means none of us are, and
Oh,
then I'm just got tired. I'm like, "I'm just Tracy. How about just Tracy?" That was me trying to hide from my boss, like, really.
but that makes sense though.
I did everything to not put my name out there to where I was like, "I wanna put my name all over the like, come at me, buddy." 'Cause there's been many times that there's been reachings out, and I'm like, "Okay, I'm not gonna show fear anymore," you know? So that was kinda that.
Did you ever go the route of putting a civil restraining order on them?
No, I'm not going to
Okay.
because I don't think it'll when there's drugs involved, it doesn't matter. Like, I think that's almost an anger issue.
Yeah. Okay.
Or not an issue, but a pain point that could. And then nothing happens anymore. Nothing happens anymore.
Okay.
I
Good.
had to work through that for me. I was like, I'm not going to live in fear. That was that. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're you,
I'm
and
me.
I'm glad I found you.
I'm glad we are here right now.
I still don't know how I found you and Tommy's.
Was it Amber?
No, I actually think it was Matt, which is
Hmm.
weird because it was
Are
like,
you sure? Because I feel like you did live streams and Tommy probably came in first and I probably come in a little bit later. No?
no, I think it was I was watching
Oh.
I found someone on YouTube. Like I
Mhm.
found one of Matt's videos. It was weird too because it wasn't the viral ones that made his channel blow up. I found another one of his videos,
Yeah,
and
how'd you
then I
find
found
him? That's crazy.
it was one of his like bag sale hauls or something. It was really a random video, and then I saw
I
his
can't.
hi. Ken came in with timing with the banana shot. I feel like Kent was just waiting to say something until you bit in the banana.
Yeah, he's my spirit animal.
My goodness.
Is this your longest live stream? I feel like it might be.
I think it's because most people tap out after a while. Also, most people do this later. So like 6 p.m. until like 10, I'm perfectly fine.
Just call me monkey.
Also, like I don't feel as comfortable to go potty, but like I've seen you and Tommy do long lives where you're just like entertain, okay, I gotta go. I'll be right back.
I hate doing that to him because it ruins the flow. I get that. But if you gotta pee, you gotta pee. I feel like a lot of my kidney being removed was because I would hold it. Like I mentioned earlier, there was a lot of trauma in my childhood.
Right.
And I didn't pee at school. Like I would wait till I feel like
Oh
that
yeah,
is
that
what
absolutely is gonna mess that up. Yeah.
seriously. So like if I gotta pee, I'm an adult. I'm gonna go pee. Like, yeah, I don't care. Like, nothing is worth holding it. I swear. And when he goes, the only thing, like, which is rare, like, I'm like, dude, he really should pee more. We need to talk to him about that.
We're gonna do scheduled pee breaks. So just have like one of his
Seriously,
buttons on his deck needs to be that.
run a commercial. Let's go pee. But
I forgot you can do that on YouTube
the
now.
only thing that throws me off, literally, if he would just go, I gotta go pee, I'd be like, cool. It throws me off when he goes, say something. Like, what? Like, it says something to me. But I swear he says it every time. He don't even probably know. And I'm like, if you just walk away and go, I gotta pee, I'd be like so much more comfortable right now. Because it's not uncomfortable being on a live stream alone. It's really not. But if you're thrown into this, entertain people. Okay, right now. Right? Say something now. That's how I feel like it's coming out. Sorry. He's
For
not
we're not
here.
going to talk about that. I've seen some interesting things on Twitch over the last 7 years. Let's just say I don't want to see them again.
No. No.
Do you have any questions for me at all?
No. Why do you
No.
wear the headphones?
Why do I wear the
Like,
headphones?
I know it's a Twitch streamer thing. Is that why?
No,
Because
it's because we talked about the not being tech savvy.
oh,
The
okay.
thought about having to set up a microphone and a way to listen at the same time,
Because it
it's
would
too much
hurt my
effort.
neck. Like my neck would be like so sore right now. It just looks heavy. I don't know. It's not?
Uh, no, it's not necessarily that it's heavy.
Mhm.
I think it's just because I'm so used to it.
Okay.
This one, so I was wearing a headset that was tight and it would get tired after a while.
Yeah.
The one I have specifically for my PlayStation 4, I get tired after 2 hours.
Mhm.
The last one I had was Logitech, and it was horrible, and I would get tired after 2 hours.
Mhm.
Uh, my Razer one was amazing. This one's okay. It just apparently is too quiet for some people, but
Hmm.
yeah. No,
Why are gaming chairs so uncomfortable?
I like mine, so I don't know.
I
For the first
prefer mine.
year I was in this house, I was streaming from one of those lawn chairs that everybody buys at
Oh, yeah, I
yard
have,
sales.
like, 5 in the garage right now.
I
Yeah.
saw you won the auction. Didn't you get it at the
Well,
auction?
okay, here's the thing, like, Danica I called Danica because she does auctions often, and I'm like, "Okay, I've got these, and I know I'm gonna make mistakes, but I'm trying something because I gotta figure this out from this location, and I don't wanna drive into Austin," like, anyway, whatever, doesn't matter. I'm rambling. So, she's like, "Just inspect the photos better than you would and know something along the lines of no, it's gonna be worse than you expect." Like, I'm like, "Okay, well,"
For auction, yeah, that's good advice.
the webbing needs replaced on 3 or 2, I don't know, a couple of them, but I'm like, "Whatever, they all need like, it's not a problem. I got them so cheap, it doesn't matter," you know? But the one I wanted went for big bucks, so I wasn't gonna spend $22 on one lounge chair, but these were cheap. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So this is just I don't want to have to
Oh,
deal with trying to
form.
figure out a mic.
Hold on, form. I have these in. I don't even have earrings on today, that's rare. But, they, just sit in the ear. I would like them.
Are they Raycons?
I don't know what they are. Tommy told me to get them, and I did. And then he bought me some cord to go with them or something. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I first of all, I know that most people that do live streaming have
What
a
are these?
setup like yours,
Mhm.
but this is my space. I'm in the gaming space.
Yeah,
That is where
yeah,
I
that's
came
what I
from.
figured.
So
Right.
this is what's comfortable to me.
Yeah.
If I had someone to sort out all of the tech to where I could be like you and Tommy, where I have a really nice camera and a really nice mic and some headphones, I'd be down for that, but I don't
This is
have.
the best investment I've made. I'm gonna tell you, of all the things, like,
No,
for
I hear good things about Rode mics. I just don't.
100 bucks? Are you kidding? Best thing ever. Yeah.
I know my audio and sound would be much better. It's like I have a bunch
Mhm.
of stuff.
Oh, yeah. You just need a gift. Like, you need to set up a gift link or something.
No, I don't need stuff.
I'm just kidding.
I
Somebody
don't
buy
have
her something now.
I don't need stuff. I have plenty of like I have tech now. Like I have a stream deck I haven't hooked up. I have
Oh my
a
god, we could have been making fart sounds this whole time. Are you kidding?
I've had a stream deck. I've used it as a angle lift to film videos. It's still in the original box. I
Wow.
just haven't taken it out of the box. I have a stream deck. I have a capture card. I have all kinds of stuff. I just tech is not tech is not my strong suit. I like how you're trying to sneak the banana in there. I mean, it's like she won't notice.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's
Okay,
super.
so can I tell you about,
You can tell me anything, Tracy.
okay.
I'm very gullible.
No, this is truth. This is,
Okay.
the little area I'm in. I'm enjoying, like, going out every day. I try to explore a different area. Like, it's sometimes very short. Like, yesterday, it was long because my daughter came over and her boyfriend, and we just went out for the day. The whole day was
It's nice.
shot, like, no work, but it was you have to do that. You have to, especially with family. And, but I've just been like, there's good restaurants here, like, way too good. I'm like, "Well, we can't go back there because I will just eat the whole freaking like, everything." And, it's really bad, but some places offer, gluten-free stuff, and it's so good. I'm like,
Oh, that's nice.
"Best gluten-free pizza, best view." I'm like, "I am here. I am here for you." Like, this restaurant rocks. But, there's a candy shop. It's what's it called? Sugar Shack? Yeah. So my son, I go, "I wanna take you to Sugar Shack. It is so much better than I thought." I thought it was just some cheesy thing I drive by every day, but it's really cool. He goes, "Oh, the one with the secret room?" I go, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah, my friend told me about this place. They have a secret room with like." Okay, I'm. Can I say? Can I say words? Hold on. Stick
I
on a
don't.
dick or dick on a stick, and like candy that is shaped wrong or is edible underwear. Like I go, they have a room like that. I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
It's like the old video shops where they
Yeah,
got a back
yes.
room with a curtain.
So I'm like, the next time I'm like, I'm going in there, and they serve like Bluebell ice cream, which all Texans love, you know. So I go in there. I'm
I'm
like,
aware.
and so I don't want like I'm filming on my phone. I didn't do anything with it because I suck like that. But I'm like, and the lady's like, "Can I help you?" I'm like, "No." Like, I'm on a mission in my head. I'm like, I'm gonna find that on a stick thing. Like, so I finally go, oh, there it is, because it's a sideways little tiny sign saying 18 and over. I'm like, yep. And it
Nice.
had stuff I'm like, I just want a bag of dicks like Dan ate, but they didn't even have that. They didn't have anything I was
Danny, you
looking.
haven't sent her a bag of dicks yet.
I know. So, but I did find some very interesting things. But I mean, who knew in little Podunk, Texas, we could get these fun things? I didn't know.
I mean,
That's
good
all.
show.
I'm sorry. You asked me.
No, it's fine. You can tell me any story you want to. I feel
I
like
kept it like
no, you don't have to keep it in any type of way. I have watched your show. Legitimately, you and Tommy going live. I rarely got to catch y'all live, and if I did, it
Mhm.
was only for like 30 minutes or so.
You were
But
then like a miserable job, yeah.
listening to the two of you the day after
How do you stomach
was
that
the
the
only
morning?
thing that kept me sane. Like YouTube was the only thing that kept me sane for last year. I'd listen to you guys and everybody that who I follow. Like I would listen to their videos and just try to tune out all the other crap in between. Like,
There's a
you
lot.
know, you not feeling safe at your job, like I totally understand that.
Okay,
And it wasn't because of
the
my
guy
boss.
did $1 million in damage because he was angry at me. $1 million in damage to his mansion because he was mad at me. I was hiding in the shrubs. I'm not kidding when I say it was a miserable freaking job. Yeah. Terrible, terrible. Like I should have filed on him. I just want, but I don't think you can fight his daddy's kind of power. Okay. When you're in
No.
Forbes magazine and you have power, I don't want that fight. I would rather, like, it. That's why it took me so long to heal. It took me so,
Yeah.
because I was like, there's nothing I can, literally nothing I can do here to fight for what is right here. Nothing. So I just sold his shit. I just sold his shit. And I still had his credit card numbers. I bought shit. Let me tell you, I had Amazon purchases coming in. And I knew they weren't going to do anything. I was like, what are they going to do? Like they know too. Like it was mutual. I was like, we are done and I'm doing what I want and you just move on. And then after, a couple months, I was like, okay, this has to end. Like it's lingering in my head, and I
Right.
had to like heal. It was a hard heal. I'd never even imagine, because I've had horrible things in my life, but that was the worst. That was the worst. Yeah.
I'm glad you're here. And I'm
Thanks.
glad you're
You too.
talking about
Sometimes you just have to talk. Like I'm a
yeah.
hider. I hide things. I hide a lot, but sometimes you just have to like vomit out the words and let it go. I mean, it's literally word vomiting, but it's okay because the thing is, nobody has to listen. Like you don't have to be here to hear it, but sometimes you just have to say it, and sometimes you just have to write it down, like journaling, or like,
Do
I
you
did.
do journaling?
I did during that time, especially, and I haven't in a while, but it'd probably be a good idea. You can be very creative during that time if you do that, honestly.
Yeah.
Mhm. I don't know how long ago Brett said that. Best time
What?
ever.
3 minutes ago.
Mm,
It's not that long. I think that it's very hard for me personally to reach out to someone. First of all, it's to find someone that I want to spend time in talking to that I think would be
yeah.
interesting to talk to or would be willing to talk to me for any length of time.
Yeah.
And I don't go live very often here because I go live almost every day on Twitch. So it's just like, where do I want my time? Because if I go
Mhm.
live on Twitch, it doesn't mean anything versus if I go live on here, it can hurt my channel.
It
So
can, and people still argue that. It
what?
usually hurts your channel.
Well, it's just like when people say it's going to hurt my channel, I don't care. Like
Right.
I don't get enough views for it to matter anyway.
Okay.
And I've also understood with the random 2 videos that YouTube has decided to pick up. Like it picked up one one of the videos from Mississippi randomly. Like
Mhm.
I had a whole week's worth of Mississippi videos.
Yeah.
It picked up one randomly and then
It
dropped it
was
off.
the fancy edit in the beginning. That one?
No, it wasn't that one.
Wow. See, you put all the time into the wrong video.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And then it
Yeah.
picked up a random what's sold video,
Uh,
had no different of a thumbnail. It had the
mhm.
same like these are the things with the stupid money dollar, and it had nothing about it that was different. And
Does Puffles come from your Twitch? Because 'Cause they're very nice.
no, I don't know where Puffles came from. I've never seen Puffles before, and Puffles said that they just decided to
Okay.
watch my videos. So I don't know
Okay.
maybe if it's my videos or your videos because they didn't make that
I
clear.
don't have any, so it's yours. That's good.
It's mine now. Okay. Puffles, you belong to me now. I don't know if you knew that before, but
You no
you're
longer have
mine.
freedom. No freedom for you.
But I think something the last few years has taught me between what has been picked up by the algorithm here on
Yeah.
YouTube and what TikTok has decided to go viral on TikTok.
Mhm.
It is just luck. Like, I'm just gonna do me, and if something
Yeah.
happens, great. If nothing happens, awesome. That's fine.
Mhm.
Oh, you're from Josh. That's lovely.
Aw. Oh, that Josh. Okay.
Yes. Josh, here, tornado
I was
Josh.
thinking a lot of Josh because
I
he was
know.
on last, right? Yeah.
Yes. A lot of Josh.
Look at this
No.
hair. Look, I lost all this hair in COVID times. It's like so short.
You
It's
didn't
growing
wanna
in.
you didn't wanna have your bang season?
It's growing in though.
Did you ever shave your head?
No, I won't.
Did you ever have a pixie cut?
Yeah,
Okay. I was like,
major.
I've seen short hair on you.
Major. Yeah, I just put it in the storage unit. It's like this big of it. Like it's huge. It was in J.C. Penney's hair salon, and my mother-in-law goes, "Look what I bought from this salon. I made them sell it to me off the wall because I did a photo shoot for the
Aw.
salon." And she's like, "That's my daughter-in-law." And they thought she was lying. She's like, "I want to buy it." I love her.
That's really sweet
And I
though.
hate the thing. I'm like, "I don't want this," but everyone in the family's like, "No, we're keeping that." I'm like, "Okay, you have to hang it up at my funeral."
That's gonna be the
Just
funerary
that,
shot. It's
yeah.
the giant
Mhm,
Adele Sassoonat or
mhm.
what is it, John Frieda? I don't know what their names are.
Mm. I don't know. I just started buying Native from Walmart. It's pretty good for cheap stuff. Native?
Isn't that one of those like
I don't know.
chemical-free deodorants or whatever?
I think it's pretty safe. I was like, I am a Walmart shopper now. Like, I have banned Walmart for years. But guess what? I live somewhere there's nothing else.
There's nothing.
And
It's
I can
amazing
walk
what
to
you'll
it.
do when there's nothing else.
And I'm like, I love Amazon, but sometimes I just need shampoo today. Like,
No,
so
I understand that. Growing up in
mhm.
Gloucester, I shopped at Walmart all the time, but once I stopped being in Gloucester, there was other
Yeah.
stores.
You know what's weird is the food here at this Walmart is better than Austin Walmart food. I don't even get it.
That's
I think
surprising.
because we have one grocery store and a Walmart. Like, so everybody here lives rural. Like, there's two neighborhoods and ranches or whatever, right? So everyone comes to town and the hangout apparently is Walmart and
Mhm.
HEB. Like,
Welcome to country.
don't go on the weekend, I can tell you that. But it's not bad. I don't know, it's really bizarre. I
No, it
haven't
makes a
tried
difference.
Amazon Fresh.
So it's like so there was a grocery chain in my area called
Mhm,
Farm Fresh. They've gone out of business and been bought out by
mhm.
Kroger, but they had fried chicken. And 3 of the 6 Farm Freshes in my area had someone making amazing fried chicken. And then when they got bought out, it was
Mm.
gone. And now I can't find fried chicken anywhere that's any good except for Cracker Barrel, which is
Oof.
okay.
Okay, I liked Cracker Barrel. I haven't been there in ages, but I'm down for Cracker Barrel.
So they finally got fried chicken at Cracker Barrel like 3 years ago.
Michelle
And
remembers Farm Fresh.
yeah, but like, we talk about gluten. I will eat all of the fried chicken.
Yeah. Well,
Fried
that's
chicken and biscuits and gravy.
you know what the thing is, if you're intolerant to gluten and you eat gluten, Michelle is intolerant to gluten and tomatoes. I remember that, Michelle. I would hate that. I would hate that so much.
I
But
would too. I
I
love
hate
tomatoes.
everything. I hate any intolerance. It all sucks. But like my son is like eggs and soy. Yeah, good luck in life. Like
Oh no.
it's terrible. And he breaks down hives. I'm like, "Oh, you ate eggs." And he's all like broken out in hives. I'm like, "Yeah, I see you. I see you, baby." But I don't know what I was saying. I'm drunk. Sorry.
It's okay. I
Whoops.
did Whole30 once,
Yeah.
and I didn't realize how much soy is in food. Like,
Oh, everything.
even tea,
Free. Same.
tea, tea bags have soy in them. They have soy lectin in them, and it's like, why?
Yeah,
Why do you need to be there?
I know. Well, because they say soy lecithin is not actual protein from the soy, so it doesn't matter. Okay, that's why. But it's in everything. It's in everything. Like you literally have to just grow the food and make it yourself to not have
Yeah.
soy. It's insanity. And when he got that test result back, I go, "Oh, the one thing I'm like, don't have soy on the list. Anything else we can handle." Because he was a kid. He was like
Yeah.
13. I'm like, "Yeah, how am I supposed to do that? Like, no way." And he ate eggs every day. Like, dang. And he likes to cook. Like, he's my little chef. We call him little chef because he just loves it. And he and I bond in the kitchen. And I'm like, I made
I mean,
breakfast, but it's
applesauce can
eggs.
be an okay substitute
It's
for
all
eggs
right.
sometimes.
Yeah, the other the egg replacer for baking and stuff. It's none of it's the same though. For a kid
No.
especially, it's just not. And nobody wants to be like put out to look different at that age. When he was like
Right.
13, nobody wants to be the weird one. But he was.
It's okay.
Yeah, why is there wheat in shampoo? That's the dumbest thing because I have had issues with my scalp just getting these little bumps on it from having wheat in the shampoo. Like, why do we have to look for that in shampoos and body washes? Like, this shouldn't even be a thing.
It's a protein filler. That's what it is.
If it
Like
was that, it'd be cornstarch, right? Like,
yeah, pretty
yeah.
much. Like, my brother is a chemical engineer and he like explains stuff like that, and it's just like, okay, uh, everybody. So that's the thing, though.
Mhm.
If you lived outside of the United States, wheat, corn, and soy aren't used anywhere near as
Mhm.
much as it is here in the States. So, like, okay, so the picture I used for the thumbnail for this
Mhm.
live, right?
The one I turned green? Yeah.
That was me my last day in Japan.
Mhm.
Despite the
It's
fact
a
that I was,
very, very pretty picture.
thank you, that was just me without makeup sitting in an Airbnb after I showered.
Mhm.
In the 2 weeks I was in Japan, despite the fact me being exhausted because my traveling companions were ridiculous, um, I don't think I've ever felt as good beyond now that I've quit my job and can do my own thing. But I don't think I've been as
Mhm.
happy and like as carefree as when I was in Japan. And but there's no artificial flavors.
Right.
It's just really good,
They live a
clean
long
food.
life. Yeah.
Yeah.
We won't ever have that here. I'm not even striving for that at all. I just want wheat out of my shampoo. No, I
I
don't.
mean, have you tried the bar shampoos with
I'm
the
kidding. Like, I don't know. My hair is helpless at this point. I just need to keep cutting it till it grows out fully. You lose half your hair and it comes like it literally comes in ringlets, the new growth. When I
right?
had like pretty straight hair before, I don't even know what to do with my hair. I don't care. Like,
I mean, I have Asian hair, so
yeah.
it if I that's the some that's the funny thing. Like, so I had a couple of like hair modeling gigs,
Mhm.
and I'm like, I can't take this. I can't. I had
Why?
people because I have Asian hair,
Well, but
but
that's
I if you're getting someone who looks like me
mhm.
with Asian hair, you're not expecting that. So you're wanting to do one of those elaborate updos with hairspray or blowout or that kind of stuff.
Mm,
I can't do that. Like if you tied your hair in a knot,
mhm.
what happens? Does
Ah.
it stay? Does it fall
I
out?
don't think mine does. It might today. I
Mine
don't
falls
know.
out. So my hair
Yeah,
doesn't hold
my hair
curl.
this is me curling my hair, and it actually like, the fact that it still looks wavy, I'm shocked. But it's because my hair's growing in different. It's like pubes growing into my head that I'm not like, this isn't my hair. Like, I'm telling you, I had my hair up today, and these hairs that are short here growing out were ringlets, and I'm like, "Whose hair is growing in my head?" I don't know. I didn't this isn't me. I don't even know who I am. I'm gonna reinvent myself because I have pubes in my head.
Well, you said my brother has tight ringlets. He's always had tight ringlets. So I have like white coloring, but I
Mhm,
have Asian hair texture. My
mhm,
brother has like Shirley Temple curls.
mhm.
He's gorgeous. And he keeps it shaved and it's one of those things where like I wish I had his hair
Yeah, that's
because you always want
crazy
what you
that
don't
you have
have.
such opposite, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but
What
that's the thing, I wanted curly hair my whole life. Now I don't know, like, if I try to make it curly, like, look curly out of the shower, I don't know what I'm doing because 'cause I've never had curly hair. But it's
I'm
so I don't even have the product, I don't wanna research the product, I don't wanna try it all. I've tried some, and I'm like, "I don't know what I'm doing. This white girl can't get it. I don't know. I don't know."
you wash it, you put you wash it, you put leave-in conditioner in it, you do the crimp, you
I
do the
don't want
plop,
crunchy, but I
you
don't
do
want
the plop.
crunchy hair.
Yeah, I understand that. You just put conditioner, the leave-in conditioner, you do the plop,
Mhm.
and then you do the diffuse. I've watched so many TikToks about people
The
discovering they have
curly
curly
girl
hair.
method, I know.
Yeah.
But I don't want the non okay, have you ever tried the shampoo that doesn't foam up? Because I don't like it.
I have straight Asian hair. No, I have not tried the curly girl method. I'm
Okay.
so sorry. It's not
Well,
going to do anything for me.
you could try. I don't know, it's just the weirdest thing. I'm like, "And now I have to deal with new kinda hair." Like, at this age? What? And it's I blame COVID. Like, I don't know who else to blame. I don't know. Like,
Well,
literally, my son, my middle son, the fighter, he's, like, walking through coughing, not I'm like, "You will not be walking through this house coughing until you take a COVID test. You go back into your room, I'll be right there with a COVID test." So I walk in there, I'm like, "Here, I'm going to the store." And so I come back and he's like, "I don't have it." I go, "Okay, that's good." But me in my head, he's like, "Why do you care?" And my husband's like, "She don't wanna lose her hair again." Like, it I go, "I don't know." Like, that was not that any of it was fun, but losing the hair was traumatic.
See, for me, because I love food so much, I'm terrified if I get it, one, that I'll die, but the second thing, like really close to the death
Mhm.
part, is the losing my sense of taste and smell.
Yeah,
I love food too much to not be able to
yeah.
taste it.
My son can't smell. My younger son can't smell, and that was about 8 months ago he had it.
No,
My
can't do that.
husband can't really taste still. My daughter says hers is all messed up. So, yeah, and it's been a long time, a long time.
Yeah, I
I
can't do
didn't
that.
lose that. Nothing tasted good during the month of me being sick, but then I was fine. I was like, everything tastes great. Let me gain all those 20 pounds back I lost and then some because I want to be happy.
Yeah. That's the thing my dad says, like,
I want to not taste, Anthony,
why?
because I lost weight so fast. I don't want to work out. Okay. Blows. Like I know I've got to join this gym. It's
No,
time.
you just gotta find something you like doing. Have you tried pole dancing?
Yes.
Okay. Did you like it? Okay.
No.
I feel like something I would like to do because I like
You
climbing
should
rope
try it.
in gym.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't like rope. Plus, our teacher was really weird towards me. Like, I think, well, weird towards a lot of the chicks, and like,
No.
I'm like, you need to stop. Like, the butts going up the rope. I don't know. It was weird. There were some weird gym teachers back in the day. I'm just saying they overstepped their boundaries.
I had now as an adult realizing that most of them were probably closeted.
Mhm.
So,
Oh, for sure.
so none of my gym teachers were weird. They were always very encouraging and
Mhm. They were nice.
helpful.
They were always nice, but like I knew there were teachers that were having affairs with some girls. I know that for a fact. They never got busted. There was just weird like you can't get away with that stuff anymore. I know this.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't
No,
do
you
that.
shouldn't
That's
have
a
gotten
coward.
away with it then, but that was a whole different time. But if you find vintage gym shorts, they're so good to sell. I found a
Nope.
pair the other day.
Nope.
Mm.
I love that. It's like Alicia sells stripper shoes, and I
Mhm.
tried to buy some, and well, some that
To
fit in the
wear?
category. Huh?
To
No,
wear? Oh.
no,
I don't know.
no. Okay, so I don't. Okay, if I'm gonna go out and
Yeah.
I don't want anyone to talk to me, I will wear 4-inch heels or higher.
Oh.
Mostly because most dudes will not talk to me
Mhm.
if I'm over 6 feet tall.
Yeah, this is true. Do you see
And
that
it is
plant?
so nice. You getting comfy?
No, I'm just looking at that plant. I can't have it there. It looks like my hair. Do you see that?
I do. I
I'm
still
sorry.
thought it was a plant.
I'm entertaining myself. Oh no. There. I'm distracted easily. I'll
That's
move it
okay.
tomorrow.
That was like that was almost foolproof. There was only one time it didn't work, and it's because the dude was old and so far blasted that like the liquid courage was beyond him. But he was so easy to deal with because he was blasted and super
Hmm.
tiny, so it didn't matter. What's something you want to ask me, Tracy?
Nothing.
Nothing.
What did you have for dinner today?
Nothing. I had this. This is what I had
I
for dinner.
know, me too.
Also, the
I'm
last thing
making
I ate was a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
I was gonna try Twitch during the pandemic. I don't like it over there. It's weird. I don't know how you do it.
Why?
It's
Because it's a male demographic that's 85% male. It's a whatnot demographic, that's why.
yeah, like how do you just find chicks that want to like do that with like How do you find the 90% chick demographic that'll I don't know. I don't know.
So my current demographic is skewed 70% female, 30% male on Twitch. And that's just because I don't wear makeup on stream.
Yeah.
So
I
it's
like
just
makeup though.
bare face bob.
Mhm.
So I'm not looking cute. I normally either have wet hair or like I'm waking up and streaming.
Oh, I thought you used to come home from work and stream and then go to bed, right? Was that
Right. And
the
I don't do that because I'm home at work. So, but that's what I'm saying. I had to give that up the last year because
Mhm.
I didn't have time to do it.
Mhm.
But it's just being unapologetically myself. Like I'm not doing the ooh woo. I'm so happy. Like it's that. Like
Yeah.
I don't do just chatting very much anymore
I
or
feel
at
like I would
all.
just put a bunch of people in their place. I would probably offend people. I
Brett,
get
Michael sent those to me because he knows I like the color green and I like emeralds, and it was a very nice gift. They're not worth anything, like because you would have to get them. Most of them are cut, and if I got them graded, they weren't at a grading to where they were truly valuable. Tracy,
What? I'm tired.
I can let you go. You're not held captive here. But it was a lovely gift. It was just, you like green shiny rocks. Yes, I do. Okay. Why are you laughing?
You're the comment, "You're not held captive here." I didn't think I was.
Okay.
Mm.
Hi. First of all, you're not fed and you're not watered properly. You're drinking wine. I'm used to having wine as my dinner and then passing the hell out from my job, but
That's how I'm gonna lose weight, I'm pretty sure.
yeah, well, no, that didn't work for me. That's how
Mhm.
the cortisol levels went up and
Yeah,
I put on weight.
that
But
can happen.
no, I had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and I
I
had
love
it.
I love well, I don't like peanut butter and jelly, but I like peanut butter sandwiches. I just don't like the jelly on it, it's weird. Like, everyone thinks I'm weird
No,
because
it can be a texture issue. As someone who has texture issues, it can be a texture
I don't
issue.
have like, it's not the texture, it's that I don't want it sweet like that. I just want it
Really?
salty, yeah.
Have you You're a salty
No,
bitch.
I like that, but if I'm gonna go for a treat or snack, it's gonna be salty. You better believe it.
Yeah, that's me too.
Yeah.
That's because what your body's craving.
Yeah.
If you're,
It's probably the worst thing. Well, they're all bad, really, but
I was thinking about this today. It's like when I had the peanut butter and jelly sandwich, the saying is like, there's nothing more American than an apple pie. But that's only for people that have only ever lived in America because I feel like nothing's more American than a peanut butter and jelly sandwich because peanut butter
I've
is
never
not really giant outside of the United
Yeah,
States.
where do you go and see peanut butter on the menu? Nowhere, but you can find it on menus here.
Yeah.
Huh, I
Like,
never thought of that.
yeah, because as
Yeah.
I've been all over as you have as well. Like, how many
Mhm.
grocery stores have a peanut butter section
It's
outside of the
bigger
United States?
honestly, in Walmart over here, the
It's
pe
giant!
the
And
peanut butter section is bigger than the spices, okay? I'm like, "Where's your
oh, that's
spices?" It's not
disgusting.
even on the signs. I'm like, "Well, I have to go to H-E-B for the spices, obviously." Mm,
That's
mm,
why a Good's neighbor asked him if I like spicy food.
I
And
do.
I was just like, I have 7 different types of chili pepper in his cabinet right now that I got.
Wait. Good? Is your
Oh,
boy?
yeah, Good is the boy who's been in the chat.
Hi, boy. I did not even catch that. I'm sorry. I'm
It's
so sorry.
okay.
Okay.
He's been talking about like replacing my computer and stuff. No.
I just thought it was yeah, I don't know what I thought, honestly. He's probably so embarrassed for me.
Mm-mm.
I used to always order Pinsies. I love them, but I haven't had them in a while. I should
I haven't heard of Penzies.
it's
We
so
have Sours, McCormick, and like the Mexican cheap one.
Pinsies has their own standalone shops, but if you're in Podunk like me, you can order them online.
Mm.
They're so good. And they're like, there's no gluten, there's no filler. It's just good stuff. And they have good olive oil too.
I
Once
like
you get
Trader
used.
Joe's. Trader Joe's was a blessing when I was trying to do Whole30 because they were the only place that I could go and get like prepackaged chicken that didn't have sugar or soy in it and the brine.
Has a
That's a show.
What is the one from Trader Joe's? It's so freaking good. It's, oh my God, what's it called?
Michelle, are you in Virginia? Are you talking about like Carytown and Richmond? Who are you calling?
Not Krillin. Hold on.
You're phoning a friend.
Yeah.
Ethan, what is the mushroom seasoning from Trader Joe's?
The umami?
Everything but the bagel.
Umami. Never mind. Bye. You know it. It is
Yes.
so good on everything.
Yes, I put it on everything. I have the
Everything.
umami seasoning.
It's so good. So
Yes.
good.
I
And
have
I
that.
haven't tried it yet, but I've got to make corn this week because I have the elote seasoning. I don't know. Is it good? Like
Have
there's
you tried their corn chips?
no.
The elotes corn chips? Trader Joe's has an elotes corn chips.
I don't know. Maybe a
And
long time ago. Maybe.
and it is like what Fritos wish they were. They're so good.
I did. They're so much better than a Frito, and I'm a Frito
Yes.
fanatic. Like I like
Yes.
Fritos so much. They're way better. I just didn't know what they were called. Oh,
The elotes it's an
my
elotes corn chip.
God. They're
I could
so
bring up
good.
both the umami seasoning. Oh,
Uh,
you know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna bring up both of
You
them so
guys,
people can
like
see what we're talking
literally,
about.
I put umami seasoning on everything right now. I'm addicted. It's like my crack cocaine. I need it. I want it. I will have it. So good. Don't skip it. But I'm excited to try the elotes. When they get something right, they get it right. I don't go there for a lot of stuff. I don't need a lot of stuff from there. But their body butter, oof, they know what they're doing there. I never got into the $3 chuck. I don't know. I don't care.
No, the $3 chuck wine is disgusting.
Yeah, I know.
In my opinion, none of them is any good. It's just a way to get you cheap and drunk. But I worked for Trader Joe's for like 2 years, and it is the only job I would willingly go back to. Like if I were to go get a real like a job again after doing reselling, it would be going back to Trader Joe's.
I could work
So
there.
it's these.
Those are
The
so
organic.
good.
These
They're lighter and
amazing.
airier, kind of like in my opinion, anyway.
And this is the mushroom seasoning she's
You
talking
guys,
about.
this one, you can put it on literally anything. Eggs, steak, potato salad. You can put it on. I'm like, don't even question it. Just do it.
I don't know how Krillin would react to me because I've watched and seen Krillin all the time, and he has no idea who I am. So
I don't think he would do okay, but that might be funny. It might be.
I just love how he says, "I'm gonna make a long story short," and then makes it another 20 minutes longer, and it's just amazing.
Yeah.
Hi, Michelle.
Michelle.
I didn't realize you were so close.
Oh, that is close to you, huh? Michelle is amazing. We've known each other through YouTube for, God, how long, Michelle? It's been a long time. I don't even know. Well, 3 years since I did my first live stream on my channel, and I've been on YouTube a year before that probably. So 4 years I've known Michelle.
Wow.
Met her in Steve and Steph's chat, I bet. It's a guess. Maybe not. No. No. It was probably more like Reseller 6-pack. You probably weren't around then, huh?
No, I didn't find Reseller YouTube till like 2019.
Yeah.
So going back to earlier, I found Rally Roots, and then I immediately found Jocelyn from the Crazy Lamp Lady.
Yeah.
And by their powers combined, I have resold.
Nice.
4 years. Carl, I don't know how to help you. I literally had someone message me multiple times this weekend asking me, can you give me the width of the tie? like for a tie, because it was like one of the older ties where I didn't do like
Mhm.
how wide the tie is with the picture.
Mm.
And it's like, it's Friday at 9 p.m. and you're asking me it's Sunday at 7 a.m. Like,
Oh,
it's the weekend. If this is a regular 9 to 5
yeah.
store, they're not going to respond to you. And then I put both the picture and responded with the measurement. Did I get a response? No.
Nope. Listen to this one. This one cracks me up. I got it just before we went live. This order was placed on December 28th. Okay.
Last year?
Yeah. This was picked up, local pickup, and I had the whole story. They live in California. Her adult daughter and family are driving through Austin, and they're going to stay with them, and they want this so that it is like an enclosure that attaches to an RV, so you can sleep in it, you can hang out in it, it's enclosed. She's like, I'll feel so much better if they're not in a tent but in this. I'm like, great. They pick it up, they get it. I don't hear from them today. Hi, we were just able to open it and found several pieces are missing. It's $300 to purchase the missing pieces. I have pictures to be able to show you, Cindy.
It's
I'm like,
April.
ignore and go and do something to yourself, because no, local pickup for one. You accepted it. You accept there weren't pieces missing. If the pieces are missing, they've become missing since December 28th. And whenever, like, no, you can't do that to me in on April 25th. You can go screw yourself, is
You
how I
broke
feel.
something, is what happened,
I,
probably.
I don't even have to, I don't even feel like I have to answer that. I'd like to hear what
You
Kent would
don't.
say.
It's an immediate
It,
block.
it may be a negative coming. I have 2 negatives.
What,
I
on
don't
eBay?
care. I don't care. Yeah.
They'll remove
One
them.
was no, they're too late. It's too late. One was for shipping time, and I didn't have it. You should always check. Some slip through, you know. It's fine.
I saw you talk. I heard you talk about that with Tommy with the shipping time. I've had
Yeah.
one in the last 3 months where like it was a first class package and it was like 2 weeks late, but that was because the post office
Mhm.
they scanned it in and then it just sat in the post office for a week and a half.
Wow.
But that's not my fault.
Right, but I mean, you did your part. I don't know. I don't even care anymore, honestly. I'll find something to do. I gotta pee again.
Okay, bye.
You okay? Okay.
I'm okay. Go potty.
Okay.
Be
I'm fine.
free. Okay. I feel like I should let her go actually because it's been a long time. Thank you all very much for those of you that are still here. It's been 4.5 hours. What? That's insane. Okay. I feel like both of us just needed to talk to each other. I don't know. I hope you guys are enjoying this as you're still here. It's been fluctuating between 20 and 30 for a while. So I think some people are like, you know what? No. It is not a subathon. I did that once, excuse me, on Twitch, and I did that once when my car broke. So the car I have now, I don't know what that means. Isn't Mark Cuban the Shark Tank dude? Battle Brothers? I've never heard of that game. I'm in Newport News. So in the Hampton Roads area, so about an hour from you, Michelle. I used to live in Richmond when I did roller derby. I was part of the River City Roller Girls. Bye, Rob. Do you ever go by Robert? I found Robert such an interesting name. So when I lived in Richmond, I lived in Northside, um, like 5 minutes from the fan. So it wasn't that far away. I really loved living in Richmond. It was so great. I was about 5 minutes from Fat Dragon, which is my favorite Chinese food place, and then there was a Sugar Shack, which in Richmond is a donut shop. So, you know, I was 5 minutes away from Percy's, I was 5 minutes away from Sugar Shack, and I was 5 minutes away from Fat Dragon, and that is literally how I lived in Richmond. Like, I didn't know where anything else was in Richmond other than the roller derby rink and all the restaurants that I like to eat at. Hi.
Hi.
Do you feel better?
Did your Sugar Shack have a secret room?
No, our Sugar Shacks here in Virginia are donut places.
Oh, okay.
And they had like espresso donuts and green tea donuts, which were
Yeah.
delicious.
Where's is the boy at his house? I'm confused.
Yes.
Oh.
So the boy and I do not live together. I have my own house that I own, and he has his house that he rents. So
Put a ring on it, dude. I'm just saying. Oh, he's here. Oops.
yeah. But yeah. No. So I spend half of my week at his house and the other half here. So
Okay, got you.
yeah.
You want to go thrifting when I make it up your way?
If you ever come up this way, I will absolutely go thrifting with you.
That's my goal. That's where I want to thrift the most. Or not even thrift. I just want to source there.
Appalachia, if you get in Appalachia in their podunk thrift stores, the amount of amazing stuff I found in Tennessee and Kentucky and Virginia,
Yeah.
just amazing. There's no wonder, like Kevin from Commonwealth Picker, like he finds such good stuff down in that area.
Yeah, but there's so much history. I mean, the history. Ugh. And I hate history, but I like stuff from history. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
I like the stories too, but I was so bad at history class because they stupidly
You
want
had,
dates.
you had bad history teachers.
I'm very bad with numbers. I'm very bad with money. I'm very bad with anything oriented to math. I know that. So what? I'm saying it. So history was a failure for me. I was always a D student in history.
No, and that's honestly because you had bad teachers. And that's the thing. Any history class I had or any social studies class I had where they were pressing on names and dates,
Mhm.
where it's just rote memorization, that's not going to be interesting to most people. But
Mm-mm.
I was very blessed. So I have a bachelor's in history, like in archaeology, with an emphasis in American history. And that is because I had a couple of really good professors that were about social history, that taught
Mhm.
about like things people use. So like the stuff we do for reselling, like you go to an estate sale and you can see the history of someone's life
Mhm.
sometimes. And that's the stuff they taught. Like, and that's what I found interesting. It's not necessarily like this person did this
Mhm.
thing on this date. It's this person was a farmer and this is how you can tell they're a farmer. These are all the things that they used as a farmer. It's
Mhm.
that kind of thing.
Form is content. My sugar shacks are well. It's new to me. It's in this town. It's a candy store and ice cream shop, and it has a secret room with dicks on sticks and edible underwear
Mm,
and stuff.
yeah. Okay. Feel like
I miss going live.
I know, I can tell. You've been here for almost 5 hours now. I think at the 5 hour mark, I'm gonna have to
I'm
kick you out.
tired. I'm tired.
Then go! Go to
Yeah,
bed. You don't have
okay.
to be here.
Oh, I love Colorado Springs. Oh, we went there a lot when I was a child. We had relatives there, and it was an easy place for us to go that was fun and beautiful, and we could stay somewhere, so it was cheap. I,
That's just the important part.
well, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, when you grow up poor as dirt, like that, I feel blessed to have had vacations, like honestly. So I think that's awesome. I don't care. I'm glad I was raised poor. I think it made me value everything a little bit more. I don't know.
I like my family didn't have vacations. We
Mhm.
would alternate years between going to my great grandmother's house in Appalachia to visit
Mhm.
the farm for a week,
Yeah.
and then going to Maine to visit my Japanese grandmother and my grandfather up there in Maine. But we didn't have vacations. There was no like we went to the
Right. I want to go to
Miami Beach
Maine.
for a week or something.
Oh my God, I forgot that one. When somebody asked where I lived, Miami was one of the places. That was good. I like Miami, but I don't think I would like it now. But in the 90s, early 90s,
I liked London.
I didn't. I only went there for a weekend though. It made me I just thought I would be so sad if I lived here. Like it was because the whole weekend
Why?
was well, the whole weekend was dreary and the buildings are like dreary and like I
It just
need
depends on what part of London you are in.
well, but I was only there for a weekend and I partied my butt off and I mostly just saw the nightlife, so I really don't have a fair judgment of it. For me though, what I remember is I just go, I would just be so depressed here. And I didn't have depression issues at the time. Like I was like, but I mean, other than that, the fashion's great.
Did you ever get an opportunity to go to Bath while you
Mm-mm.
were across the
No,
pond? No? Okay.
no,
Bath's beautiful.
no.
I would love to go to Bath again.
And I didn't really know at the time, nor have the extra money to really do the things that you would want to do. Like I walked by the Eiffel Tower every day and never went up it, and
That
so
doesn't cost money, does it?
yeah, but I didn't like lions either. I don't like to wait.
Mm.
But it was
That's when you
beautiful
go
to
in the
walk by,
worst day possible.
but I felt I mean, it was awesome. I walked by the Louvre, never went in. I don't know why. I love museums. I love art. Like literally, I was so good in school because of art. Like there was one point where 3 of my classes were art classes every day. I was so happy. I love I love creative making.
Okay, so I know you tried cooking. Have you done any other media forms
I
for
don't really
creating?
know. I mean, I have
Good night,
dreams.
Brett.
I have dreams and aspirations to night, but at the end of the day, I don't think I'm very good at it, and I don't know if I want to learn to be. So maybe I just want to be happy and live my life and be
You do
creative.
realize Van Gogh died thinking he didn't create anything beautiful, right?
Okay. Was he a Pisces? Probably.
Maybe, I don't know.
I feel like he
My
must.
my best friend's a Pisces.
Okay.
He has mood swings too.
Yep.
Depression.
Hello. We are so misunderstood, and I get it. It's okay.
I'm a
Mhm.
Cancer, so
Oh,
right
Cancer
behind.
and spicy spicy.
I'm spicy Cancer.
Cancer and Pisces are that's the bomb right there. That's the mixture you want right there.
Yeah.
I get it.
The boy is Cancer. He's 5 days older than I am.
Nice. See, Danica's a Cancer. That's why we like click
Yeah.
hard.
Okay. It's okay. I probably also very much like Danica.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's still here or not.
No, no. Like it's 5 hours. I feel like this is the longest you've ever gone. No?
On YouTube, yes. On Twitch,
Not on
no.
Twitch. Twitch, that's just what you do. I get it.
No, I did a 12-hour marathon. I made it to 11 and a half. And what stopped me wasn't that I was tired, it was because there was a shooting and I had to duck down because it was when I was living in Richmond. And I was
Wow.
like, okay, guys, I'm sorry, we gotta stop.
Mm-mm.
So
Mm-mm.
yeah, no.
No. I just know that there's a lot of history up there, and everyone I've talked to that sources up there, I like what they find, and I really want to try everywhere, honestly. I don't care if it's known to be terrible
Okay,
place to shop,
Tracy,
but I want
what
to
is stopping you right now from doing the
My
travel
child.
sourcing?
My child.
Okay. Can you take
We're
him with you?
no. Oh, hell no. You want to see shit hit the fan? That would be it. But we're close. I'm getting closer. I don't care. I don't care. Like, my life is not number one. It's just not. And it shouldn't be. If you have children, your children come first. It's just, that's the way it is. And that's how it should be, in my opinion. I will get there. I have had plenty of travels in my life that I can like wait a little longer to have some more.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Chi-Town.
Hi. Oh, I always say Chi-Town. You're right. I'm wrong.
No,
They find
it's
him
different. It's just like Adidas and Adidas.
Yeah, I'm Adidas. I just am. I don't know. I know I'm
It's
wrong.
like,
I don't mind.
no, I notice that I pronounce things differently sometimes to people than other people do, and that's fine.
I don't think it matters.
No,
Doesn't matter.
as long as you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
My dad always used to say it. Language is communication. So as long as you two can understand each other, it doesn't matter how it is.
You are right. Okay, you.
Did I pronounce it wrong, or did you pronounce it wrong?
I think that's their way of saying, yeah. You both
Okay.
get it.
Cool.
Point for you. Point for you. So,
Good job.
mhm.
Okay.
Bravo.
Right. I'm gonna let you go because you're both yawning
I know. I'm sorry.
and you keep saying you're tired. So I think like you're trying to not so discreetly tell me to go bye-bye.
Yes.
Okay. Traci, do you have any last thoughts
You
for
guys,
anyone else?
buy stuff low and sell it high. And list. No.
The only reselling advice that's been in here the entire
Yeah,
time.
I don't know. And be an honest YouTuber. Hello. Or don't
right.
YouTube at all then.
Okay. Or just resell. Don't just skip the YouTube part. Just do the reselling part. You'll be fine.
Life gives you options. Okay. And that's a wrap on
Most
Traci.
of them are terrible, but some are okay.
Yeah. Bob, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna go goodbye now.
Mhm.
Thanks for hanging out with us for almost 5 hours.
Y'all are rock stars.
You're a rock star. I'll see you in a couple of days for not this.
Okay.
And Traci will see you eventually sometime somewhere.
Not this month, but next month.
Okay, bye.
Bye.